All right, Aki, can you hear us now? Aki, my control output is working.
It's like I was watching you hold it for, I'm like, surely that's fucking heavy. Jesus Christ.
Why do you think I've just left it there? They're not low. It's just like that's the same thing. I love that that's what I said. go up?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Calder Park and welcome to the final stop of the LZ World Tour. We have made it all around the world, starting in the US, heading to Ireland, then back over to Toronto, and here we are, down under. Everything to us is upside down, to everyone here, it's right side up. My name is Dave Drift Games. I'm going to be talking you through all the action today alongside my good buddy, Dan Brockett. Dan, this is going to be a special one. The car scene here is wild.
Yeah, just looking out our window at the car show that is on the drag strip is some insanity. There's even more insanity in the actual pits themselves.
I like to call it, the car scene here, it's got a lot of toxic positivity. A lot of people had ideas that people should have shut them down on those builds very early on, and they didn't, and I'm so glad they didn't, because we have some amazing cars, not only on track, but in the paddock. They're lining up every make and model. I was down there. Dan's out of breath because he was down there checking them out, right? You went for a little wander.
I ran over. I was like, oh my goodness, I am absolutely not where I'm supposed to be. But there's so much to take in here at the World Tour that I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, because all you guys will watch the stream, and that is an awesome way to experience things, but here in the flesh is the real deal. And guys, here you can see it, our calendar from this year. We started at English Town. What an amazing event. We had Nate Hamilton taking the top step there. We went to Mondello Park. It was Bagsy on July 23rd. He took the win. Toronto, Ontario. Tommy Lemaire, who's here not in his usual car, but also in an Australian ute.
That caught on fire.
That caught on fire just at the end of practice. There's going to be drama from the off here, guys. And of course, here we are, Calder Park for the finale. For me, right now, this is where it's all going to come down. A lot of drivers may not have had perfect form all year, but they want to impress here. And this track is super, super difficult. But before we get into the action today, let's remind ourselves of what happened right throughout the year. A little throwback to the LZ World Tour elsewhere. Give it up for Bugsy!
Let's try and make y'all comfortable. For the record, we try to roll and stuff. For the record, bad boy, we gon' all the way. For the record, ain't trying to make no time to waste. For the record. Try to make y'all comfortable. For the record, we try to roll and stuff. For the record, bad boy, we gon' all the way. For the record, ain't trying to make no time to waste. For the record.
So there you have it, guys, a recap on what happened earlier this year. Now we are heading into qualifying for day one here in Calder Park. And we gotta let you guys know what the rules are, because they're a little bit different here than some other series. So the format is pretty simple. Each driver will get 2 non-consecutive runs of the course. Each driver will aim to run as close to a 100-point run as possible. The highest score from either run will act as a driver's final score. The top 13 scoring drivers will automatically move forward to tomorrow's main event, top 16, and the remaining 16 drivers will battle it out today for the remaining 3 steps, which are the podium later today in the main event top 16. So like a last chance top 16. Now, Dan, we have a lot of cars in the paddock right now that are not doing okay after practice because everybody pushed that little bit too hard. Everybody was going for the wall, going for the doors, and we had some breaks.
Which we told them about. Hey guys, you're not out here to win practice, and they were out there to win practice.
A lot of trophies on the practice.
A lot of trophies were given out today, and now they're in the form of working on their cars in the paddock. So I've seen so many cars on jack stands, diffs out, transmissions out, valve covers off, cars getting towed in as all of this is happening. So even more stuff was happening during practice. So it's been an absolutely crazy day already.
If I remember correctly, I'm going to give you guys what I know, because I don't know everything. You know, I claim to sometimes, but I don't. So what I know is Colette Davis's car is having a fuse issue with the fuel pump, so that is being fixed. Rice Miata hit the wall hard with the rear end of his Ute, so they are trying to put a subframe.
The entire rear end.
All of it to the rear window, and that's pretty far up on a Ute.
Yeah.
And I think all of that got crushed.
Yep.
So they're fixing that. They have a whole other car apart for that, but they're trying to get that fixed. LZ had some issues. They went to the dyno last night. Everything was working good, but they've had an issue today. So they're trying to fix that car, which is another thing. If I'm not mistaken,
the 6 rotor went into the wall. They're trying to fix the back wheel and all the whole rear of that car.
So pretty much everybody that you want to see at this event has almost crashed, broken down, or had an issue. But it's drifting, and there's so many good people behind the scenes. I know the Keep It Read team, keeping all of our guest cars together, are working a lot down there. There's a lot of...
It's all hands on deck out
There is
there,
a lot of Australian guys covered in oil and coolant trying to get those cars together. So we're going to keep you guys up to date as we go through qualifying on what is exactly happening. Now remember, guys, I want to remind everybody about this, that this is a fun series. This is an exhibition of drifting. Because if you think about it, you know, when it comes to drift games, comes to LZ, comes to Keep It Read, and all those different brands, it's just as much about having fun with your friends, building cool cars, as it is being the best drifter on the day. That's a bonus. But the vibes are very much important.
And that's very important. I mean, drifting is fun. And this event, more than any other drift event on the planet, showcases that. And you can see that throughout the crowd. You can see that through the drivers. And you can see that through us, hopefully. I have a good time.
We're going to have some fun.
We love watching it. Sometimes we're just as much fans as they are.
Exactly. And sometimes we forget that we're even live on this camera, and we just talk amongst ourselves, and you all get to hear it. And I think sometimes it's embarrassing, but we let it roll. Okay. I think a big part of this for me is that you bring that culture together. So we've shown the best of the U.S. culture, the best of the Irish car culture, the best of the Canadian car culture, and now in their droves have the Australian car scene come out.
And it's
to show
major.
It's impressive. I've been a lot of places all over the world this year, and I am just, my jaw is sore from trying to pick it up all morning. I'm like, just for 10 minutes, can we just see some bad cars for a minute?
Nope.
Just even the car park when I rode in this morning, I was like, it's
coming
just
through. You're like, oh my
unbelievable.
goodness
So we're going to show you. You guys are going to see a lot of that in the content from all of our content creators on the grid very, very soon. But I think right now we have got some cars on the line because you're sick of watching our stupid faces.
Yeah,
you want to
let's see
see
some
some
drifting.
driftings. So some driftings will be happening, and it will be qualifying. We have got our drivers ready. A very eclectic mix of engines, personalities, and styles. And our first driver is now on the line. And it is going to be Matty Hill. He's in an S15 2JZ. This is what I call the quintessential drift car.
It is perfect in every way, shape, and form.
I stopped and I said, if this car didn't have an engine, I would still be very attracted to it because it looks great and it goes great too. Matty Hill, a driver from Australia, and I'll tell you what, there's a lot of drivers from Australia and New Zealand here this weekend that you might not be familiar with, and even I'm not that familiar with.
But we're
And,
going to learn today.
We're going to learn you. We're going to learn you about these boys because they can drive.
Oh, they are
And Matty Hill will be the
rippers.
first driver to take to the track, which gives us a great explanation of what the track is. It's a tough one. Big entry,
very quick,
very
as well.
fast. A lot of drivers say didn't expect it to be so speedy around here. Big entries, big angle, some tight technical sections, and then you got the big old wall at the end.
That wall has taken some hits already just in practice.
I want
As
you
can
guys
see
to-
the banners got ripped off already.
There was a lot of banners and a lot of painted banners on that wall. None of them have survived practice, so you're going to see a lot of wall runs. And remember, practice, everyone's pushing 80, 85%. Now they're going all the way up to
That's
100.
it. This is for all the marbles.
Well, Matty Hill will be our first driver to take to the circuit, and this, I mean, I actually enjoyed the delay here because everybody gets to look at this car a little bit longer. That is how US 15.
I can't believe it's in this shape after all the practice.
He was close to everybody
I know.
all practice, and the car is still perfect.
It
I think
looks
that,
fantastic.
I think that shows, Dan, that he's got some skills.
He's got what it takes. He could.
And you're going to see, and I mean, a lot of these pro cars, as we call them, this is a mix here of amateur cars, pro cars, and then you'll see tomorrow in the exhibitions some very strange cars that we didn't
Yes.
really believe were happening in real life.
And they were.
And they were happening. So you're going to see those tomorrow at the main event. Today, of course, reminding you guys, is qualifying. And, of course, the top 13 qualifiers go straight to the main event. We then take the remaining 16 drivers, and they face off against each other to fill those last 3 remaining sort of soft podium spots in the last chance 16 today. And then we are ready to go. So Matty Hill looks like he's been given the word from the marshals. Dan, this is the track they're going to be taking on this weekend. It is full first, second, third, almost up to fourth in some of these cars as they go into that first corner. Fire in on the outside of the track, lock it up because this is a tight first corner. They want to get the bumper over these 2 first zones. So watch first zone, second zone, bumper over. Perfect so far for Matty Hill. And this is a strange one. You got an opposite corner, and you got a big old manji. We're going to call this the power rally this weekend. It's all full throttle. And you got to scrub a little bit of speed and push yourself up onto the wall. As you can see, Matty Hill running the rear end of that S15 all the way. Could have been a little bit closer, but hey, it's only run 1. But Matty Hill doing a great job.
He did put the run in the books. I think it was a little conservative from what we've seen from him all weekend. But again, these guys probably want to get one in there and then maybe pump it up for the second run. Now, the big equalizer for this is that they're all on street tires. So a lot of these guys are used to being on semi-slicks or way grippier tires, and they are forced to be using slippery tires for this. So it's a learning experience for almost all these guys.
Exactly, and the thing about it is that when you look at Matty Hill's run here, and what I love about this run, from my perspective, remember his number is 96, not a score right now, guys. But Matty Hill showing us a perfect line. So this is the tricky part, getting up this very unnatural start to the wall. It kind of has a little edge on it there. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong in a big way, and it's big damage for the car. And then right at the end of the wall, similar thing. It kinks in a little bit, so you've got to be wary of that when you're in the car. So you think, why are these guys not just scrubbing the whole wall? Well, it's not a perfect circle.
No, not even close. And this, Tim Rogers actually coming in, and he, first lap out, cornered the left front of his car into the wall almost immediately. So they spent all day yesterday and most of today. He got like 3 practice runs in, and now he has to qualify on that.
And he has, not only did he take out the RB20, but he put back in an SR20 into this car. So he's a man who's a glutton for punishment, and a beautiful car too. But he hit the wall hard. He said very little practice. Can Tim Rogers get the job done here as he goes into this first corner? Nice smooth initiation. A little bit of understeer though. You can see the steering a little bit affected on this car. It was a big hit with the wall down. I think they're going to that car not 100% right now.
But he is putting it together. I did talk to him a little bit in the pits, and he said it was sticking to one side. He's kind of losing a side skirt right there, but he's actually making it happen, getting up into the wall's business as he comes around. A little bit less pace than the last one we saw, but the proximity on the wall at the end there was pretty fantastic.
Yeah, and you know what's there left to lose if you've already crashed? That's what I
You're
say.
already done. You've knocked the new off of it. It's time to shred.
And of course, the disparity when it comes to power here as well. I mean, he's running very,
time.
350 horsepower. We got an SR20 later on that you're going to see with 1,000 horsepower, which is absolutely insane. And then on top of all that, you've got such a mix of V8s and 2Js and rotaries, a lot of rotaries actually in this particular competition. So what's really fun to see is that when you put that, as you said, that equalizer, the street tire on, everybody can't use all of that power. So they got to be clever. So you might see we've watched it in many rounds this year. The little SR has done a lot of damage.
Or a stock Z, or some car that should have never had its place amongst the 1,000 horsepower monster.
Exactly.
Pushing them around the track.
And that for me is what makes it so fun, because you get that underdog story. It's
Yes,
all about
yes,
driver
yes.
v driver. Cool, we get to see some amazing cars, amazing builds. And here's another one on the line.
Speaking of amazing cars,
Wow, this BMW E90 or Robert Arbolino is a 427 LSX. Now, as a man who doesn't know much about V8s, what's a 427?
427.
You don't say 427.
No, it's a
427.
427. So it's a big V8. That means it's got the displacement, and there's no replacement for displacement, as we all know. And it's in a very capable chassis as he chucks in with quite a bit more pace in the last run that you guys saw. Nice big angle. You guys can hear this thing as it rips around the track. It's a very high revving V8. Those 427s love the RPMs, and he's letting that eat as he chucks it into the wall, trying to get as deep into that pocket as quickly as they possibly can. Not too bad. He has absolutely been ripping as well this whole weekend.
Yeah, he said it's actually really tough for him in the first two corners because they're quite tight.
Yes.
The car just wants to absolutely eat and go. So he's like, that's kind of holding the reins a little bit there. He does a good job of it. You can see as he pushes in. While the E90, a really good chassis, when you put that V8 in there, it does make the front a little heavy.
I could imagine
and,
so.
And it's a little bit of a handful. He's got all the power, but the handling, can be sacrificed. But I think he's pulling it together beautifully. And Robert Arbolino in that M3 doing a good job of getting back out to the wall. And this is what I like. Look right
Look
to the
at
wall.
that wing just
He
dancing.
scared himself a little bit halfway through the wall. He was like, I'm a little too close. So he backed off a little bit towards the end, but another solid run.
And this is another very, very special car that we have here. It is a R32 Skyline with a Sylvia front end, a JZ, and an RB transmission, an RB25 transmission.
This is like he just raided the Nissan parts department and said,
It's like you pick stuff out of a hat and you put it in the car.
This is a stew of a car. It has got a lot of different pieces in there. It is, and I love it. I think that S13 front works perfectly on an R32 four-door.
And look at
that big
the
lockup
entry.
on the front, and not a lot of handbrake, a lot of left foot brake, which I like.
That was stylish and profilish as he's swinging it around. He is apparently one of their top drivers, so it's good to see him out here in a very good-looking car. When I was talking to him in the pits, he said that he wants to see more style-driven cars out here, and he is absolutely setting the example, making it happen.
It's a great run from Hayden Houlihan. Houlihan, quite an Irish name.
That's it's very Irish, actually.
They might say it Houlihan here.
Houlihan.
I know the real deal. So he's got a 1J in an R32 four-door with an S13 front.
And actual bricks, which is crazy.
And he said he made, and the fenders are all
Metal.
So he's fabricated those. He said he did it all on the body lines. I had a little conversation with him. I may or may not have been trying to see if he'd make another set for one of my cars. I'm not going to disclose that information, but it looks so cool. It looks like that car came from the factory like
It
that.
did.
And that, when you see that, you know it's a good build. Really good run in there from Hayden Houlihan. Let's move on now to
Mr. Okachan.
yeah, Mr. Okachan's on the line.
All the way from Japan. I was actually on the same flight as him, popped out of the airplane, and Samet was waiting for Okachan, and we all took a ride from the airport to the hotel. So it worked out pretty perfect.
Yeah, I think he's jumped the queue a little bit here in qualifying. I think he's supposed to be a little bit further back. I don't think he's supposed to be up. But
The translation error, you know?
May have been a miscommunication.
Yeah, I don't
When
know.
you put a Japanese guy and an Australian guy in a briefing.
Somebody gave him a thumbs up, and he was just like, I like your car, man. And
I
he's
would
like,
like
okay, it's time to
I would
go.
like to go drift right now, if possible. I was like, no, you can't do that. We got to wait in line. So next up, we got Brody Marum. Sorry, we don't. We have a Saxon Moy. This guy has been impressing us in practice. Saxon in this 2JZ GT86 proper car.
Very, and it has been absolutely ripping. And as you can see, again, not a lot of damage on this thing.
No, and he's been close to every wall and close to everybody else. So look at this Saxon throwing it into that first
Huge
corner.
entry.
Very, very impressive all the way through practice. We're expecting him to be right up there qualifying. Looks so precise through the center section.
Look at him go. Oh my goodness. That's exactly what the judges want to see right there, is that smoothness as he goes through that power alley. As he dips in, he is getting right up into that wall. Business and taps it right on the very, very end as he comes through. I think that's my personal favorite run so far.
He looks like he has no fear. And he's a young guy, so they definitely don't. I said he's one of those, we see these young guys come in and they're just picking up the sport so fast. They give us such hope for the future. But also, until they've had a big crash, they are very fearless because
Not had the fear of God.
they are in a situation where they're still sort of playing Assetto Corsa in real life, and everything is fine. And they are dangerous in a competition because they will push harder than anybody else. And look at that line into the wall. Could have got a little bit earlier in, but when he got there, he stayed there, and a little tag just at the end.
Right at the end. And the louvers actually look pretty good on that car. I was on and off the fence about them, but I actually like it once I see
That is a pretty car. We next move on to our next driver. It's going to be Brendan O'Grady. Brendan O'Grady in the Hulk 180 SX, and I can see that.
It's very green.
Very green, very angry.
Yes.
And that's what I would call it. The
That
Hulk,
is,
right?
that's exactly what
Let's hope there's not a smash, though. Like Hulk
it is.
smash.
No,
We don't want Hulk
no,
smash.
you don't want to do that part. Everything else, though, okay.
So we got a 427 turbo LSE.
Another one.
I'm learning. Not a
But with the turbos.
As if it wasn't enough. He put some turbos on it, and he's got even more horsepower.
The crazy part is it really muffles the sound of the V8. It's still going to be loud, but it's not going to be as loud as the NA one. But they do love boost as well. That's the beautiful
this
thing
thing
about
looks like it's got all the torque. I think if he puts this on full boost, he's going to turn the track into a conveyor belt and send it back the other way. Brendan O'Grady doing a great job as he fires up onto the wall. Very smooth, very smooth run. I like. You know what? You watch a driver out there and you say he's so. I mean, this is where this competition can be interesting. A lot of guys here in the car they've driven all season. It's late in the season, very used to it. And we have a lot of guests in cars they've never driven before yesterday. So it's it's a bit of a balance. It's a tough game for a lot of our I would say our guest drivers from the US and all over the world, like Akachan. They've never driven their cars before yesterday, and a lot of these guys like Brendan O'Grady are very used to their setups
and used to the tracks. They've driven here.
Exactly. So it's going to be a tough uphill battle for everybody. But then a lot of these guys like Brendan O'Grady used to a lot more grip on their semi-slick tires, now switching to the street tires, meaning that it's something new to learn.
And I've talked to a lot of them in the pits, and they're actually enjoying it. They're enjoying the less tire wear. They don't have to go through a set of tires every 2 runs. There's a lot of differences, but I think all in all, it's been a positive response.
For sure, we now have Brodie Martin. This is the only SR this year that we cannot make fun of.
No, it
Because
is a monster.
It is a billet SR 24 VET with 1,000 horsepower.
That's quad digits on an SR20.
250 horsepower is pushing an SR20 to its limits, and here we are with 4 times that. Look at this.
I can't even believe it.
Brodie Martin firing into that first corner. Nice so far. A little just washed a little bit, but he gets it back under control.
And as he blasts through, coming into the power alley, as you can see, he's left foot braking a little bit, try to keep that wheel speed up, making the smoke though, making the noise, and that thing does make an absolutely phenomenal noise. If a regular SR20 is considered God's motor, what is this one considered?
I don't know. This is like 4 gods. This is like
Stuffed into
this
one
is
motor.
like ancient Greece.
Okay,
There's not much
okay.
gods.
The Greek gods
The Greek
all
gods.
reside inside of his cylinder
They all
walls.
came together for one car.
I'm okay with it, and it's a coupe, and I'm a big coupe fan.
Oh,
so.
absolutely so am I. And I think it's just that you go from, we see almost stock SRs earlier on now to 1,000 horsepower SRs, and we're only like a quarter of the way through
We
qualifying.
haven't even done anything yet. And this is fantastic. It was a good run. He had some bobbles here and there, but all in all, you guys got to hear 8,000 horsepower SR20. That's words that I probably should never be saying coming out of my mouth. And it lasted all the way through the run and all the way through
lasted
practice.
the whole way through
and
season.
That's just insane.
The whole season that car has lasted pretty well. Impressive stuff. We got Dale Campaign now, another Australian driver. And you know what? Dale actually came over to compete with us in the Irish Drift Championship many years ago and drove my S13. And he was really good, better than me. So I told him to go away and go back to Australia because he was too good.
Why don't you bugger off back to your own country and
Don't
do
go
things
over here
there.
and show me
Don't
up
make
in
me
my own
look
car.
bad in my own
So
car.
Dale came over, had a great time, and it's nice to see him again. We're catching up with a lot of old faces.
That's good. I'm glad that you have a lot of face time. A lot of these guys are new to me, and everybody's been absolutely friendly, as he is absolutely ripping down the straight, chucking in earlier than most. A little bit shallow coming in there.
You got to definitely had a mechanical gear change or something. This didn't work out well for Dale there on that particular occasion, but we expect big runs from him.
And luckily, he will have another run if this one doesn't pan into his direction as he kind of comes around the last turn and they blast him through. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. Probably not his favorite run in his own mind, but you can't
Well,
win
I'm
them
just
all.
going to give you guys a little update on some of the scoring. It's just dropping in front of us here. We already have 3 drivers in the 90s.
Really?
Yeah, so we got
Setting that bar a little high, huh?
Brodie in the SR. He's currently sitting in second place with a 93.
Holy smokes.
And then Saxon in that GT86 with a 94.6.
Oh, wow.
High scores coming in straight off the bat here. And of course, this is an unranked championship because all of the drivers that are in this competition, bar our usual guests at the LZ World Tour who go last, our current competitors right across the world. So
Yeah.
it goes to show that we're starting with some heavy hitters here.
Those are some bangers right off the bat in the 90s. That's
Yeah.
insane.
Dale actually scoring a 0 on that one for that big checkup on the first corner, so he's got to get it all done on the second run. So next up we got Mike Lake, this man bringing all of the style in this E36. And he also has an Evo 5, or I think it's Evo 5 drift car, which I've saw in the past.
Is that the one with the CA18 in it?
Yes, CA. I told you about this toxic
The
positivity.
random draw.
I'm not sure how
car
drunk you got to
and an
be to
engine.
have that conversation, but if you turned around to me, Dan, and said, I'm going to put a CA in an Evo, I'd have gone, Dan, it's time to go home.
Yeah,
It's time.
you just
I'm gonna
need
put,
to stop.
I'm going to put you to bed.
Stop.
But I think Mike's friends went, that sounds awesome. And now here it is being awesome. He also has this awesome E36 as well. Got a YouTube channel, check it out.
M52B25.
A lot going on, but it's a cool car. Mike Lake, E36 BMW, thrown into that first corner.
And it looks absolutely fantastic as it's coming through. He is right up into that clipping points business as he rounds through into the power alley. Look like he's struggling a little bit right there to maintain proper angle as he's coming through. Let's see what he can do as he flicks back towards the wall. What they want to see right here is big commitment. I don't know if it was quite there, but
It seems like we're not going to speculate. I will speculate, because we're allowed to do that.
We can do
They
that.
can't hear us when we're up here. The people
No.
can, but the drivers can. It sounds to me like the car was breaking down a little.
a little bit. And this was one of the cars in the pits that was on all four jack stands way up in the air, so who knows what it's going
Yeah,
through
just a
right
little correction for my little delay on my scoring. So Dale Campaign does score at 55, so not a 0 for him.
okay.
So pretty good scoring coming in so far from everybody. I mean, we've got, as I said, we've got 3 drivers in the 90s already, and we're only 7 runs in. Brilliant. This is going to be pretty hot stuff here this weekend.
The back half has their work cut out for them.
Exactly. Mike Lake puts in a run. Again, I think there's a little bit more in Mike's tank. I think there's something up with the car there. Maybe it's just fighting them a little bit, but I'm impressed that he's able to get that car back.
Yeah,
Get it working
nonetheless,
again.
when you see a car on 4 jack stands, it's never something that you want to happen. As a driver, especially if you're a fan of the guy, it's like, man, dude, this car's up in the air.
Here's something you don't see every day, Dan. Born 33.
Okay.
You'd call it a sedan. We would call it a 4-door. This was kind of the car that everyone forgot about for a long time in the Skyline family. Not here in Australia, quite a few of them, and they make them look pretty cool too.
Yes, they did. What motor is in this one? Is this one an actual Nissan powered?
It has been specified as God's RB25, but I don't know if God's
Okay, so
It is going to be Cam Morton. Cam Morton put on a good show in practice. Let's see if he can translate that form into his qualifying run. Does a good job switching left to right. It's a really tough part of the track. This full throttle, full angle. Look at the big left foot lock up.
Ooh,
and
the
you can
commitment
see
was there, but
he
just overdid it.
I think he pulled himself out of the wall.
He did.
I think he. When you see that
It
break
was a
knock
little
up,
bit of a clinch, I think, happened.
I think that was trying just a little too hard, which I'm all for. I'm a big fan of the trying too hard.
If
Because
there's a time to send it, it's at this event.
Oh, for sure. This is all about exhibition. This event is all about showcasing you guys the sport at its very best in terms of drivers, builds, characters, and personalities. It's something different. And yet, remember, this year, this is just an experiment.
It is.
This whole,
and it's been pretty successful.
this
I'd
whole
say.
world tour was just, hey, let's do it, see what happens, and we'll work on it for the future. This is all just learning, and so many people have come out to support us. We want to thank everybody at every stop of the LZ World Tour this year for coming out, and especially you guys here this weekend in Australia. We can't wait to put on a show for you right throughout the 2 days. I'm very, very happy, in my opinion, that we're seeing some of the best builds and across Australia and further afield here at the event.
I really appreciate it because Australia gives us something to talk about, and it is absolutely fantastic to do so.
For sure. A 64 on the board, that last wall run messing up Cam on the
I
last run.
like the way he went into that wall, but here we move on to Aj Pinero.
Aj Pinero, and this thing moves. 1.5 JZ, a lot of torque, a lot of horsepower, and he is one of the most aggressive drivers I've ever watched on the circuit. Expect big things from Aj. He fires it a little bit too wide on that second run, but he's putting in some power gains and he gets some momentum here throughout the power alley. Switches left to right, and now can he get this right? Look at this, right up onto the wall.
Oh my goodness, that was beautiful as he comes through this last turn. Fell off just a little bit at the end, but that commitment into that wall is exactly what the judges do.
Yeah, the judges are looking for style, they're looking for precision, but they're also looking for a little bit of risk. You
Yes.
want the hairs on your hands and arms to stand up a little bit when you see
wanna-
them. You want to go, oh no.
And then he pulls out of
I
it.
think every time you see oh no on this track, it means someone's doing something right because they get away with it. We've had a few oh no's into the wall that didn't go
Yes,
so
we
right.
did.
So Aj put in a good first run here. You can see that's very strange. You got to kind of clip that curve the opposite way
Yeah.
with the rear end of the car, then switch the car back. And look at this. This is where you got to be very
He
precise.
was edge to edge to edge to edge, and then right into the pocket.
You know,
right
I
where
think he
he
just got a
needed to
little
be.
touch on the wall, a little bump with the wall there, and actually knocked off his line towards the end. But he was trying.
Pretty outstanding.
Now, next up, we have got Jordan Sanderson and Holden Ute.
The first Ute that we've seen so far.
It's beautiful.
Oh my goodness
We're here.
gracious!
We're here. We're here already. It's too early for this. But we have got, these work really well. I've never seen anything quite like this, but these work so well. And we got Jordan Sanderson showing us what it's all about.
Chucking in on entry, and it's so crazy to see that rear end hanging that far off the dash tires as he's firing it in. Listen to that thing sing. I wonder what it's like to drive one of these, being basically a pickup truck car with no weight over the rear tires.
Yeah, it is the definition of...
Look at him go.
Into the wall at the end. Really nice stuff from Jordan Sanderson as he puts a stormer of a run in here.
That was exciting.
Quick shout back to Aj Panaro, who scored a 92. Another 90.
Wow.
Very impressive stuff from Aj as he puts in another 90 on the board. Let's see what Jordan Sanderson gets. I mean, just...
That was a zinger.
Doesn't it look sometimes when you see Australian drift cars that you've turned Forza on random generator car and something has come out and you've gone, oh, look what I have now.
There it is.
There's the car. So this is what's beautiful about the LZ World Tour, is that we travel to these different places and everybody makes it work. Whatever, you know, you go to Europe, a lot of BMWs, you go to the US, you got Mustangs and Corvettes. You know, you go all the way to Australia, you get Utes, which, I mean, there's plenty of them around. We got a lot of conventional cars out there too. But Jordan Sanderson doing a great job in the Dewars Performance Ute.
Yeah, that was a fantastic run.
Wait for his score drop in. It's a 96.
Okay,
in
so
a Ute. In a Ute, Dan. There's no sense or reason to
I mean,
this.
he does have a little bit less of usability of the car because it had a giant hole in the back where you could have put shovels and stuff.
I think they can bring all their spares with them in the back of their drift car. So next up we got a local legend, Scott Miller in the Nissan Silvia S14, 1JZ powered. Scotty Miller does a lot of drifting here. He's been to Calder Park before. Expect him to be pretty smooth around here. He's a smooth operator. I'm not going to sing it, but that is what he is as he transitions through the second technical section.
And you were right. He is absolutely smooth as he's blasting down that power alley, casual as, not giving a care. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to put down a heater. Could have gotten to the pocket a little better.
Yeah, just
but
gets to the outer zone a little late, drops out a little early. But Scott Miller's still doing a great job of getting himself a good score on the board.
And now if the SR20 is God's motor, I do believe that the 1JZ is God's sound. I think the 1JZ by itself, a pure 1J, is one of the best sounding motors out there. Pure. Not a 1.5J or a 1.6 or 7 or 8.
I'm a big 1J fan. I think they sound amazing. I think the SR20 feels amazing in a car because it's not got a huge amount of weight in 6 cylinders. And then everything else from there is just the end of the world. So you go big 2J, big V8, and as we said, we got a 6-rotor and a 1,000 horsepower SR20 at the same competition. We told you.
That doesn't happen.
We told you things would happen here at the LZ World Tour, and they're happening. So
Like the
a
color
score
of his
up
gloves.
89 on the board for Scott Miller, gets at 89. We got Marcus McCarthy, S13, SR20. Now, this is a guy I watched. I was here in February at a Keep It Re event, and I saw this car come out, and I said, oh, look at this.
Do you see how the proper height is achieved by tucking rim?
I said, this is a real show pony, this thing. Well, it certainly is not. This guy can really drive. Big angle into that first corner from Marcus McCarthy in the SR20 powered S13, and he is pedaling through the course right now.
He's been ripping all through practice. He was putting some of the closest tandems in. And again, the car looks absolutely fantastic, getting deep into the zone. Not as soon as he would have liked, but he is right up on that wall as he comes around, blasting through, letting that engine sing. Oh, I love it.
It's just a beautiful sound.
The sights, the sounds, this is...
I don't know.
Heck of an event. We're not even near way through.
We should have just a sound off at some point. We got the SR20s, we got the 1Js, and we got the rotaries here this weekend. A lot of beautiful sounds.
Beautiful, beautiful sounds, and that's the beauty of coming over to other places. Like in the U.S., we do have a lot of V8s. I will definitely admit that. So it's nice.
But then
hear
again,
these
to us,
sounds.
V8s sound quite nice because we don't hear them all the time.
I think it's a good thing.
It is. So Marcus McCarthy waiting for his score from the judges.
It should be a solid one.
I think that's going to be a good score. A very, very solid run from him. And we got another Ute lining up in Chris Rudnick.
Oh, they got it back together.
So it's not Chris Rudnick, it's Tommy Lemaire. So Tommy Lemaire and Chris Rudnick now sharing the one car that also has been crashed by Chris Rudnick. The stories are coming thick and fast. Marcus McCarthy scoring a 91. Impressive stuff from him. Wow. So we got Chris Rudnick who crashed this car yesterday. It didn't run at all today, and now Tommy Lemaire did all of practice, but then his car broke and went on fire, and now he's in Chris Rudnick's car. I'm trying to make sense of it. I don't know. He's never done a lap in this car, Tommy Lemaire, but he's a very talented driver. So Tommy, all the way from the winner in Canada, you see taking a tentative approach here into that first quarter, just getting used to things.
And as you can see, they have removed the tailgate, and that's probably for gas mileage. I can't imagine why they would have done it for any other reason whatsoever. But Tommy putting down quite a heater for never having drove this car on this track. And he's just like, you know what? I don't even care.
You know what? It's similar to the car he was driving.
It really is.
And even that phrase to me is quite hilarious because Tommy Lemaire used to driving, high-powered turbo cars.
Yes. Here's
he's a
this big V8
proper
car.
Formula Drift level driver jumping into what essentially is a commercial vehicle with the back end completely removed. And he's doing okay. He's getting around the track. That's what it's all about.
He's got a score. And he didn't have a chance of getting a score, but that's the beauty of this event. You can jump in somebody else's car.
He's got a very polite French accent, right? So
Yes.
I met him earlier, and he sort of said to me, "Oh, the car went on fire," and then I went, okay, thinking, like small fire. It was toast. The whole car had gone on fire. So they were trying to fix it. They were starting it again. I was like, I don't think this is a good idea, Tommy. The car is, all the wiring is one wire now. Everything is molded together. So Tommy puts a score on the board, which to me is impressive with no laps in that car.
No laps in the car at all. Just jumped in and fired one out.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So, we're going to see things here, folks. He gets an 81. An
That's
81
not bad.
for no laps in the car whatsoever. That is impressive stuff. As we now move on to Okachan. Okachan in the Yoshio factory. Sorry, my mistake. An 81 for Tommy Lemaire. So an 81. Jumped the gun a bit. I was a bit.
81.
81.
That's still not bad.
It's very good. So we're now moving to Okachan, and it is going to be his first run on the track, all the way from Japan. Good friends with Samet, obviously. Fighting him over.
Factory.
1JZ.
Doing it for the people. A lot of good drivers from Japan. He is an XD1 driver. I don't know if he's done FD Japan, but he is absolutely seasoned. He is a vet. He's kind of a legend. So it's really, really cool to have him out. He's kind of a last-minute invite to this event.
Yeah, just wanted to come and hang out, have some fun. He's doing a good job. This 1JZ S14, something not usual to him, but he is very much a master of the S chassis. And he's here to have fun.
And it looks
sort
like
of his
he did.
attitude this weekend is, I'm just happy to be here.
He's soaking it all in. He's had his GoPro out 24/7, just recording all the sights and sounds of Australia, not knowing what's going on, obviously.
There's a language barrier. We're not going to skip around it. But what I do love is that the mix of characters we have on the screen.
Yes.
You just wouldn't see this at any other competition. We're going from Australian champions, New Zealand champions, all the way to French-Canadian champions. French-Canadian champions are very niche. But Canadian champions. And then you got people like LZ who've won Formula Drift rounds. So you've got such a mix. And then you'd say, what cars are they driving? Don't even get me started on what they're driving.
That's a whole different can
That's
of worms.
another story. So we got Okachan doing his first run around the track, and he gets an 80. Well, it's going to be scores dropping a little slower on this one. I will let you know. It's going to be good, though. It's going to be in the mid-80s. 84.6.
Hey, not bad.
84.6. So as we move back to the line, Jason Farron, keep it real.
Hey, this is the guy. This is the
the guy that puts it together. He's doing huge things for the Australian drift community. And this car, and I've had a good look around this, it still doesn't make any sense to me. Anyone from Europe.
And I need you to explain to me
so this
what
is
the motor is.
So it's a Barra. It's a Barra 4-liter. Ford is 6-cylinder, so it's like the Ford 2J. This is me laymansing it for myself.
Okay.
Big turbo, S13 suspension.
On what chassis is that?
And I think it's an OR30 Skyline wagon or OR31. I'm not sure which.
My goodness.
We never had either, so it's difficult. It's square. It's very square. I'm
So
gonna put
many
it
things.
Keeper Reed boss man putting in his first run of the weekend, firing into that first corner. He's very used to Calder Park. We expect big things, and right off the bat, we're getting big angle through the first corner for Jason Farron as he runs that bumper. That's where the judges want them, running that bumper over those white zones. Comes into the power alley. Look at this. Firing it back. Now, this is where Jason has left some marks earlier in practice, and he does put it up onto the wall. Doesn't want to be outdone.
No, you cannot. You got something to prove. That's a good way to put it all out there on the table for the people, for the fans, for us up here.
Have we got any Keeper Reed fans here in Calder Park? Can we see your hands in the air? We got some fans. We got some fans out there. We're warming up.
Good run.
We're warming up. Jason Farron's just turned up the heat a little bit.
I do like his angle. His angle has been aggressive throughout that entire run. So that was a treat to the eyes, treat to the ears.
Still doesn't make any sense as a car.
No,
and not only as this is not an exhibition car. This is a proper top-level pro car that competes in D1NZ.
And you can tell because he's been pushing people around.
Oh.
like bullying.
Yeah, and if you want to see the results of bullying, you're about to see it on the start line. Because Stewie Bryant's there, and that car is. I mean,
Mad Max called, and he was angry that his car was stolen.
They sent back Arnold Schwarzenegger and this car from the future, side by side. The survivors. So we got a score dropping in for Jason Ferrin. It is a 93.6 for Jason Ferrin. He puts it on the board. That is
90.
good. Another 90. We are stocking up on 90s right now. As you go to Stewie Bryant, in this is a car that he made his name. OG Australian drifter made his name in this very car. They said it was a shell 2 weeks ago. It still kind of looks like a shell, but it's got some go, and he hasn't done any practice whatsoever.
No, barely any.
Because this car has had some teething issues, but right now, just when it matters, though, it is working.
That is absolutely fantastic. I saw one of his wheels off earlier, and there was at least 13 calipers on each rotor. So I don't know what's going on with that car, and that's the front. I have so many questions that are unanswered about this unit.
Stewie Bryant putting in a big style. Oh, dropping a little bit at the end. Not a lot of power in this car, but he's a master of suspension geometry. He helps a lot of people in the sport to understand that element of things, and he's a bit of a wizard.
It seems like
a lot of algebra, a lot of
that's Frankenstein.
When he speaks to me about suspension, I feel like in The Hangover when all the numbers are running across your face, and you just nod and go, car goes sideways fast. But that's where I'm at. But Stewie is an absolute pro. And look at this. He loves the stylish runs.
That big swing.
Yeah, big angle on everything. Very little handbrake. Bringing the style into the competition.
I like that.
You can see the car just going along the wall going, just to remind you, I do not have a lot of power to stay out here. I'm going to drop off a little bit. So good run from Stewie Bryant. Great to see him.
I'm glad he put one in the books.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked unlikely all the way through practice. Didn't get much practice. And look at that, 91 on the board for Stewie Bryant. Wow, what a run that was.
I did like the fluidity on that one, I think.
I think to me it was the smoothest. It was just very aggressive flicks from left to right. He asked a lot of questions at driver briefing about it, and he just backed it up by doing it. Here we go. Ben Jenkins is our next driver. Ben Jenkins in the Phoenix Raiders S15, 2JZ S15. This thing absolutely rips, and he's coming in very fast in that first corner. You can see him having to dial on the angle to slow that car down as he transitions back. Look at this, putting that front, if he had a front bumper, over the...
Yeah, where it was supposed to be, right on the clip, and he is putting that wing to use. Look at the size of that thing. He's going to take off.
Wow, look at that, right to the wall from Ben Jenkins, pushing up onto it. Beautiful. You see Calder Park starting to fill up here as we are in early stages this weekend. We start with qualifying, just to remind you guys, move on to our last chance stop 16 later today, and then main event tomorrow. So main event tomorrow is going to be, I'm just going to say, we got a lot of surprises in store for everybody. I love this part. I love this part. They let me do things to run the show that I just go, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? And then there was like, well,
yes,
Dave, you make that call. I'm like, oh, then yeah, let's do that.
Yes, I'm the guy.
So let's put all the crazy builds and all the crazy cars on the track with all the crazy drivers, and let's see what happens tomorrow. Today we got to see who's in the show though, and Ben Jenkins looks like he's putting a good claim in there because that was a great run.
This is tough. The job for the judges at this round is a tough one.
Not a lot of mistakes. Heaters. Not a lot of mistakes or spins or wheel drops, nothing. No. Everything's really smooth so far.
Dialed runs.
So Ben Jenkins' scores would be a big one here. He could go top of qualifying. Oh, just barely top. I was about to say he's in second or third, definitely. 92 on the board. Wow, big score for Ben Jenkins. 90. Here comes Taylor James. Taylor coming all the way from New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken, where he finished up in the top 3 of the D1NZ Championship with this amazing S14.
And you can see that. Look at the quality of the build as he's chucking it in at full speed, getting to angle quickly right where he needed to be. Let's see what he can do as he comes through the second inner.
Again, another driver looking really confident on this circuit, swinging that car left to right, and this is where you got to be brave. You got to leave the braking late, and he goes smoothly. I think that was another one. You got to remember the second run.
Yes, second run.
All of the bumpers in the paddock have had a conversation about this second run, going, I don't think it's going to end well for us.
Please don't.
I don't think the second run. I think we should say our goodbyes now.
Yeah, the track staff has already had their work cut out for them, pulling the bumpers off the tracks already.
Yes, so let's see how Taylor James gets a score on the board. I'm just looking back to the score. So many 90s already. What do you got to do? What do you got to do to get there? I mean, we might see a perfect 100 here today. We're that early in the competition.
Insane.
So Taylor James waiting for his score from the judges. A lot of style, a lot of angle, and it goes to show there was a lot of practice yesterday, and these guys are really dialing those cars in, getting everything as good as they can. I'm expecting that one to be another pretty good score on the board. I'm waiting for the scores to drop in front of me here, guys. Let you guys get updated. It's going to be, I think it might be just a little shy of the 90s. Yeah, it's an 87.3, but still a really good first run score. Now, Gaz Weider, this is a guy, legend of the sport. I mean, when we watched D1NZ back in the day, Gaz Weider, Fanga Dan, Matt Mike, they were the guys. And now Gaz taking a little breakaway and said, you know what, I like the sound of this LZ World Tour. I'm going to bring back my car. And look at this. It is beautiful to see this S15 back out there. V8 supercharged.
Oh, no kidding.
This PN Sports kit on this car looks very unusual. I absolutely love it.
It's aggressive. Like his driving style.
Yeah, look at this. He was the one that took all of the banners off the wall yesterday, so expect him to go right to the edge of the circuit here.
Full commitment. He was full throttle. There was no handbrake in there. That was insane.
I think Gaz is leaving a little bit left in the tank for the second run because we watched some pretty hairy stuff yesterday when he was trying to get. He took all of the partner banners off that wall.
And then did it again the very next run.
Yeah, we were just chasing them around trying to catch banners yesterday. And I look at the car, looks great. Everything, you know, for me, this is a beautiful combination.
It really is. And it's not a car that you'd see every day. And it's not a body kit that you'd see every day. And it's not something that you should probably be chucking at a wall.
I mean, if I had a rare body kit on an S15, two very expensive things right now in commodities, the last thing I would be doing is what you're seeing right now with it, which is pushing it into a concrete wall.
Confidence
and he did it.
Style.
It's
and
like,
grace.
why? What's the problem? So Gaz Weider will get his score from the judges. Australia, thank you guys for coming out. We're having a great time so far, and we're building into this competition. We're only getting warmed up, ladies and gentlemen. As I'll tell you what else got warmed up, the back end of the ute you're seeing on the screen right now, as Gaz Weider 92.6 on the board. Chris Rudnick up next, and he is the man responsible for the damage on the back of this car. And he was, to be fair to him, he was flying in practice. Everything was going smooth. He got lost in the smoke behind one of the higher horsepower cars and just misjudged the wall. And as you can see, the result of that is two pieces of car left rather than the whole back end.
And I can't believe they got it back together.
And Tommy Lemaire scored in this car earlier on with an 81. So what can Chris Rudnick do? He's had more laps in the car. This is a brand new subframe. It is about 20 minutes old, I would say, in this car. As he transitions back, it's nice and smooth for Chris Rudnick so far as he comes through the course.
He definitely has a lot more experience driving this chassis. A little bit of a bobble there, but still making it happen. Now, as a driver, it's kind of tough when somebody else is driving your car. You don't want to do a worse run than the guy that drove the car before you.
Oh, it's a pretty good run from Chris Rudnick. You know, I mean, he did no practice for the end of practice yesterday and did zero practice today.
So that was his first run.
His first run today, and you know what, that's not bad. He, to me, has improved immensely over the tour.
Hugely.
Also, I like the fact that he's jumping between so many different chassis. If you think about Chris Rudnick this year, he's driven his own BMW twice. But the other two cars, you know,
total random.
I'll put it this way. And a 1.6 turbo MX-5, and
it was a handful.
Yeah, and a Ute. It's just, you know, let's go both sides. Let's just go as far out the box as we can with these builds.
And
That's
it's
exactly
nice because he stayed on the wall right there. He could have done an inside line and been very conservative because he had just back half to somebody else's car, but he didn't.
For sure, and we wait for the score for Chris Rudnick to drive in. We are into our stablemates of the World Tour, the guys that have been around the whole world this year driving very random cars. And Grant Anderson, no stranger to it. He's driven his own V8 M3 or E36 in the States, but the other two cars, a stock 350Z,
which he absolutely ripped,
which he took to the podium on the first day, and now he is in a much more high horsepower Keep It Read or 33, which he says he is absolutely in love with.
The highest horsepower car that he has ever driven. He is through the moon with the setup on this thing, and he has been absolutely ripping.
Oh, we got a score for Chris Rudnick. It's an 84.
Nice.
84. So Tommy Lemaire and Chris Rudnick putting an 81 and 84 into qualifying in the same car, and that car may or may not have had a subframe half an hour ago. So
yeah,
this is the stories that gets created here at the LZ World Tour. We now move on to Grant Anderson with the Keep It Read or 33. He's been going really well in this car. Smiles all weekend. Let's see if he can translate that into a good qualifying run here.
As he chucks it on in, Grant Anderson, one of my favorite people on this stop. He is absolutely a ripper, and he is learning so much by driving all these different chassis with different horsepower levels, and it shows. I think his driving, just like Chris's, has improved so much throughout this entire tour, and that's the beauty of being an international driver. That's a crazy thing to even say.
A lot of people don't realize how new to competition Grant Anderson is.
And he said he doesn't even want to do this. He just wants to have fun.
He wants to drive with his friends, and if his friends are all driving in competitions around the world, he wants to do that too. So he's kind of an accidental competition driver that's making himself look like he's very competent here.
That was very competent as he rounded the course and put the car exactly where it needed to be, very casually, very easy. Looked very smooth. He said, "I've never made this much smoke before in a car."
He's
mind blown.
He's having a lot of fun. And I like this. Look at the bravery down to the wall here. As he doesn't go all the way out, but he knows he's not there, and then he does massage the car back into that outer zone. This is going to be a very solid score. The first half of the course for me, almost perfection. That was pretty solid. So I think Grant, again, everyone gets 2 scores. So your first score doesn't matter if your second score is higher. So it's going to get more interesting as we go through competition. But I've got to say right now, Grant Anderson's looking like he's going to put a solid score in as we see Colette Davis arrive, another driver in love with their car this weekend. Colette said she'd never even thought about driving an RB or an R32 four-door, but this Keeper Reed R32, I've driven it myself. Whatever it is about this car, it's just so much fun to drive.
Was all smiles. It was beautiful until the
and Grant Anderson puts a 90.6 on the board. Grant with a 90.6. Things have just got interesting as Colette Davis now sets off from the line. I love the bumper bar design on this car, and it's
it
almost
kind of wraps around a little bit, but not enough.
But a bit of style too. I like it. So Colette doing some good last week. She's had very little this morning with some issues with the car. She's had a fuse go in the pump in the car a few times, but once it's working, she's working, and this car looking solid through the section. And another good run here from one of our guest drivers is Colette Davis. Look at this, out to the edge of the circuit, getting all of those zones as she transitions back now to the wall. Very brave to the wall. This Colette. Oh, she hits the wall. Oh, Colette Davis bounces off that wall, and it looks to me like it just caught the rear end of the car, the front end of the car. She was 30 feet from a huge score.
Oh, yeah. Hands down, one of the best runs that I've seen her do this weekend.
Fortunately, that's the problem with that wall. You get confident, everyone says, oh, everyone's around the wall, it's great fun. And then you touch that wall and you realize it does not move.
It's not
you
giving.
move and the car moves. So
the wall always wins.
It always wins here in Calder Park. Undefeated, that wall.
Worldwide walls, I think.
I think
that's
so.
I think
watch
that's
this. This goes a little too deep, hits it pretty hard.
One little kink.
And you know what? She does a good job of steering the car away from the wall, which means that when she hit it, she didn't have the wheel on angle, which would have been much more damage to the car.
You do not want to whip the front end back in.
They'll get that thing back out of here. And unfortunately for Colette, I think that's going to be an incomplete run there as far as I can see towards the end of the run. As we move on to our next driver, which will be Jimmy Oakes in another four-door Skyline. It's the theme of the weekend. We've got Grant in the 33, Colette in the 32, and we've got Jimmy Oakes in the 34. Jimmy Oakes has been doing a lot of driving this year all over the world, from Ireland to Japan to all of the LZ World stops. He's very committed to learning fast because, again, another driver that's only a year or two thinking about competition and driving in competition.
Throw you to the wolves.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about cars driven this year. He's driven a 2JZ S14R. He also drove Darren McNamara's V8,
which is
an insane car, and then to come and drive something completely different 2 weeks later. It's all about experience, right? And again, it's not about being the best driver in the world at the box. It's about learning your trade. And how you do that? You travel to different tracks with different drivers and different cars.
Even different sides of the car. Switching from left-hand drive to right-hand drive is not an easy task.
No, not at all. And Jimmy Oakes now on the line, you can see he's definitely found the wall before. Definitely a taillight missing out of that. Look at that ominous figure behind, which is Mad Mike Woodhead in that crazy.
Did you just call a Miata ominous?
It's the only ominous Miata in the whole world, I think.
To be honest.
Everything Mad Mike makes is pretty ominous, and it sounds pretty ominous. So Mad Mike in the MX, is it a Miata or an MX-5? I think it's an MX-5 out here. It's an MX-5.
MX-5.
We're
always going to be a Miata.
You know what? The Australians are on my side.
MX-5s. I can agree with that.
You Americans and your Miatas.
We got the Miatas.
So
it's a cute name, though.
It does sound, I think that's why they called it, because the number is
a cute car.
MX-5 could sound like quite aggressive if you did close your eyes and didn't think
about it.
Yeah, MX-5. It's a small convertible. Miata.
You can't even say that in a mean way.
No, I have a Miata. I get that. So Jimmy's on the line. He's waiting for a little cleanup on aisle 4, where Colette left the bumper there. So he's cleaning that off the track. Jimmy Oakes heading to qualifying. Let's see how he gets on. This car, you can see, has been a little bit of setup change. Big pitch on it, right? So all the grip dialed into the back of the car. Pitched up the front for a little bit more angle and a little bit more, very Ibisu spec.
Very, very Ibisu spec. Especially with the missing rear end and kind of bashed in quarters. And
yeah, there's magnets on the back of this car as well.
God,
so
those taillights are so huge. I never realized how big of a hole that left.
They are. Here comes Jimmy Oakes. He's in the Keeper Reed R34 firing into that first corner. Huge angle from Jimmy Oakes into that first corner as he transitions back in the front bumper, right where the judges want him to be so far, as he heads out to that outside curb, transitioning back. Very
track.
Right to the edge of the track. Now, how close is he going to get to this wall? He goes very late, very wide, and very close to the wall. rubbing up along it, doing exactly what the judges wanted to do. Big run out the window.
I think that's the best run that he's done all weekend. Even going through practice, he said he was struggling a little bit figuring out the setup, but whatever changes they just made seem to have paid off.
I'll tell you what I love about that. I love the entry, the snappy entry. Use the handbrake and the front brake just to get into rate of angle very quickly. Looks like he's very comfortable. This guy's a big car.
That's a big car. I was going to say, it's huge.
An R34, I mean, we call them sedans, we call them four doors. The four doors for me, I think they're like the size of a Sprinter van. They're a huge car. And he's done a good job. And it's also, when you look at Jimmy there going, he's very far away from that rear tail light. So you kind of have to judge the end of that car.
15 feet behind me is a wall.
Exactly.
It's very angry.
So we are, now this is the one a lot of people have been waiting. This is the opposite of it. This is the one everyone has been waiting for quite some time. The return of Mad Mike Widdett to Calder Park in this crazy little MX-5. Rotary powered, of course.
And fan built. He actually took the crazy high.
Oh, and Jimmy Oakes puts a score on the board of 92.3.
92, Jimmy, good job.
92.3 for Jimmy Oakes.
In the 90s.
Whew, Grant and Jimmy in the 90s. Unfortunately, Colette in the wall, but I think she's got a 90 in it too. And let's see what Mad Mike can do as he comes off the line, absolutely screaming through the course.
3 rotors, 390 horsepower, probably 6 foot-pounds of torque. Let's see what he can actually do. We had a conversation about this.
390 horsepower has never sounded this aggressive in anything.
Ever.
And he said this car is old school knuckles, old school engine setup, and he is driving the wheels off this car up onto the wall, tags the wall. Mad Mike putting on a show here in Calder Park.
Listen to that sound.
Wow. Australia, I'm going to need to hear some noise for that one because the boys are making noise on track. You guys need to make some noise in the stands too. Mad Mike putting in a great run.
Look at that angle.
The angle on the first run, and it's such a short wheelbase car to be able to, he said, it's a handful.
Yes.
And if he says that with his experience, for mere mortals like the rest of us, Dan,
That'd be an impossible
we would
car
be
to
in
drive.
a pond or a hedge right now.
Yeah, I would have been way deep into that sand pit. That's where I would have been.
Such a cool car. Every car he builds is just so cool. And he sacrifices sometimes the performance just for the sound,
style.
for the looks, for the style.
And it's worth it.
Yeah, look, he just tags the wall
Absolutely
out there, but he does
worth
well.
it. Wing is still intact.
Look at the flames this thing spits out as well. Amazing machine. And look what's back on
what
the line.
happened here?
So Adam LZ was out of competition in practice with some mechanical issues. Looks like they have got that car back together. Mad Mike scores a 93. A 93 from Mad Mike.
Mad Mike.
How
put
many
one down.
90s have we got on the board? This is the highest qualifying session we've had. Oh, sorry, a 91 for Mad Mike. 91. Still amazing.
Still into the 90s.
We're all, how many 90s? We must have at
The
least,
guest drivers are doing quite well.
we must have at least 10 90s at this point, which is crazy.
Insane.
Halfway
This
through
is the
qualifying.
first thing we
got Adam LZ on the line. This is a newly rebuilt SR20 forged motor in this
And a new
S13.
turbo that they just basically swapped in while we've been waiting.
He hasn't done a huge amount of laps here at LZ, so he's going to have to learn fast in this one lap, but so far so good. A man that knows this car, knows this chassis, and he's doing a pretty good job so far. Adam LZ as he fires through the course. This is aggressive. How aggressive is he going to be to that wall, though, as he fires up on it, the lock of the front brakes. Nice early entry to the wall and runs that spoiler all the way along that concrete wall. And you know what? For a guy that had absolutely no practice whatsoever today, that is an impressive run.
And not only that, he didn't get any sleep. They were at the dyno until 1:30 in the morning last night.
Yeah, so on the dyno, then they get it here. They have a mechanical issue with the turbo. They swap another turbo in. He gets no practice, and he comes out and does that. Well, you know what? It goes to show that he is every bit as good as any driver on any course on any day.
And you got to say that. I mean, it's your event. You got a lot of pressure on your shoulders, and you come out and you do that. That's a hard thing to do.
And again, Adam has driven, if I'm not mistaken, a different car at every stop of the LZ World Tour. Starting with a rotary Supra, an A90 Supra in Englishtown. He took it to the podium. Then he came to Ireland, drove a 1JZ A86.
Yes,
went
he
to
did.
Toronto, drove his 2JZ E36, and now he's here in Australia in an SR20 powered cream, beautifully cream S13.
It's
So,
OG.
you know, if you want to talk about entertainment value, he's bringing it. Every chassis, every track. Let's see what Adam scores on his first run.
That should be a pretty good one.
I think that's going to be solid. I think the judges are going to enjoy the commitment from that one. And it is, oh, hold on. We got a big score coming in. It is a 94.3 for Adam LZ. 94.3 with absolutely zero practice today. That is impressive stuff. as LZ puts himself. Now, I'm just wondering where the cutoff is going to be for this top 13.
The bubble
because,
is going to be a very tall bubble to get
yeah,
over.
because if I'm not mistaken, it's very, very difficult right now to. I mean, how many 90s have we got right now? We've got an incredible amount of 90s, and I would say that there is also going to be a lot of these drivers right now that are going, I got a 93, I'm good. And then they're like, well,
everybody else got a 97 on their second
and their
run,
teams
so
are
now
like,
what?
just, I don't want to bring the mood down, but I think everybody's getting 90s today because everybody is driving the wheels off these cars. Dan, what an array of machinery.
It's insane.
I've
never seen some of these builds. I've never heard some of these combinations of things. It's absolutely nutty.
So we have like V8s, 2Js, SR20s, rotaries,
Many
V8s, Utes, MX5s. A lot happened
So
there.
many, all the Skylines. Every
Single
Skyline.
model of Skyline has been out there. I mean, it's like Nissan came in and said, there's them all. That's all that we made.
Check the box. Check
all
the
of
box,
them.
check
And
the
then we're only halfway through qualifying. So all of those scores, while they may be very high, what I'm wondering right now is
where's that extra 10% going to come from?
Wall runs. I think it's wall runs. That's. I don't want to say it, Dan, but I'm saying wall runs probably
there
will
are
do
still
it.
some banners that exist that need to be taken down.
The perfect wall run is what we want. We've got to have a look at some of the scoring coming in right now. We did not see a run from Mitch Larner. He's skipping his first run to a mechanical issue. And we have got the qualifying signs right now. So you can see there, we're just missing out on, in 12th position, Jordan Sanderson, 13th, Scott Miller. And you can see there, so look at that, the cutoff right now, like we're all way down, like so we got some runs that
Oh my
didn't
goodness.
score.
Like mid-80s.
Yeah, we're in like the mid 13th position right now to get automatically into the show is an 89.6
That
by
is
Scott
insane. You have to be 11 points from perfect.
11 points
Just
for perfect,
to make it.
just to make it to the main event tomorrow. And you can see there a beautiful mix of people. Look at that, Jimmy Oaks in 7th position, LZ in 2nd. Saxon Moy is the youngster in the GT86. Well, he's going to be tough to beat.
Yes.
That is impressive stuff from everybody right now. We got a couple of guys down there waiting for that second run just to try and improve, trying to be a little bit better about everything. And as far as I'm concerned, there's going to be, we could see the perfect 100 here. We could see it. It might happen. So we're going to go for a small little commercial break, guys, as we get everything reset and ready, and as the crowds fill in here to Calder Park. Thank you, Australia. Thank you to everybody watching. We are back in a couple of moments. Dan and I will be back with more. Look at this, look at that, and what's going on in a couple of moments' time. Join us then.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here. I'm Dylan Hughes. I'm Travis Reeder. I'm Craig Hughes. I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable EP around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers. They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features. I drive Link.
No mod stream, but it's a little bit more comfortable for that. So they can't stream.
Yeah, join the main one and then keep it races delayed.
So then, delay broadcast.
Yeah, right, so is it recording or is it keep it read video on the week or so.
See what they do.
But like you're saying, they'll have to wait for Adam and all his shit to be posted and everything done before they post it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the second half of qualifying here at the Australian stop of the LZ World Tour. Once again, my name is Dave Drift Games. I'm here with Officer Dan, and we are trying to keep our minds about us because we have seen some things that we shouldn't have seen, and you've seen, and now we're going to see it all again in the second half of qualifying.
Never seen so many 90s.
Incredible scores dropping in from all of our drivers as they are pushing hard. A lot of these guys say, hey, it's the last round of the year.
I told them to take it easy.
It's the last event of the year for most of these guys. It's the Catalina wine mixer of events.
This is the Catalina.
It is time to push. Australia, are you with us? We want to hear some noise from you guys as well. We're warming up for an amazing weekend. And you know what? I feel that we've had some amazing audiences this year, but the Australian fans, they're going to warm up and they're going to get very loud, and we're going to create some vibes here. I can hear it already.
Have you seen this venue? We are in a bowl of enthusiasm.
I like that, a bowl of enthusiasm. The drivers just pouring the milk in.
Yeah, just a little bit. Mix it in with some fruit.
So we are going to go back to our qualifying order. We have a lot of drivers sitting in and around the drop zone. So remember, the big thing here, guys, is each driver gets 2 runs. Their highest score of the 2 runs counts as their overall score, meaning that is the question, who's going to make the top 13. So the top 13 is what everyone's aiming for, because those 13 drivers go straight through to tomorrow's main event. The remaining 16 drivers have to battle it out for the 3 podium spots later today in the last chance top 16 to get back into the competition. And that's a tough way of getting back in. However, we have watched drivers in the past get all that experience from those battles, get that podium, and then be much stronger on the main event. So
because they have so much tandem practice.
Exactly, where everyone else is going in pretty fresh tomorrow. If they've got top 13 qualifiers, it's going to be more interesting later today, I think, to see who can battle through and get all that experience and take on everyone tomorrow. So it's a really fun way of doing it. Everybody gets a chance to tandem, which it doesn't happen at all competitions.
And their friends get to watch them drive. That's also something that you don't get to do as a competition driver. You don't get to usually watch the competition unless you get completely knocked out.
No, and we've noticed so many drivers who do make it through to the main event sit and watch every run to see figuring out who's doing good, who's doing bad, what's the little nuances
as
you got to learn.
As casual as this competition is, it's still very serious to some of these guys.
Exactly. I mean, casual competition is like playing darts with your friends in a pub. This is a little bit more expensive and a little bit more on the line than that. And all these guys will say, I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun. They're not just having fun. They want to win. They want. You know what? A lot of drivers said to me, it's not about winning anything. It's about doing more driving to stay in the competition.
That's it. And that's what drifting is about. It's doing more driving.
Exactly. So first off the line will be Matty Hill in this beautiful S15.
Which is so beautiful.
He is, look at that. He's done small damage. It's almost a scuff. That's all he's done all weekend. He got a 91 on his first run. So he's in 11th position right now with a 91.
How do you kick it up a notch?
So he's got to go for it here. Big angle, big wall run is probably what the judges are going to look for here. Lovely first corner from Matty Hill.
And as he blasts in, let's see what he can do in the power alley. I assume the judges are looking for those big, snappy, fluid transitions, and then this is the most important part, as they blast into this wall. And so far, he was on throttle almost that entire time.
That's another beautiful run from Matty Hill. Another guy that, I mean, the problem you have now is where do the judges want, or where do they go from here? Because you've got to see something spicy. You got to see something.
And was that more spicy than his first run?
It looked to me almost picture perfect again. Like it was pretty good.
It's a hard thing to pick and choose from, but the judges have been very specific about what they want to see. So it's the little things that do matter. Did you go 10 inches closer? Did you go 10 inches back? It's a tough thing for these judges.
Even that little wheel run into the box on the first corner could cost you a point or two. You know, so but this to me was big speed, big angle to the wall. I mean, he doesn't make it all the way on the wall, all the way across. He could have just committed, but it was so much aggression that you got to reward that. Look at Tim
Casually
Rogers.
rubbing his name.
There's a man that is intimately fond of his car. Loves it. Absolutely love it. And you know what? I think a lot of these guys spend a little bit more time with their cars than do with their other half. So I can see how that happens.
That makes a lot of sense.
So scores are dropping in. Matty Hill gets his second run. It is an improvement. He goes into 5th position with a 93.5.
He did it. He gave it that extra percentage point.
Got an extra 2.5 points for his commitment. More angle.
There was.
So there you have it. An improvement already. Will we see a trend across the board?
I hope so, because it's going to be even more exciting.
So Tim Rogers in the SR-powered Skyline, his first run scored him an 88. So let's see if he can improve on that. Look at that big angle into that first corner. Again, everybody absolutely nailing that first corner. Very few mistakes here. High quality runs all the way through.
And look at him go. Oh. And you can see, and there's certain spots on the track where the cars become very unsettled and bouncy, and he dumped right into that, but he recovered.
That wall run was sensational from Tim Rogers. He locked up all 4 wheels on
I thought he was going in, and then he pulled it off. Somehow, magically, did not wreck the car again.
So there's a moment on this run where you think, there's a man crashing into a wall.
Yes.
And he doesn't. I think that's the X factor. I think that's what the judges are going to want to see.
Insane. I was not prepared for that. Side skirt maybe helped him out a little bit. Active arrow. I don't know what happened, but you could see the car kind of
Now watch
unweighted.
this. Look, watch the
and then
front
just
boom, and then up onto the
Just
wall.
right
That is
there.
impressive stuff from
running
Tim.
over little bits of stuff on the track. It's flying up into the air. This is exciting. I think he understood the assignment.
I think he's improved. I think he's definitely improved on that one. We'll wait for his score to drop in. You know what? It's almost an identical score to Matty Hill. It's a 93.3 from Tim Rogers, putting him into
He went way up.
6th position right now.
The bubble is getting more impossible by the
I think
moment.
the bubble's about to burst.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people in there. Let's see. Next up, we got Robert Arbolino in the E90. There's tons of power in this V8
The old
E90.
427.
427. It's a 89 on the board for this first one. Can he improve from there? Nice so far from Robert as he absolutely lets this car
Hammering.
this power.
Much more smoke, much more angle, much more commitment on this run than his last one.
Going
It's like these
fairly
guys
easy.
turned it up another 10 notches. I didn't think just begin, but look at that. He is absolutely stoked on that run. I hope you guys out there in the audience are just as stoked as we are up here. That was a banger of a run.
I'm just gonna, if we go back and have a look at this, I want you to have a look at how close he came to disaster on the last foot of the wall.
I
He was
paid
very
attention.
good.
When these guys are driving it hard enough to get us to stand up here in the booth, get the people in the crowd to stand up, that's what this is
Well,
about.
these events are all about showcase. You know, showcasing your skills, your ability, your bravery. And
That was all of the above. Look at this
Watch
speed.
the end of the wall. Look how close he gets here.
Oh my God! Did he knock the end plate off his wing? I don't know, man. That was
impressive.
absolutely
Loved every
smoking.
moment. Loved every moment of it. It's so much easier to commentate on it than to do it.
It is.
And it's also
It really
a
is.
lot less scary.
Yes.
If you're watching it, you're like, oh, it's so cool. In the car, at that moment, he's probably like, uh-oh.
I am way too deep.
Yeah, we're okay. And it does reward him with a big score, a 94.3 for Robert.
94.
We have 1 point in the 90s separate the first 3 runs of this qualifying session. That is a 93, 93, and a 94. Now we move on to Hayden Houlihan in
One of
this.
the most unique cars out here.
I think this guy, if he doesn't do really well qualifying, he'll probably win the car show. So it's
Mr.
fine.
Smooth. Yeah, he could just go park
Just
right
go park
there
at the car show,
win.
and I would give him a trophy. So here we go. It is Hayden Houlihan in this crazy S13 fronted or 32. Look
with
at me.
another big entry right where he needed to be as he blasts through. This is one of the smoothest looking, smoothest operating, without singing it, cars out there, and he is absolutely on a banger of a run again. Let's see if it can be more than what it was in his first run.
Nice job getting up into, again, look at this,
Yes.
right to the wall, just moves away. And it is a control, as you said, where it isn't perfectly, a perfect
It's
diameter.
more of a bunch of V's.
Yeah, I mean, they might have just had a few beers when they were building that
Yeah,
wall. They went,
maybe
look
a
straight to me, Tom.
too many.
That's what.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, when will this ever come into
They
question?
didn't have Google Maps. They couldn't look down and see that it
Well,
was
why would it
crooked.
need to be? They probably just went, no one's ever and then we're drifting. It's like, yeah, that's
Oh,
not
we
straight.
know.
We know. 'Cause it's not
We
straight.
definitely found the
So
the
Hayden did a
edge.
great job. I like the fact that he's got the original bricks in the car and he turned the lights on. He's like, just to let everybody know that I'm running original bricks, I'll keep those lights and fogs on.
I mean, that's a $2,000 set of headlights.
Yeah.
In decent condition.
Both
And those ones are like
that both
perfect.
impressed
No
and
broken
depressed
tabs.
me. I was impressed and depressed with that statement.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
We got Saxon Moyes. He currently sits as our highest qualifier at the moment. He's in first position at the moment. Let's see what Hayden jumping into the 90s as well with a 90.1.
And he was one of the guys that was asking some of the other questions in the driver's meeting and very attentive, taking this very seriously.
So what does Saxon Moyes do now? He has a 94.6. He cannot possibly, I think with that, I mean,
You're in the danger zone.
Yes,
You're
straight-
trying to get 6 extra
Where
points.
are you going to find it, Saxon? You're going to find it in scary times halfway through the run. So Saxon going for that big run, big flick into the first corner. He goes on angle as he. Perfect, absolutely
Let's
perfect
see.
through that first corner again. Saxon Moyes, an absolute talent here at the moment, and so fast through the course as well. The judges want to see good snappy transitions on angle here, and that's what he's given them. Saxon Moyes, I guess, got to go to the wall early and just drop it in a little
wide.
halfway through. Yeah, I think he was a little closer on his first run.
It's still a heater of the run. I mean, even as it were, even if he stays consistent, if he's somewhere in the 90s, I mean, that's a feat.
But we are nitpicking now.
Yes,
Because
you have to.
We started off with the, wouldn't it be great if they all got around the track? Now we're like, oh,
Wouldn't it be great if they all got 90s?
like now we got to talk about how good you need to be.
Yeah, it's insane. The level of driving here at Calder Park is phenomenal. And we're seeing the local talent showcase itself. This is a beautiful thing unfolding before our eyes.
I love it.
I absolutely love it. This is drifting. This is what makes me passionate about this motorsport.
I think, you know, we're involved in so many different parts of it, Dan, for quite a long time.
Just very long time.
We're very young still, though. But basically, we like to be excited by drifting, and this series this year has excited us all the time.
It really is, and it's so easy to talk about. It's
So Hayden gets a, well, guess what? It's a 90.1 on
So
the
he's
board.
still in the 90s.
Every score so far, all
Oh my
four in
goodness
the
gracious.
90s at the moment, which is just unheard of.
All orders.
That's what happens when you bring the best drivers from Australia and New Zealand together on a track that they say is fun to drive.
This is it's fun to drive.
Well, this doesn't look fun.
It's not
from here.
scary to drive. It's not dangerous to drive. It's fun to drive.
Exactly. Next up on the line, we have got Simon. Is it Brendan O'Grady up next? Brendan O'Grady, yeah, Brendan O'Grady in this
In the Hulk.
in the Hulk. This is the Hulk 180. I mean, I'm not going to argue
He's
with him.
hulking around the track.
Everything about this car screams Hulk. Nice transition from Brendan O'Grady as he fires. I mean, this is where he's got to be brave here. Just at the end of the run, he got an 87 in his first run, but he's really hit the wall here. Brendan O'Grady pulling no punches. Takes that rear end to the wall. Another story. We haven't watched a bad run yet.
This is insane. This doesn't happen.
But see, I'm going to let you know a secret, Dan. Qualifying is actually the boring bit of the show.
Yeah, I know.
So if it's exciting in qualifying, you've got to start thinking, what are the
How are the battles
What
gonna
are
be?
the battles going to be like? Because as far as I'm concerned, if everybody's put in these lead runs, the chase driver has no
It would
excuse.
be absolutely fantastic. You got to put on a good lead.
That might be
Do a
one of the
good pull.
best wall runs we've seen today from Brendan O'Grady. That was phenomenal.
Smooth. The Hulk.
He
Did not smash.
Did not smash. Don't smash, Hulk. It's more, yeah, there must have been a Scarlett Johansson in the crowd just going, calm down.
Hey, chill.
Calm down. It's fine. Just go to the wall, not in it or over it. So let's see what he scored. Brendan O'Grady waiting on his second score to drop in.
See, there's another indicative thing of proper ride height is when you have a hole in your fender from your tire. Just throwing that
A little
out
throwback to Saxon Moyes. He scored a 94.5, and Brendan O'Grady with a 92.8.
Hey, let's continue that weird trend of everybody driving to their heart's content.
6 90s in a row in the second half
Insane.
of qualifying. So
What has happened?
What's happening right now? And
not real
again, ninth position with a 92.8. So
How do you...
yeah, here we are. So next up we got Brodie Maher, 1,000 horsepower SR20, and let's see what he can do. He had a great first run. He got a 93. Let's see where he. Oh, look at that entry. Big
Oh, the angle.
So much angle. I used every bit of braking on the front of the rear to control that car into that first corner.
1,000 horsepower SR20.
Doesn't even make sense. Look at the speed he's picking up as he comes through the power alley. Very early into the wall. Oh, into the wall. Little top of the wall. Pulls on the angle.
I can't believe you saved that. That was a beautiful save.
There was a moment where both of us went, that's the end of
You
that.
tense up. And
Yeah.
I
It
that's
goes to
scary.
It goes to show the experience of Brodie Maher there, because what he did was get himself out of trouble.
Yes.
But again, he knows himself. He's got a really good first run with a 93. Got to push a little for the second.
did.
I think the judges kind of winding these guys up, saying, you know, we've seen all your fun runs.
Let's see some real runs.
Let's
Huh?
see some stuff. And Brodie making a little bit of an error there, so we'll see what the score drops in for him.
It's okay. He's still doing really well. All four of those Greek gods.
And the
Powering
judges
his-
rewarding him with a 90. Oh no, sorry, they're not rewarding him. It was a 93. He scores an 89. So that
89.
little wall run,
Still good.
Still a good run. And I mean, hitting the wall, not being penalized too much. I'm not saying that's a tactic, but for us watching and being entertained, it's a tactic.
It's a very
It's a
good
big
tactic.
tactic. Just touch the
It's
wall.
exciting.
Everybody wants to be excited. It's an exhibition event. Yeah, poof. And then, hey, we're still
Hey,
alive.
we're still
Everything's
here.
fine. Brodie Maher did a great job there, Gavin, in the second. I mean, the first guy not to get a 90, so disappointing.
God.
With an 89.
Who'd have
Oh,
thought?
Awful. After he already had a 93.
Yeah.
So this is insane.
Yeah.
Here we go. We got Dale Campaign. He didn't get his first run out, if I'm not mistaken. Had a mechanical issue on his first run. So he got, give me a gear change here. So he had a 55 on his first run.
Yeah.
Again,
And again,
we
haven't
have the
seen it.
same issue again.
Exact same thing.
I wonder, is that some sort of fuel surge issue or something like that, Dan, where it's just loading up and not putting the power down?
It's unfortunate because he's been absolutely ripping. As you can see from the rest of the run, he's like, guys, I can do this. Just not the first one.
The car is really good.
Man, that car sounds amazing too.
It's a lovely thing as well. Wow, they all have very nice cars.
That's going to be. I don't know. The bubble's a tough one.
He said it's an Orbi 25/30. Does that make it an Orbi 28, or does it? I don't know what that means. Maybe a 25
Head?
head on the 30 bottom end.
It's not as nice as like saying 1.5 JZ.
You don't want to slash.
No, you don't want to see.
Don't want to slash. I'm going to spot an Orbi 28. He's halfway.
Yeah, it's halfway there.
So we have Dale coming. As you said, well capable of putting a plus 90 run in here.
Yes.
It seems to me he's having a little bit of an issue with the car on that. I mean, I'm enjoying this hand out the window on the last corner when you've got a big scary wall still down in front of it. That's impressive
Like, you know,
too.
we're uncasual. We're just going to make things happen.
So we have got Dale scoring a second run. It is unfortunately not going to be, I would imagine, top of the leaderboard. It is a 79. So 79 does improve, but that first corner knocking him down his scores. Mike Lake is up next, and Mike, he scored an 87. So an 87 at the moment, and you're going to laugh, is only good enough for 20th position right now.
20th.
So
With an 87.
An 87. So right now, if you want to get into the top 13, you're going to score a 92. So there you go. That's real life, folks.
No,
real
that
life.
is not real life. That's
Mike
impossible.
Lake in the BMW firing into that first corner.
It's pink and it's purple and it's doing all the right things as he chucks it in. And here we go, right where it needed to be. A little bit of a bobble on the exit into the power alley, but he's making it happen. I know earlier in practice he got transitioned through, which is why this is underneath of his car back there, but pretty solid through that last turn.
Yeah, another driver that's super impressive as well, and a really nice guy too. And has a YouTube channel. Check it out. Mike Lake, he's building some weird stuff.
Yes, which is what most of these guys are doing.
I don't think anybody here is building conventional at all.
No.
I think they've given up on conventional in Australia. They've said, nope, not for us. We're going to build silly things that we find around the shed and the yard, and we're going to put them in the cars and make them work, which is even
And
more
they
impressive.
do work because we've seen them out on track.
And a lot of the cars, when I look at the commentary notes before these events, I go, this thing is never going to do anything.
And how is this
Well, here
real?
we are at the highest qualifying scored round of the year, and I have been proven very wrong. Because no matter what you put in a car in Australia, you see, as long as you can drive, it doesn't really matter.
No.
So we got a score coming in from Mike Lake. Let's see what he does. I mean, again, I think it's better maybe than his first run, but it's not a bad run at all.
No.
But is it enough to jump into that top 13? That's going to be the question.
Regardless, we're going to see some exciting battles today.
I would
Those
really
top
feel
three
sorry
spots.
for the person that scores whatever 14th position is today, because it's going to be a very good run. It does not make you in.
It was the best run of my life, and it was only good for 28th place.
Yes. But you know what? That's the quality of driver we have here this weekend. Mike Lake jumping into the 90s, I think, just about, with a 91.
Not bad.
So a 91 for Mike Lake, and it's only good enough for 15th. So he still doesn't make the top 13 with
That's
91.
insane.
So, I mean, harsh. I mean, you know, we elect a lot of incredible drivers together to get incredible
The
scores.
reality we've created for ourselves today.
Yeah, none of this makes sense. Next up, we got Cam Morton. Cam Morton is our next driver at 64 on his first run, so he had an error at the end of the run. So let's hope he
Definitely
can
some room for improvement.
see if he can tidy it up. A little slam of the front brake there. Does a good job of throwing that car around that first corner. Cam Morton in the Elite Autocar car. Look at this. Right out to the curves. This is what the judges want to see.
Nice and smooth. Listen to those sounds coming out of that car. Yeah. Nice little puff of front smoke as he dips into the wall with all the commitment in the world. That was a good wall run there at the end.
Very good wall run.
But he is just like, you know what, I'm going to just keep going all the way down to the end.
Leave the entire stage just so excited.
As the plume of smoke comes towards the judging tower.
So Cam did a good, that's a big improvement. I love this, that he kind of came a little too hot, slammed the front brake, and instantaneously got the car back under control.
Good correction.
And you know what? It goes to show the talent of the driver, where it doesn't have to just, you know, some drivers, I mean, I'm not saying drivers in this particular competition, but they kind of go where the car is going. You can see that Cam is working that car to go
He's
where
ahead of it. There's a difference.
Yeah, he wants that car to be where he needs it to be, and that's impressive driving. And again, absolutely firing through that finish line at top speed. Let's see what Cam scores in his second run. I think this will be a big score.
That was a fun
not seeing
run to
too many
watch.
mistakes there. It looks like it's dropping in 91.6, 91.6. I mean, another 90. It's enough.
But is it good enough?
It's not even a 91. It's a 93.6.
Oh my goodness.
It's into 5th position right now. So
he did the thing.
He went from 28th all the way up to 5th. Incredible. So next up we have got Ange Pinero.
Big chuck in.
Yeah.
Look at how stylish that car is. My goodness gracious, I'll tell you. You guys come on hard.
And I'll be honest, for Ange, he's sitting on a great score already at 90. He's sitting on a 92, so he's in 13th at the moment, right on the drop zone. Would like to improve a little bit here.
Banging limiter all the way through this course. He is absolutely on a tear right now. Listen to that thing scream.
Not afraid of the wall at all either.
No
Dan.
fear whatsoever.
It's a little overcast here today in Australia, which I think is a good thing, because It was very warm yesterday.
Very warm. It's helping the car.
So if it's
helping
warm,
the crowd.
It was an Australian people were saying it's warm. So for Irish people, it's the hottest day.
These guys were on the sun.
We were on the surface of the sun yesterday, walking around. So it's nice. It's a little bit of breeze, but it's still kind of warm-ish. You know, it's beautiful. You're not getting sunburned. I like it. It's perfect drifting conditions.
This is what they call.
And it
boost
also
weather.
helps our cars and drivers because it's pretty warm. The cars start to give a little bit of trouble today. Just manageable for everybody.
And I think it's actually maybe made the track a little more grippy, and these guys are enjoying it, which is why we're getting such a good show.
Absolutely, and we're only, we're still rolling through qualifying here again. As I said, this is the boring part of the weekend, and it's very exciting so far. Ange put in a 94 on his second run, puts him into 4th position.
That was a banger of a run.
Huge run. So Jordan Sanderson is our next driver. You can see he's used the emergency tape to hold his entire
100-mile-an-hour tape.
He's using it to hold the entirety of his car together at the back there. A lot of structural tape. Structural tape.
There it is. And I mean, if he hits his brakes, you can still see it through the thing. It still looks
and the
like
reason
daylight.
it's like that is because his 94 run on the first run took all of that off. So let's see what happens when he tries to go for a bigger run here on the second.
This is what we like to see as he chucks in almost 90 degrees. It's so weird to see such a strange-looking car do such make such beautiful sounds as it's doing it. Look at that smooth action as he comes through the power alley and dips into the pocket. Up on that wall, taking more of those banners off as it were. What a run.
You know what? That might be one of my favorite runs today so far.
Exciting.
It was exciting.
High level.
He went into the wall. He didn't have much more to break, so he said, I might as well just keep breaking it.
Let's go.
And the transitions for me were pretty smooth as well.
That
This
entry was great.
was on like 70 degrees of angle there.
Just right to it. And it's the aggressiveness, I think, that did it for me. And then do it where it needed.
Now watch this. Right to the edge of the circuit, builds up some speed, which the judges want. Big speed,
And
and
then just right in there.
throwing it into that first outer zone, or that last outer zone, up onto the wall. And are you not entertained?
I am very entertained.
I love that run. That was fantastic.
Let me guess. 90 something.
You know what? It's not just a 90, Dan. It is our highest qualifying score so far with a 95.1. Jordan Sanderson in a ute sets the scene here in Australia. How fitting that he would go first in qualifying. Unbelievable.
It's a very Aussie thing. The ute is now numero uno.
What, that is an impressive run from Jordan Sanderson. And we move on to Scotty Miller, 89 on his first run, which at the moment is only enough for 21st position. These are the real things I'm saying as sentences today.
I can't. I literally cannot.
So an 89 on the board is enough only for 21st. So Scott Miller, to get himself into the show automatically for tomorrow, has got to go way up into the 90s. Let's see what he can do.
Scott Miller coming in a little bit lackadaisical on entry. I think maybe he entered a little too soon. It was good, but it wasn't that fast, hard snap that we want to see. It's a very smooth run. As you guys can see, his bumper's kind of dangling a little bit as he blasts in. And this is the important part, getting into that pocket soon. And he kind of just missed it a little bit. And as he blasts through, he just sounded like a champion.
I'm going to tell you a little secret about Scotty Miller. He's a very good lead driver, but he's an exceptional chase driver.
So that's what we want to see.
If he had, the scores that, like, if you play FIFA, everyone has their, like, passing, dribbling, he would be, chasing would be 95. And lead would be like
fantastic
85.
way to put that. Yeah, nice. Okay.
And you know what? My favorite drivers are the ones that can do a chase run.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, regardless of where Scotty Miller sits in qualifying at the end of the session, he's going to be tough to put out because he's very good at chasing.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's the exact opposite of me. I'm good at qualifying, not so good at following.
Well, you'd have a different FIFA score.
Yeah.
You'd be
Qualifies high, then breaks car.
Yeah, 98.
That's what I
Mechanical sympathy, 4.
Yeah, -6. Let's go there.
So we're moving on. We're wait for a score to drop in. So Scotty Miller does get himself into the top 13. 93 on the board, 9th position so far. So he may be waiting for tomorrow to do some battling. We'll see how things go. The way things are going,
Right on the edge.
Yeah, nothing is predictable as we now head to Marcus McAfee's second run, 91 on his first run. What can he do on the second? Expect something special here.
Boom, that flick, that's exactly what I like to see. Personally, is that big, snappy flick to entry, and that is such a good-looking car. Two-tone just does it for me. I don't know about you.
I'm a
big fan of two-tone.
It's coming back. It's back. It's not even coming back. It's back.
It is.
Scotty, look at the
Oh my goodness gracious. That may be the earliest anybody has tried to dip into that, and it may have bit him just a little bit, but that was exciting.
The wall. tell you what, he bounced hard off that wall, Dan.
It
And somehow
was.
He's still
It just-
alive.
Dink. And then just kept going. Look at that snap to entry. Oh my goodness.
For me, that was the impressive part of the run, was the fact that he went out to... The entry was impressive, and I think he went for the big gangster wall run. He didn't pull it off quite as perfectly as he would have liked, but he went for it.
But man, that was there. It had all the makings of a high 90.
I think if someone does what he attempted to do and got it right, now you're up in the 95 plus card.
Like, look
watch how
at
wide
the
you go. You
commitment
go wide here.
Boom.
Oh, you're in that
That's
zone.
terrifying.
That is a scary place to be.
And where did he even? He hit the wall on the LZ banner, which nobody's done yet. So
No, he was hitting barriers before barriers were replaced on that wall. That was the only barrier that was safe.
Yes.
At the moment, the GK Tech barrier, the
hanging
very
in there.
first one, is the only safe banner on
we
the
are
wall.
hanging in there by the skin of our teeth.
And that's just because people have now learned that that's what, I'm just saying.
That's the
Marcus
entry point.
McCarthy said, hey, there's a new line out there, guys. You want to try it? 90, let's see where he jumps. 93 from Marcus McCarthy, enough for our 6th position right now.
Well, we've seen a couple of times now.
This car has been doing some work. This is a carpool car.
Tailgateless.
Yes, so it's like shared
In
car share. So we got Tommy Lemaire from. He's struggling to get second gear on this car. The car's had a tough weekend.
And it's going to continue to have an even tougher weekend, getting driven probably more than any chassis out here with shared drivers as he's blasting through. Tommy Lemaire, an absolute banger of a driver. He is so good at driving cars, just in general. And then just to see him coming out here and
up onto the wall.
just folding that rear end in a little bit more as he just rushes along. Not that there's much holding on now. It's kind of kinked over to the side a little bit.
You know what? We've seen a lot of drivers over the years, and I've seen a lot of drivers do backwards entries. Never saw someone do a backwards flip. We saw that in Toronto when Tommy Lemaire backflipped off the top of his car onto the ground, and I went, that was more impressive than winning the event.
Like parkour style.
He parkour. He just
Hardcore.
He Mario brothered himself off the car, and we just there's something about this guy. He's wild out of the car, in the car.
He seems so casual. Like
Yeah.
he's not like over the top.
If you lined up 10 people and said which one of these is going to do a backflip off the car, it wouldn't be
would
him.
not have been him.
But hey,
But he did it.
He did it, and that's a surprise package that Tommy Lemaire is. And another good run. I mean, his own ute is out of action. I'm presuming they're going to try and get it fixed for the battles, but right now he's just got to get himself in the show.
That was that's one way to do it, is dragging the entire rear end of the car along that wall.
Yeah,
Let's see if
80,
it,
86 on the board. 86 on the board for Tommy Lemaire, puts him in 23rd position right now, which is, if I got an 86, I'd be like, what? I'd be back flipping off the car whether I can or I can't. And I'd be like, I must be first. Well, you're 23rd, so that's how it works.
that's a bummer.
So Julian Jacobs didn't do his first run.
I know they had the valve covers off of the car. They had broken a rocker arm or something had happened.
On an SR20?
Yeah,
Never heard of
never
it. Never heard of that
never
before.
would have seen
Usual
that coming.
problem to have. They're usually the most stable part of the engine.
Yeah, the turbo hasn't fallen off yet, so I think he's doing actually pretty well.
He's all right. So Julian Jacobs representing Animal Style.
GK Tech as well.
GK Tech and
Shout out.
So he's from LA.
Yes.
And
You've learned these things.
I learned these things as the time went on. I'm a big Animal Style fan. I think they're great style.
Oh yeah,
love their
it's in
brand.
their title.
And they drive cool wherever they go. So that's his first run. We haven't watched him in his first qualifying run. It's all on the second.
Julian Jacobs with that big flick straight to angle. He knows he has to put it in the books. He knows he can't do exactly what he wanted to do. He was chucking back. He's in like his second practice lap out. We got some footage of it yesterday, and it was absolutely insane. And he was doing it consistently, pulling those off. And so far, he's making it, and ramps up on top of something. I didn't even know there was a ramp.
So Johannes said, I think he went too much angle to the wall, knew he was going in the wall, just backed out of that one.
Saved the car though.
Yeah.
Absolutely saved
Remember,
the car.
everybody qualifies.
Yes.
I don't know why they're driving this extreme. This doesn't make any sense to me. I think it was clearly explained. You should save your car for the battles and the events.
We want to see battles.
Yeah.
We don't want to see solo races.
No one listened. They all went out to try and absolutely
And
upend
now we have
themselves.
an entire field full of 90s.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting weekend of drifting, folks. And here in Calder Park, there's always an interesting weekend of drifting because he goes in on too much angle, kind of backs out of the wall, and then he found
There was a jump back
he
there.
found a curb that no one else found. Secret Mario Kart shortcut that he found. And Julian Jacobs is probably going to get punished a little bit for that in the judging, but
I would think so. But again, Julian's one of those guys that's an absolute master of chase.
it's a 58. But it's
Okay,
a,
58.
At the
It's a
moment,
number.
It's a 27 position right now, but he's fighting from the back.
Yes.
Which is
And he
fine.
can do, if there's anybody that can do it, it's Julian Jacobs.
I'm excited to see him in battles fight from the back. So we actually got Okachan all the way from Japan, representing Yoshio Factory. He has an 84 on his first run. Let's see if he can improve from that. Like this
Does
flick
have a
edge.
Japanese style to it. And I absolutely like watching this. You know, He's one of the OGs. And having an OG at this event with all these young guys, young guns, professionals, influencers, and OG Japanese D1 drivers.
All the mixes of types of style of driving, cars in the one event. I did a great job.
And just blazing through. That was good.
It was impressive. And again, as I said, judging style is quite different. You know, this is we would call it a Western style of judging compared to
Japanese style is very, very different.
And we've noticed, you know, over in Drift Masters this year, we've had Nakamura there all year, and he's been struggling just to find tuning. You know, it's tough to change a driving style that you've been doing for 20 years for something else. But you can see Chan doing a good job here of actually adjusting to the zones, to the line, and making it happen.
Just a smooth run.
Goes back on power super early on that last corner, so it's a good stylish run.
And it's fantastic to see him out here. He's probably one of the most elder, most efficiently aged. Is there a way to say that politely?
No, and you've ruined it both ways. Efficiently aged.
I mean, if I could be doing his cool stuff at his age that he's doing, I'm doing okay.
That's what you were alluding to, and you're correct. Absolutely. Yes. So Akachan scoring an 89 on the board as we move on. Yeah, not bad at all. Puts him in a 22nd position as he moves to Jason Farron. And Jason currently sitting in 8th position. We thought that 93 was going to be a big one, but now it's got to be even bigger if he wants to go way up the order.
And it looks like it is. He is coming in with way more heat than he did last time, chugging it in. And I do remember more taillight being on that car than I saw at the start line there. He's missing half of both of those taillights.
Yeah, this is the end of the year for the car, so I expect this one to go deep in the wall here from Kiva Reed's Jason Farron as he fires very late.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, up onto the wall it goes. Absolutely smashes the back end of the car into the wall. As Jason Farron says, you know what, this is my backyard. You got to come through me.
Hey guys, remember me?
Yeah, remember the guy that was here making all these events happen before you guys got here? I was doing some laps. I was doing some laps.
I did some stuff. That was a very aggressive run. If you wanted to turn it up, little fireball right there on entry, fantastic.
You look at Impact, there's not much more out there than what Jason Farron put on there. It's as crazy as you can go without ending up breaking your car or falling apart.
He's such a mellow dude as well, just like our French Canadian friend. He's mellow.
That line
and then just brutal on track.
That line is the best we've seen anybody go. Oh, and he nearly hits the tire bail after the finish line. He's that wide. That's going to be a huge run from Jason Farron, in my opinion.
I think so.
Oh, hold on a minute.
What is happening?
I'm going to try and confirm this. Yes, going first in qualifying is Jason Farron with a 97.5. 97.5 from Jason Farron from Keep It Reed. Right now, an Australian on top.
That's almost a perfect run.
And now I've just noticed that next up we've got, is this Sam Lucas? Is Sam Lucas now in a ute? Is that what
he's Uting?
He's Uting. Sam Lucas has taken a ute. It's an RB-powered ute.
The RB-powered ute, because why not?
And he's going to try and attempt to put a score on the board here in a car he's done no laps ever in even this chassis type of car, nothing.
And he hardly got any laps in his S chassis, and dipping a tire off, kind of figuring out where the rear end of that thing is. It's probably a lot further out than any car he's ever driven, but doing a really good job of putting a lap together.
Sam Lucas could be competing in Formula D Japan this year. This is, if you could find the most opposite car to what he drifts usually, this probably would be it. If you, again, the random car generator on the start line shows him ding 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 ding, or V20 use. He's like, oh, it's like getting Pokemon cards.
There it is.
Like, oh, what did I get? You got an Orbi 20 use. And he's like, oh, fair enough.
We're making it's got cans in the back.
There's cans rolling around from side to. Have you ever in your lifetime,
Australian thing ever
in your lifetime seen a car go around a track with a bunch of beer cans going from left to right in the bed? Welcome to the LZ World Tour. If you've just joined us, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I can't explain what's happening. And then go straight to this.
Straight to this. So we've got beer cans in the back of the car, and now a car that looks like a beer can. That's been crushed. It is Stewie Bryant.
At least 10 times.
In this, let's see what's Sam Lucas puts the score on the board. Gets an 84. An 84.
Not bad.
It's in the first lap.
Okay.
So next up we go, it's Stewie Bryant. Stewie Bryant has got a 91 on the board. The only lap I think he's done clean this entire weekend was his first qualifying run.
It was.
So Stewie Bryant now comes in. He's got to be feeling a little bit more comfort. We're going to expect some style here.
Yes, he is an absolute ripper. I've been seeing him from afar, even on the internet, since the beginning, since I've been drifting. So it's cool to see him out here in this car. And it was struggling. He'd come around and his brake calipers would be making more smoke than his tires.
Yeah, they were building this car throughout practice, in my opinion.
And probably still has a guy in there doing
the guy in the back fixing it. Look at that.
As that back gets slammed into the wall, not caring at all, just ripping through. Oh, listen to that thing.
Stewie Bryan putting on a show in that R32 Skyline. Wow. He hit the wall pretty hard there. I think the drone's going to show us more than the other camera angle did because, you know.
I think so. That was amazing. Again, that he kept it not from circling back and hitting the front end.
Can't tell if it's intentionally designed to look like it's been through an apocalypse or it actually has been through an apocalypse.
I think maybe a combination.
Yeah, answers on a postcard. Just booms into the wall there. He says, just keep going, it's fine.
Stay in it. In it to win it.
As advertised, Stewie Bryan.
So can you explain to me the four front calipers on his car?
I can't. I can't. I'd struggle to
Maybe
explain.
somebody can.
Four calipers on the front of the car.
Yes. He's got quad calipers on the front. What does that mean?
Maybe they... I have no idea. Honestly, I'm not even going to take an attempt publicly. 92.5 on the board for Stewie Bryan, puts him into 15.
They did like it.
So he's going to battle later on because he's in 15th position right now, so he is outside the top 13. I think right now we're going to say in or out the top 13 as we go through. We have next up, we got Ben Jenkins.
The big wing gang in the S15. A little bit of a lazy entry, maybe struggling to get out there, didn't have the speed that he wanted. I don't know what just happened, but he is absolutely chogging out the smoke now as he's coming back into the power alley. Look at that. It's nice to see some of these cars making absolute tons of smoke as they come around this course, especially since these guys are on all seasons. These aren't semi-slicks. These aren't the grippiest tires out there, but they're making them sing today.
Those tires are under pressure.
Yeah, they're probably at -4 PSI.
Those tires, I've never witnessed this kind of horsepower being thrown through them. I like the little lockup on the front. As you said, he went in a little too hot, I think, and then he had to kind of angle it up, but he made it work. He got back
very
on
smoothly.
Yeah, what I'm noticing about this, and this is not an easy track. I've driven this track. I've competed on this track. It's technical. It's tough because you've got a big fast entry, then it's quite slow. Then you got to get your momentum
back up
for
again.
Yeah, go back up to speed again. Then you got this big wall at the end. So what I'm really enjoying here is how easy these drivers are making this look because it's not easy. It's a tough track.
It's tough, and they're making the corrections that don't look sloppy. I think that's the big thing.
And I've never witnessed in any qualifying session I think I've ever commentated on or watched or competed this level of consistency. Oh, we got a big score coming in. Ben Jenkins scoring a 96. A 96 for Ben Jenkins puts him into second position behind Jason Ferrin. We got a 97.5 and a 96 on the board. We're only halfway through the second half of qualifying. Another driver coming off the line right now. We have got a Taylor James, an 87 on his first. Got to get into those 90s.
He's got a lot. He's got big shoes to fill. And I do like his giraffe coat kind of schemed livery there. I don't know if you would call it anything else, but it has the spots of a giraffe in the orange. But it is an absolute banger run. Listen to that thing scream. Let's see his commitment up in here. And he is way on that wall early. Taps it just a little bit, bounces himself off, and just maintains. This is an extremely difficult thing to do as a driver, is to have the confidence level to bang the wall and then keep going.
To be honest, yeah, most people just jump off the power and go, uh-oh, and he just kept it in. That's the only way to say that.
Stayed in it.
Look how close to the edge of the circuit he is right there, running right over those inner zones. And they want to see the front bumper ideally through those like that, rather than being right in them. This is a really good run so far from Taylor James. This bit for me, watch the wide line here. It goes really wide early, gets to the zone.
And that's what keeps happening.
Yeah, very few drivers are actually starting the zone and staying in it because they seem to hit the wall. So.
And it might be a disadvantage coming in that early because it seems like just like the wall is kinked at the backside, it's kinked at the front side as well. And so the guys that are coming in really early are dinking that, and it's pushing them off the wall just a little bit.
Well, it's been rewarded. 93 and 93 on the board for Taylor James, who's not in the 90s right now.
Yeah.
So Taylor James now, it sits in 13th position, the cutoff for tomorrow's main event, with a 93.3. So that is the cutoff right now. It's go for broke right now for the rest of the drivers out there, and including Gaz Wider, who had a 92.6, which seemed amazing. Now he's got to improve from there.
And a big flick on entry as Gaz is ringing it through this course. One of the, again, the best looking cars. It kind of looks like a Mech or a Gundam or something out of a comic book. It doesn't look like it belongs on a racetrack.
Amazing stuff as Gaz Wider fires very early.
Whoa, there he is, taking the wing, bouncing up and down as he fires that one off.
That was a huge run from Gaz Wider.
Goodness.
Took it to the wall earlier than anybody else, flexed the boot lid off the wall,
That was
Wider hasn't drifted in a while. Hasn't missed a step here. This could be the best run of the day. This is only my layman's opinion, but look at this. He gets the zones. The speed is good. The angle's good, using every bit of the track. This for me though, the most fun. Snap to angle. Look how early he is in there.
And then just that's where everybody's hitting the wall, and he stayed in it.
So
we
we
just did that thing off there.
We literally discussed. I don't think it's possible, Dan, to go in there that early and get the, and then he just did it.
I was
just
proven very quickly to be incorrect.
That's got to be a huge score for Gaz Wider. And the scores do drop in. Into second position goes Gaz Wider with a 97.1. 97.1. You guys are getting reminded of the first half scores there, but we are getting them updated as we go.
97 only got you second.
97 is a second place. Right now, Jason Farron still in first position with a 97.5. Off the line we go. Chris Rudnick, if I'm not mistaken.
It should be, because I do believe Tommy already went. It is a little bit confusing when we have guys driving the same car, but not struggling to get it out of gear there.
Well, he's doing very well so far.
A little bit inside as he's flicking through into the power alley. You can see the back end of that car is definitely seeing a better day, or 3 or 4, maybe 5. And let's see what he can do as he's coming around. Being very ginger with it, but still putting it in the places it needed to be.
It's not a huge amount of power in this car. It's an LS1, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
So it's got to be pedaled a little bit here, especially those long power alleys in a car that runs out of steam a little bit. It's not the lightest car in the world either. So doing a good job.
He made it work.
He made it work, and I think, look at this entry. A little confidence here of the flick entry for me, the lockup of all 4. I like that rate to angle, that snap, really, really good. But you see that where the youth struggles, and Tommy Lemaire finding the same thing, is this power alley. It's tough to just keep that momentum going.
You got to have just a little bit less angle. You got to pull some angle out of it, but then you got to lay on the angle again. But you're not quite out there yet because you don't have the speed that some of these other cars have.
That is a phenomenal shot of Chris taking you in a broken
And it's still in one piece.
It's fine. It works good. But I don't think it's going to be enough to trouble the top 13 right now as Chris Rudnick awaits his score from the judges. It's an 88, and 88's not a bad score. So he's in 24th position right now. As we move on to Grant Anderson. Grant Anderson, now he had a really good run with a 90, but it was only good enough now for 21st position.
That is not, it's just not.
It's mad. I don't know what's happening. Our judges are saying we can't mark them down. They're all doing what we told them to do.
Doing fantastic.
It's like we can't really be that nitpicky when they are doing a good job. Grant Anderson has got to try and jump up the order here. What has he got to do? He's 10 points left on the table from his first qualifying run. He's got to improve from a 90.
And he is flicking it in nice and early. Again, we like to see these guys entering with all of that speed because this is quite a slow section as you come through here. Then you got to build that back up, but you got to do it at the right time. Utilizing the entire track, just like Grant Anderson is doing here today. And Grant not getting in there quite where he needed to be, but again, right up on that wall towards the exit though.
It's smooth. It's smooth, it's controlled, and I think, you know,
It's calculated.
Does it have the wow factor? Probably not. But for a guy that stepped into that car for the first time yesterday with very little competition experience bar this year, that's an impressive run.
Absolute ripper. Good job, Grant.
When you think about it, these guys are being put up against some of the guys that have been drifting 10 years, 15 years.
In some of the same chassis.
In the same car for 15 years, and these guys are hopping into brand new chassis
Hey, I did
setups.
this yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday morning, Grant's trying to figure out how the seat belt works in the car, and here he is banging the wall at the end of the run. That's impressive stuff for me, and I think his will he be rewarded from the judges? Well, we're about to see. It is a 92 and 92, but he will be seeing action later today in the last
I'm excited
top
for
16.
that.
Yeah, it's going to be very stacked right from the off. We're going to have 2 huge top 16s this weekend.
This is going to be fantastic.
So
And
Colette now goes onto the line, and Colette is
They
on
did
a
get the
0.
car back together.
They got it back together. She hit the wall on the first run, put her at a 0, so she's got to go out there and obviously an easy improvement from a 0, but I think Colette's got a big run in her. I've watched some amazing practice runs today.
And she's done some crazy stuff in the past. So we know she has it in her. And it's also a new chassis. It's also a new engine package. It's a new car. And now it's been wrecked. And she's making it happen.
And remember, a lot of the wrecks that you're seeing in this car is from her pushing to try and get that perfect 100 qualifying run. She goes back to the wall. This is where she had the issues before. A little bit more tentative this time. Gets on the power alley. Look at this, out to the wall.
Still out there.
Not afraid of it. It's a huge run in the Keep It Read or 32.
Our only female competitor doing things.
Killing it.
Absolutely.
Out there. And as you said before, not easy to come up against these big names. And a lot of these guys have done a full competitive season at this point. So therefore, they're
So it's not like they didn't drive all year.
they've
Just
driven
came
the
out
same
and
car with the same chassis all year
Competitively.
and then they're going up against people that haven't driven the car before yesterday. So I think if you look at Colette here, that's a good. She backs away a little bit where she made the mistake last time, but once she got it
It was
settled,
a wise decision.
right up onto the wall, and puts in a solid run. So Colette Davis awaits her score from the judges. It will be. We'll wait for it to average itself out.
And it's nice because Colette's really good at taking feedback as well.
For sure. So it's an 89, or 88 rather, an 88 for Colette Davis. So an 88, great score. Great score. It's enough at the moment for 25th position. Jimmy Oakes is now on the line. Jimmy had a 92.3 on his first run. At the moment outside the top 13. Let's see if he can improve in the big old keeper read or 34. Representing Oaks Garage this weekend.
The single taillight wonder, got that big hole. Maybe it's doing him some advantage, taking a little bit of weight off the back of that car, making it more flickable, but he is absolutely killing it. He was struggling a little bit during the beginning of the weekend, but he is absolutely mastering that car with whatever changes they made. A little bit of four-wheel smoke as he comes into the wall, has to reinitiate through that turn, but I don't think it's going to be better than his first run.
I don't think so, but you know what? It actually sounds amazing, that car.
It does.
It
really
It's a
does.
big car to throw around. We talked about it in the first run. Listen, when you're changing direction in the car, you're almost sending a text message to the rear end saying, we're going to be going left in a minute. Let
And
me know when
hopefully
you-"
there's no server lag when it gets back there.
Exactly. But he does a good job. And again, very different car for Jimmy than anything he's driven before.
It is, and he likes it. He was struggling with it, but he appreciated it for what it was.
Yeah, I mean, everything Keeper we do seems to be Orb or RB.
Something.
RB. So it's it's a little different of a package that Jimmy running say 1JZs and then running V8s and different things. So yeah, Jimmy Oakes putting a good run on the board. Will it be enough to improve on his first run? Judges have a look at it. It will be a little bit less, I think, but not far off. It is an 88.3. 88.3 is the score right now. As we get Mad Mike on the line. So our two, I would call them the two poster boys for this event. Mad Mike, Adam LZ. 2 runs to go in qualifying before we take a little break for last chance top 16. And Mad Mike said, watch out for the second run. He's going for it.
And here we go. The MX-5 coming in backwards, and he pulled it off,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen. That was textbook.
We got a backwards entry on the first corner from Mad Mike. He's still firing through the run as he now goes for the wall. Please, Mike, don't put it in the wall this area in the competition. Goes
Big
very
flames.
up to the wall, onto the wall, spoiler
Look at that
on the
ring.
wall.
The drone is going to land in his hand right now. Listen to that thing go all the way through. Mike, what a angry Michael. Angry Michael.
So you know what? I've just heard some interesting news.
Uh-oh. Lay it on me.
So Mad Michael,
Yes.
out there absolutely as advertised,
Yes,
out there
he was very
doing
mad.
things in an MX-5 that should not be possible in that chassis, and he's doing it for your entertainment because it's wild stuff, and that's what he's all about. But look at the flames at the back of that car. It is just poetry in motion as far as I'm concerned. So Mad Mike will wait for his score, but I've heard some news that Adam LZ has had a look at the scoreboard. So in that scoreboard, he now is the last driver to go, and he's currently in 7th position, which means he's automatically through to tomorrow regardless of what happens.
Okay.
So if you had a little bit of free time and you didn't need in many ways to do it, what would you do if you were in Australia? Well, you take an RB20 Ute and say, imagine I could outdo my score in the S13 in a car that I've never driven before, that looks like 2 sheep have just got out of it 20 minutes ago, and there is beer cans in the back. Mad Mike puts a score on the board. Mad Mike jumps also into the top 13 in 5th position with a 94.8. Mad Mike is in the main event tomorrow. Adam LZ is in the main event, but he might be upside down in a wall in a minute in this very unusual
Australian
car.
style
Yes.
is what we're looking at here. Beer cans have not been removed from the bed.
No, that's part of the style. It's part of the character. You can see the beer cans moving around the bed here. That is for weight distribution, Dan, they tell me.
Look at that entry in a Ute. Oh
Yes.
my goodness, the RB20 is being put to the test as Adam flicks that big car through into the power alley, making smoke, making noise. I'm sure he's having an absolute blast.
This could be as good a run as he did in the S13. He's on the inside of the track a little bit here. Give it up for Adam LZ, but welcoming himself to Australia
Oh my
by
goodness.
driving a Ute, an AU Falcon
I
with an
think he kind of
RB20.
had to. This is just
Come
feels
on.
right.
Because Adam LZ said, this is all about entertainment, this is all about you guys, the fans at home, the fans here in attendance. This is all about entertainment, folks. And are you not entertained? If you just tuned in right now, if you just arrived in the game right now, this would be so difficult to explain, but I'm glad you guys are with us through the whole thing, because it's only getting started, folks. We're here for 2 days. We said we weren't leaving here until we saw and did things that shouldn't exist in the world of drifting and car events. And look at this, people hanging over the fence while they watch Adam LZ drive a car that to me looks like it carries the animals around most of the time, I would imagine. Incredible stuff. That is the Keeper Reed RB20 Ford Falcon. Awesome stuff. And we're going to drop all the scores in from qualifying. Remember, we're back later today, guys, with our top 16 last chance.
These guys have 3 spots to get into. And it has been a banger of an event so far.
Yeah,
with
there you
lots
have
and
it.
lots and
You
lots
can
and
see
lots
those
of
drivers
90s.
going into top 13, and we're back at 4 p.m. local time. 4 p.m. local time. Set your watches to 4:15 probably. We don't say 4:15. Maybe they say 3:45 here. That's the metric. So basically, we'll be back at, get yourself good, comfortable seating position. Go check out the show cars. Go check out the merch stands. Go check everything out. If you're at home, get yourself a nice beverage. We're back soon with more action because of 4 p.m. Look at that, Saxamoys. There's your top 13, all the way to 27 drivers made it through in the end. We had a couple of dropouts just because of car things.
Yeah, well, I mean, when your transmission isn't in the car, you don't get to do a run.
And there's a couple of things missing here on the scoreboard. We'll get it all up on social media. Don't worry about it. So top 13, you can see that Ben Jenkins cut off at a 92 in 13th position. On what is even happening right now? We're going to see a lot of big names battling it out later today in the last chance top 16, trying to get back into the main event tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, we've got the finance bells. We got some exhibition driving. We've got some surprises. That's what it's all about. But today, later on, 4 p.m. local time, we'll be back here in Calder Park, ready to throw down for the last chance top 16. I've been Dave from Drift Games. This has been Officer Dan. We've been talking. We've explained nothing because all our expertise.
Our minds are blown.
All our
We've been
expertise.
collectively having our
expertise counts for nothing here, guys. We're back at 4 p.m. local time. We'll see you there. Don't go anywhere. There's more badness to come from the LZ World Tour here in Calder Park. We'll see you then.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
We are back, of course, at 4 p.m. local time for our top 16, last chance top 16. If you're the owner of a black Amarok, license and registration 1DF8WG, can you please move your Amarok, or it will be moved for you, and not in a polite way. It'll be lifted by something much heavier than your Amarok, and your Amarok will not be there anymore. So to avoid that surprise later on, if you are the owner of the black Amarok 1DF8WJ, you will do that car immediately. Thank you guys. If you're in attendance, check out the first time, check out the car show. We remember you're at the park, we'll be checking it out. Remember, you guys have an awesome day so far. And if you like to sit on the social media for all the updates of the LZ World Tour, follow on Instagram. See you guys soon. 4 p.m. local time for our last chance top 16.
We'll turn this around. 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 We'll turn this around.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian stop on the LZ4. My name is Dave Drift Games. I'm joined in the tower by my good friend Dan Brockett. And Dan, we're heading towards what we love about this event, the last chance top 16. A second chance for the drivers that didn't qualify so high to fight their way back into the main event.
And it's exciting. Normally you just have qualification. It's like single runs, but we get some tandems in the same day. That doesn't happen normally.
You like top 16s?
I love top 16.
I put a top 16 before your top 16. That's how we do it here. So we got two top 16s. Today's event is all about fighting back into those podium positions. So what we're going to do is send 16 drivers. They're the lower qualifying drivers, and there was no lower qualifying drivers today because everybody got 90s. So the cutoff was like 94 or something ridiculous. So what we have now is 13 drivers that have already made it through to the main event, which includes LZ, Mad Mike, all those guys. And then we have the drivers that have qualified from 14 down to 29th. So they are going to battle it out now for those final three positions, which means in one way it's a disadvantage because you've got a long way to go, 4 battles to get you into the next event, but you get 4 extra battles on top of everybody else to get that experience built up. Here's how it works. Each driver will take turn at lead and chase. The lead driver must run the qualifying line and aim to run as close to a 100-point run as possible. The chase driver must mirror the lead driver and try and gain as much proximity as he possibly can, or her. Our judges will determine who was the better driver over the 2 runs combined and determine a winner. If the scoring results in a draw, we will have a one more time battle to determine the winner. It's only one more time. It is a sudden death one more time, and that's what makes it really, really sketchy for these guys. They've got to be good. They can't lean on that one more time multiple times. They got to go for it. And what I love about this format is that there's a lot of drivers out there in borrowed cars, new cars, and in many ways some cars being used twice in the one competition today.
That's crazy.
And they are the cars that look like they are the most tired of all the cars on the track. And I'm
Slightly bent.
Looking at you, Chris Rudnick and Tommy Lemaire. That poor Ute. And as what we've got also is a lot of interesting matchups between pro drivers, amateur drivers, very different chassis, very different competitive levels. Some guys that are only new to competition, some guys that have been competing for 15 years. With the LZ World Tour, we go, what wouldn't it be fun if we just hit random generate on drifting and put it all on track for a weekend? And that's what your entertainment is going to be faced this weekend as we head to our top 16 last chance. And Dan, we've watched this all season. It's a lot of fun from the off.
Absolutely. It's
And
the
again,
funnest events I've been to, hands down.
oh, and you'll see that Dan and I forget quite often during this event that we are commentating professionally.
Fans also.
We are just being fans. We're just enjoying it with you guys as well here in attendance and at home, and we have an amazing crowd here in Calder Park. The Australian crew have turned up. This could be the most special event of the year. I'm just putting it out there. We've had some wild fans in the US.
have. That's a
wild
tall
fans
order.
in Ireland, wild fans in Toronto.
Can Australia outdo it? Can you out Ireland?
I feel that the Australian audience are going to be wild this weekend. Now, they're warming up. We just went through qualifying. We kind of build it up as we go. You don't want to peak too soon. Main event tomorrow is where we want everyone wild. But today, we're going to get some good driving, some good battles. And I'm enjoying the atmosphere here is amazing. The show cars, the whole car culture here. To me, coming so far, worth every terrible airplane food meal I've had to get here because it is amazing. And I'm be honest with you that this is probably one of the nicest car shows we've seen all year. Toronto was pretty special too. This is awesome. I'm just loving the different variety of machinery. But I think the best thing about the LZ World Tour for me is that we also have a variety of cars on track. Now, you want to talk about variety, I'm going to throw you back to qualifying because if you don't believe me and you're just joining us right now, whether you're in attendance or at home, this is what went down. Well, there you have it, guys. That was qualifying in a nutshell, and it was quite the entertaining spectacle.
The amount of 90s, unprecedented amount of 90s.
We've only done 4 events in this format, so it is unprecedented, but definitely the scores have gone way through the roof, Dan, compared to any other competition. I think what we've got a combination of is the best drivers in Australia and New Zealand, and we also have our guest drivers getting used to jumping in new chassis every single event and adapting much faster.
Really quickly, and they're absolutely slaying. I think the level of Australian driving has really raised the level of all the guest drivers. I think they had no choice.
They said, we ain't doing nothing this weekend unless we go out there and go full, we would say back home, full ham.
And a bunch of them got 90s as well, which is crazy.
So what we're going to do now is head to that top 6. We've got drivers warming up, and they're going to be battling out. This is going to be interesting because, remember, it's a very tough way to get back into the main event. You got to go through 4 battles. You got to win all those 4 battles, or at least 3, and then you get yourself back in the show. So a lot of guys are a little bit nervous, a little bit pensive behind the scenes. We had a conversation with a couple of drivers. They're like, here comes the work, right? We got to put the work in now.
You do, and it's a balancing act. You also got to keep the car in one piece. You want to drive to your heart's content. You want to drive hard, but you also need to drive tomorrow. If you make it.
Exactly. And what I love about it, look at this view we have here of the whole drag strip in Calder Park, completely covered in overpriced Japanese metal. And so, I mean,
1,320 feet of show cars.
Unbelievable. And
That's
every one of them,
I don't know what that is in meters.
One of my boys was down there trying to get some pictures. He said, I came back with a picture of every car. I have a hard drive full.
I filled my phone.
He said, I'll just pick a few. He said, it was too many. And some really beautiful builds as well. And that's what this event is all about. It's not just about drifting for drifting's sake. It's about car culture. It's about bringing the whole car culture in a community or in a country together for one weekend to hang out, have good vibes, have a fun time. You know, have yourself a nice beverage or an ice cream. And every time we put this random roulette wheel of cars and people together, we get some stories. And I'm a big fan of the stories. I love drifting, but I love a good story even more. And I think today we're going to have a few more for the history books.
I think so.
As you can see, that last wall on this I think that's going to be the star of the show. We should have put that on the poster.
I agree.
The Calder Park wall appearing in every battle this weekend. And who will survive? So as you can see, our drone pilot's getting warmed up, getting shaken off the cobwebs.
He's doing just as good as our drivers are, too. Some of his tandem runs have been
Don't be surprised if you see the drone hit the wall at some point.
He's dragging the wall.
Yeah, he's getting pretty close himself. And as I said, today is the warm-up day. Tomorrow, the main event here in Calder Park, where we have that main event top 16. We got a ton of surprises, too. But right now, we're going to head into our first battle. It's going to be Taylor James against Mitch Larner. Mitch Larner in this absolutely outrageous V8 KE, which is, it looks very strange with those headlights in it, but it is I will say it is a KE Corolla, but a very light, small chassis. What you do with light, small chassis is you put huge, heavy engines in the front of them, and then you put a Wildman, the Thunder from down under.
An engine with a body kit.
Yeah, it's just an engine, and they put a Toyota on it, just at
around
the edge, around it, just to house it. And it's a new build too, so it's a brand new build for this event. And here we are, off to our first battle. Yeah, first battle away. Taylor James in the lead position, Mitch Larner in the chase position. Look at this, Mitch Larner firing in, and Mitch Larner not making it to qualifying. Automatic qualifying helped him, but he is a hell of a driver. And he said he just had some mechanical issues. They've got those sorted out. But Taylor James coming off a phenomenal season in D1NZ. This is a big battle to kick us off here as Taylor James takes it to the door. Look at Larner, though, up onto the door, and expect him to squeeze that accelerator and stay in proximity. First battle's up and going here, and that is just a taster of what we've got to expect for the rest of the weekend.
That was the first battle. The first battle was an absolute epic one. Normally this doesn't happen either. You're like, okay, we'll get these first battles out of the way, and then you start the battles off like this.
This is a really good battle. You look at this, the lead line from Taylor James, absolutely spot on, perfect, filling all of the zones. And you see Larner, he's actually mirroring the lead car. So you often on this track can get a little bit carried away, go on the inside, get up on the front wheel, cut the course. He stayed on the qualifying line in the chase position, which the judges said is what they really want to see. Someone not cutting the course and just doing a wibble bobble in the middle, staying close but not on angle. He matched the angle, he matched the speed. So right now, I think this one is really in the balance.
And I think he did a great job of attacking where he needed to attack. I think a lot of times you get messed up, like in the power alley. It's a really difficult place to tandem because most of the cars aren't at a lot of angle, and he did a fantastic job of actually staying with him without being overly aggressive and messing himself up coming into the wall.
Exactly. Also, a point to note is that this start line Marshal we have here has a Ford Focus RS, so I don't think that's ever happened. I mean, my start line Marshals back home arrive in like vans and Corollas. This guy's got a Ford Focus RS. He's ready. If anything happens and he needs to be involved, he's anti-lagging down the track after the situation. So Just a very Australian thing I noticed, that even the Starline marshals into his
I
cars
would have
here.
accepted a Ute.
I would have expected a Ute. I would have expected any sort of off-road vehicle, but no, a Ford Focus RS.
car.
It is four-wheel drive, to be fair. So,
Yeah, that's okay.
so we go back to the second half of this one. It is going to be now Taylor James in the chase. Now, what can he do to upset the apple cart here, as it is Mitch Larner in the lead position? Mitch with that early flick initiation onto that first corner. Look at this. Taylor James starting to really reel him in through the first corner. You get caught very easily here, but Taylor James does not get caught and gets that proximity as they transition back. Now Taylor James has got to make the move. Look, an excellent lead line as well from Mitch Larner. It's a tight one so far. Can Taylor James get that proximity as they go to the wall? Goes a little shallow, but gets the proximity up onto the door. A little tap on the door from Taylor James as two absolute heroes come across that finish line.
What a first battle. What a first set of battles that we just got to witness. This is an absolute treat to the eyes, to the ears. Look at the smoke pluming by.
You can see Taylor James got caught a little bit on the entry there with the pace of Mitch Larner, and he actually just had to kind of dial a little bit of angle off to get back with him. But when he did, he starts to reel him in as they go down the back straight. Not as much angle or width on the track as Larner
Getting
had.
into
Look
that
at
pocket was
Larner's wall run.
absolutely
But then Taylor James,
fantastic.
that last section, you couldn't take anything from the lead or the chase in that regard.
This is going to be a
Absolutely perfect.
tough battle to judge.
Well, you know what's great about judging, Dan? That we don't do it.
Yes,
that's the
that
best
is
part.
the
The best
best
part about it
part
is
of all of
nobody
this.
asks us.
It's a
only
tough job.
Our opinion counts for nothing.
Thankless.
Should count for
job.
nothing. And we're going to have our first decision of who will go through to the top 8 here at the Last Chance Top 16. Australia, we need to hear you. Give some round of applause to Taylor James and Mitch Larner. What a first battle here in Calder Park. That was what it's all about. And a decision will drop in. Going through to the top 8 is Mitch Larner. Mitch Larner gets the win and goes through to our top 8. And again, I think you're going to look at it there, Dan, from where we were in the chase position, much wider on the circuit. He actually got a lot of the zones in the chase position, and then he had that epic wall run at the end. So I think if you look at it, lead to lead, chase to chase, Taylor James doing a great job, but it looked to me like Mitch Larner was just on one in that particular battle.
And I do think a lot of the judging is going to come down to the very minute details, because these guys have been, 90s. That's near perfect runs from everybody. So how do you dissect that? How do you make a decision? And it's by these tiny little things that the judges talked about in the drivers' meeting that the drivers should know. You guys might not be privy to, but it is being calculated.
Well, here you go. Put on a little bit of a show for the fans as they leave. Give it up for Mitch Larner and Taylor James.
Celebratory donuts, baking some donuts for everybody.
This is the part of those donuts where you go, well, I can't see anything anymore. I hope he's still somewhere in here doing
Please
this.
don't total your car.
A lot of smoke.
Just parts of cars coming in.
These guys not short on the old horsepower. Because,
No.
and as you can see, they have now disappeared. There's a very Batman move.
Yes,
and
gone.
And gone. We never saw them again. That was the end of both of those drivers. But they left as they lived.
Yes, they
in a
did.
cloud
And
of
it was a
smoke.
beautiful thing.
Beautiful thing. So there you go. There he is.
Still going.
Oh,
Okay.
Taylor James still doing a burnout.
The continuation.
Yep. He'll do that all the way home tonight. And he's out of competition. It's a big... So I'm just getting news that Mitch Larner, in qualifying, in the last hour, replaced both head gaskets on that car to get it back out for battles.
Holy smokes.
I once had a head gasket replaced, and it took 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just saying,
pretty standard if you're doing it yourself.
Yeah.
It's not a
I wouldn't
quick job.
call someone out, but Tom in Ireland, 2 weeks to do a head gasket, they did 2.5 an hour.
That's insane.
Yeah, I'm going to send my car to Mitch Larner's team and back
Be
to Ireland. It would be quicker than doing it. We move on to the next battle. It is going to be Hayden Houlihan against Okachan. I'm going to introduce somebody who's going to be joining us this weekend on the commentary. It is our local boy, Mez. Mez, you are very up to date on all these drivers. I'm going to let you step in for a little while and enjoy this as we now go into the first battle between Hayden and Okachan.
And obviously, Okachan coming to us from Japan.
Thanks for having us, Drift team. And we got Hayden Houlihan, the South Australia weapon. So this is the current South Australia champion going against the original gangster, Okachan.
Yeah, this is a battle that you would never see happen in real life. And here we are at the World Tour, and it is in front of everybody's eyes. And here we go. A local legend versus a Japanese legend, which is crazy.
Just a couple of legends getting it done, Dan.
Just a legend fest, as it were.
It's great to see, and that was very cool seeing Okachan go deep into the wall there on chase. Very steezy, and steezy to match the car of Hayden Houlihan.
Yeah, these guys absolutely rip. It's been good to see these guys in practice, and obviously Oka-chan has never driven this track, has never driven this car, but here they are throwing it all on the line. It wasn't as close in proximity as some of the other battles, but I think Oka-chan could turn it up if he were to progress into this. But again, first time driving car, first time on racetrack, in a country that doesn't speak his language. There's a language barrier, there's a learning barrier, there's a lot of stuff going on for Oka-chan right now. So for him to be out there, putting on a show for everybody is absolutely fantastic.
Well, we saw him just cruising around the pits, just soaking it in, the GoPro out. So
Constantly on. It's so funny. He's just filming literally everything.
He is in tourist mode. But, it sort of looks like he's just enjoying himself out there. He doesn't mind about going too hard in the paint, and I think we did get spoiled with that first battle, didn't we?
Yes,
that was absolutely
an absolute banger
on
in every
fire.
way, shape, and form. And this one could be. We still have one half to go during this battle.
That's exactly it. And as mentioned, Hayden Houlihan, he South Australian champion, but he's been facing a little bit of issues. They wanted to up the boost. He was looking for a little bit more pep in his step there.
Don't we all?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Let's
a classic
be honest.
complaint, isn't it?
All right, jumped him a little bit. Let's see. I think he thought Oka-chan was going to get out of there, and Oka-chan did a little bit of a burnout, but a big scando as he comes into the entry way wide. That's going to be a difficult line for Hayden to actually chase as they round through the power alley. Oka-chan holding shallow angle there for some reason. Not sure what's happening. Maybe it's mechanical. Maybe the nerves just getting to him. But Hayden catching up right through the power alley. Oka-chan deep into the zone, throwing it all the way out. These boys rounding out this course. That was a better run. More exciting, I'd say.
Yeah, it started off a little bit shaky, but things got grooving towards the end there, and that's where the crowd is. So that's where we want the action to happen. And Hayden Houlihan...
Boy, he was a little confused there.
He didn't know what to do there, did he?
But he did a pretty good job of navigating those difficult waters.
100%. So this is...
This is where driver experience really shines. This is where I don't know how he's going to do things, so I need to back off just enough, but I don't want to be inactive in the chase position.
Exactly. A seasoned operator, they can calm those emotions a bit.
It's tough. You really want to be on somebody's door, but when you don't get the opportunities to do that, you take a few steps back, you recollect, and you dive in when you can. And he did that very, very well.
All right, we head to our start line.
Look at him.
Finish line.
I do like his Keep It Reed pink vest.
Yes, yeah, it's in theme with all our other pink vests. Good to see everyone in the pink vest with a black shirt. That seems to be the combo.
What a crew we have.
And how glorious is that S13 front end on the R32? Only freshly done this year, Dan. So that's a new blog reveal. Oh, decision coming up.
Here we go. And we have a decision. And
Hayden Houlihan. And Oka-chan gives the little wave there. No celebratory burnouts here. Just a nice, calm, kosher U-turn.
I hear something happening. And the camera's running out of the way.
And that is absolute classic nightmare behavior.
Yeah,
and you see the camera run like that.
Yeah, and he was like, I'm out, and then nothing happened anyway. So that's okay.
That's all right.
Two gentlemen just being gentlemen.
Just a couple gentlemen. They were legends earlier in the battle, but
still
now
legends in
gentlemen.
my eyes. It's going to be a bummer for Oka-chan, but hopefully we'll see him around in the pits. Maybe we'll invite him back for some of the fantasy battles tomorrow. We shall see what happens there. I'd like to see him on track more. I love watching that Japanese style.
I was about to say, it's just a very smooth, he's not on that Kanzai Nakamura tip, not the hard, aggressive flick, but it is a very steezy drift that happens. And the experience as well, to jump in a car on a track you've never driven, a car you've never driven, and just smoothly do it.
It's cool, and it's nice to see this happen. And these are the magical things that happen at the LZ.
And aren't our fans absolutely lucky to get a treat like this? All these legends. You've got Mad Mike, you've got Oka-chan, you've got Adam LZ.
Influencers versus the world.
All right, Dan, our next
here we
battle,
go.
Stewie Bryant, and he is taking on Sam Lucas in the Keep It Read AU. How can you? What an absolute weapon
That thing has just getting passed around. Everybody's kind of taking it for a turn. LZ even took it for a spin at the end, but let's see what they can do. Quite a bit of a gap Stewie's flexing the muscles of that R chassis as they come through. Lucas has a lot of catching up to do. Let's see if Samet can make it happen. So far, Stewie Bryant's like, you know what? I'll see you later, mate.
He's taking that abstract art work.
I mean, he's there,
launched it,
but he's not there. And he's playing catch up right now. I don't think it's going to be enough. That's gonna
not enough to recover from.
No, I don't think that's what Samet was looking for. Again, hardly any seat time in that car, basically a few laps at this point.
I mean, I did say that Ute is a weapon, but maybe not that much of a weapon where you can leave that amount of gap. So
I don't know what happened. Maybe he was sleeping. He was taking a little nap at the line. Don't know what happened. Maybe it wasn't in gear. Who knows?
Who knows, indeed. Now, I went and saw Team Stewie earlier in the break, and they topped that bad boy up with some thicker oil. So yeah.
They're experiencing some holier-than-thou issues. The old gear oil.
It's just an RB Classic staple,
put
isn't
some
it?
90 weight in there. I definitely have run 90 weight in most of my RBs, which is an unfortunate fact of life.
You have to do what you have to do to get the job done. And it was really weird, actually, to see that's the third lap for Stewie Bryant. This car is moving and a grooving now.
Again, we were just seeing more smoke coming out of his brake calipers. So can you explain the 4 front brake calipers to me?
It goes forward, it does the brakes, but
so
then the
his handbrake goes forward also.
Yes, and so that
is it like a line lock to do burnouts?
Yeah, but more. Stewie is an absolute, very technical, crafted-minded person, and he thinks you need all the accessibilities. But that's what we love about him. And
it's complicated, and obviously it was hurting him because his brakes would not let go of the car, and he was just driving around at 3 miles an hour with his brakes on fire. But here we go for round 2 of this battle. Let's see what happens with Samet in the lead and Stewie giving chase. I know Stewie's probably not going to be as aggressive as he wants to. He's going to give Samet just a little bit of the lead, but not too much. Obviously putting a little more pressure on than Sam was able to do. A little bit wobbly.
Yeah, he was a little bit wobbly, but he started to really in a little bit. Stewie, there he goes. There's the diving. Oh, that is quite shallow from Stewie to catch up there, but
interesting set of battles
approach.
That we had.
Yes.
Yeah. Not envious of the judges right now, but we're going to see what they have to say about it.
Now, we didn't see Stewie return the favour by leaving the road train of gap, but
no,
we did see a little
there
bit
were some mistakes made.
There were some mistakes
and
made.
Again, it's not our job to do that. This is the judges. This is in the judges' hands to see all these little mistakes and tabulate which one was more severe on which side of the fence. So
that is. I know it's a classic. I know it's a classic statement, but geez, I'd hate to be the judges right now.
I'm very excited to be sitting in this chair, holding this microphone, and not with a pen in my hand, tabulating scores, combobulating things. It's just not what I'm into. I'm into having a good time and watching some skids.
100%. And it's good to see Sam Lucas back over here in Australia.
Yeah, we don't see him in Japan.
He's an Australian, but we don't see much of him here in Australia. And seeing Stewie Bryant back driving, he's taken a bit of time off. He's been focused on the judging. He's got the South Australian Drift Series growing. He's a big part of that. So him behind the wheel, it's been a rarity lately. So he's going to be absolutely enjoying himself.
Putting so many different hats on. I'm sure Dave Egan knows more than most about that. That guy's basically run every drift event on this side of the planet at some point in his life, which is insane. And here we go. He's got his hand on his ear. Things are serious. Hand behind back. Casual stance. Do you see his stance?
I do see that.
And Stewie Bryant gets the win in the moving beer can.
Yeah, it's abstract art. It's beautiful. It's a bit of tin metal. You could probably put it in the middle of an art gallery in the city, to be honest, and tell people it means something it doesn't. Charge good money for it.
I mean, you could. I mean, in the very near future, when the apocalypse does happen, they'll fit right in.
Got the guards chopped out. He is ready to go.
I was hoping for more of a burnout from Samet, but I don't think that's okay.
RB20 not singing. All right. Well, I think it might be time.
Are you gonna head down?
Well, I just feel like we need to get our ear to the streets, Dan. We're up here in our lofty box, and
we need the ear to the streets, as it were. We need the man in the ground.
Exactly. So thanks for having me up here, Dan. But
an absolute pleasure.
I'm going to hit the feed Falcon, and I'll chat to you down there.
The Chevrolets.
Thank you, Mez. And I think Mez needs to go down to the ground. We need to hear what's going on from the fans, from the people down there, and he's no better man to go down.
No, absolutely. He's going to kill it.
So we have got moving on to our next battle. I was watching those and I was thinking, you know what? You think of Sam Lucas, Samet, goes all the way to Japan, completely engulfs himself in JDM culture, leaves Australia, comes back to Australia, drives a ute. So I'm just thinking, you know, these things are happening out there. It's interesting. And, you know, I love every bit of it. So this is a man that's looking pretty strong this weekend, though. Grant Anderson, he's going up against Tommy Lemaire. Now, normally, if you're looking at it from a position of Tommy Lemaire would usually be in his car, I don't see Tommy Lemaire down there.
And Grant Anderson has been excited. He has a level of stoke that isn't...
Oh, so we've heard some news. Tommy
Here we go.
Lemaire, he didn't break a car, but he broke a tire. So he
broke a tire.
He DB'd a tire on a ute.
Doing a burnout.
Now, Tommy Lemaire is a professional driver. I'll tell you exactly what's happened there. He has lowered those tire pressures to try and make that ute
to zero.
The fastest car in the world. What he's done is he's DB'd a tire. So Grant Anderson will back it up, and we've got a 5-minute rule. So everyone gets one 5-minute rule.
He's getting that one out of the way quick.
Didn't even get to the start line.
No. Oh, that's an unfortunate thing to have happen.
It is. So we're going to move on to our next battle immediately after that. But I told you, this whole event is just about smiles on faces, having a good time. Australia, are you guys having a good time? Having a good time so far?
Yeah, they sound like they're having
a good time. I think if we were looking at noise levels, we're at about a 4.
Yeah, I'd like to be at least an 8.
I'd like to be at like a 6, 7 today, and then go for 12 tomorrow. I think we want the loudest cheer of the year tomorrow in the main event. But today, we need you guys to make some noise. The louder you guys go, the louder those cars go, and the more than likely they crash into things. So,
which is what
I'm just saying.
what we're all here for, deep down.
I'm calling it as it is. The louder you go, the crazier you guys are, the crazier these guys are going to drive. And what a battle! We have got two very different SR20s on
Very. There's like 4 SR20s in that one SR20.
Julian Jacobs running a very spicy SR, but not as spicy as the SR of Brody Maher. In
half the spice.
He has got 1,000 horsepower in the lead position. Julian Jacobs is in the chase, representing Animal Style. Look at Julian Jacobs on the back bumper as they go into the first corner. Oh, here we go.
What we are talking about.
Julian Jacobs puts it on the door in the first corner. Now, as Brody Maher says, I've got all the horsepower, but I can't shake this. Julian Jacobs taking the bumper off the car in the chase, got a little too wide, taking a big dive into that last corner, sort of falling apart a little bit for Julian Jacobs, but wow. He was pretty worried there.
He was stuck to him like glue. I'm assuming he looks out his window and he's like, you know what, I have 1,000 horsepower, I'm pulling away from pretty much everybody, and he was right there for at least half of that run.
That was the best initiation we've seen in the chase today so far. However, it looked to me like he got a little greedy as they came through. He had to, watch this, he gets a little choked up here, and then when he transitions, it's too late. So he hits the grass.
Lost the bumper.
Yeah, lost a lot of pace, too.
Yes, he did.
And you can see that Brody doing a good job of, look at that, right on the wall.
Right back up into the pocket towards the very end. So I think that was a very exciting run.
It ain't over till it's over. I've watched enough drifting this year to tell you for a fact.
Oh, you've watched drifting?
I've watched at least 7 runs. And I'll tell you one thing I've learned from those 7 runs is that every time I've gone, well, there's no chance this is going to happen.
And there it is.
The universe tries to make me look stupid.
That's standard.
And I keep poking it because I actually quite liked it, how it turns out. So what we have right now is we have got Mitch Larner through, we got Hayden Houlihan through, we got Stewie Bryan through. We're still waiting on Grant Anderson and Tommy Lemaire. He's just trying to keep tires on that unit. He's just trying to.
Maybe they should put at least one more PSI.
I think one in general would be. I think he just puts them on.
You're just shooting yourself.
He's a pro driver. He does backflips. I mean, this guy is going to go out there and try and take every bit of performance he can.
After you told me about that, he did a backflip off of his car.
And our Marshall's just removing that. 3/4 of a bumper from the track from Julian Jacobs.
Zip tie that back.
It'll be fine. Everything will be
Not
fine.
a problem. Just as chassis stuff.
I love how the 2 sides of car culture here. Where I just watched a guy just polish. He was on his probably 3rd stage of polishing his S13 over there, and he's been at it since about 9 a.m. this morning. And then Julian Jacobs is on the track, just tearing pieces of the car off everywhere.
Same cars, different mentalities.
Very different mentalities. And you know what? At the end of the day, both of them will go home happy because one's car will be perfect and the other one will be like, I drove well. So we're moving back to the start line, and there's going to be 1,000 horsepower SR of Brody Maher to chase in Julian Jacobs, who has got a pretty tasty SR in that car too.
Yes.
A lot of SR 20 going on.
And I love that this is just an S chassis coupe on coupe.
If you squint a little bit, it looks like 2006.
Love everything about it.
Which is fantastic. So here we go. Julian Jacobs represent Animal Style in the lead position. Let's see what style he brings to this battle. Next up, Brody Mara's got to get a little aggressive here if he wants to take the win. And it's not that aggressive from the off. So it looks like Julian's coming absolutely flying into that first corner. And Brody's going to have to use that horsepower to try to get back into. Oh no! And Julian Jacobs
with a giant mistake.
Shuts it down. It looked to me, and this is just speculation, it looked to me like he was doing maybe a second to third upshift or something, and it didn't go where he wanted it to go. The car shut down. That will be the fault of Julian Jacobs as far as I can tell. I mean, initial look, all on the brakes there. That was going to be a big collision. There's going to be a lot.
And he saved it.
A lot of PS13 on the track if that went a little worse. So
yes.
Let's have a look at it again on the replay. You guys can see it here in screens in attendance. Brody's playing a little bit of catch-up, so he's already moving fast here. Watch Julian. I think he goes for a gear change. Something shuts down.
Just a tiny little tap.
Yep, and then you can see the car eventually does get into gear and go, but at that stage, he's really caused the chase car some stress at that point.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. This was one of the battles I was extremely looking forward to, and it just didn't pan out like I wanted.
Well, that's sport. That's drifting. It's not always going to be the way you want it to be, but there's always a story. There's always an interesting thing. Like for a moment, and it was only probably the first 40 feet of the track in the first one, I wanted to see a car with a third of the horsepower take down the big powered SR.
If anybody was going to do it, it would have been Julian.
And in the end, it wasn't horsepower, and it wasn't the driving ability. It was just maybe a mechanical or something silly that may have decided this one. So, you know, we always say you can't win the Grand National without a horse and a jockey. You can't just run. You need a horse. So let's see which way the judges go on this one. It might be an obvious decision. 3, 2, 1. We're dropping in. And it is Brody Mara. Brody Mara gets the win and goes through to the top 8. Julian Jacobs from Animal Style bows out. It's unfortunate to see it, but
it's a little God's motor on God's motor violence.
We got Julian here all the way from Los Angeles, so coming all this way to put on a show for you guys in attendance. Give it up for Animal Styles, Julian Jacobs, and Brody Mara as Brody Mara moves through to the top 8. Looking forward to seeing. I think Brody's going to start picking up the pace here. I think that car is going to be tough to beat today.
I think he almost bended it.
Don't crash. Whatever you do not crash into the walls in the celebratory burnouts.
No, that's not.
We've
the
seen
time
it happen.
To do it. Yeah,
and we don't want to see it.
You don't want to be that guy.
You don't want to be that guy. I won the battle, and what happened here?
I totaled my car.
You go back to your team, and they're like, "Oh, you won." I thought. And I was like, "Yeah, but look, something happened after I won, and I crashed into a wall."
You guys have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, we've done some damage. We'll turn the celebration level down a tiny bit for the next run.
I'll take it to a 6.
Exactly. So we have got some amazing battles coming up. We're only in the top 16 of the last chat. I mean, the qualifying almost lost my voice, lost my mind with the scoring. And what I love about it is that I also have to our next battle. It is going to be Brendan O'Grady against Dale Campaign. So this is going to be an interesting one. It's an all Australian battle.
Lots of Straya here, and Straya is coming out guns blazing.
I'm worried about all the people not from Australia when these guys come on track because they are impressive to watch. Really fun to watch. And they're going to be up on the start line warming their tires. We're still waiting on Tommy Lemaire. He is running around the pits trying to find just a little bicycle pump just to put half a PSI on the tires because he wants all the pace for the battle.
Maybe there's somebody that can breathe really hard.
just like a balloon.
Just one little.
That's enough pressure.
That's it. That's all I need. I need the grip.
I mean, the power's going nowhere. He has absolutely no. So he's just trying to do what he can. So this is interesting because we have Dale Campaign, who struggled in qualifying with what looked to me like some sort of issue of the car shutting down on the first corner. If that raises its head again, that's going to mean trouble for Brendan O'Grady in the Hull car because he's going to follow that. But however, in the first half of the battle, Brendan is the higher qualifier, so he can set the pace here.
Going to be a good one. Again, S chassis versus S chassis. I love being out here and seeing all the S chassis cars with the different motors and the different styles and the different body kits. And here we go.
Into the first corner, it is going to be O'Grady in the lead. Oh, Dale has the same issue again. It seems to be plaguing that car all day, just that one corner for some reason. And it's playing into the hands of Brendan O'Grady, who now puts the foot down as they come through the power alley. How close is he going to get up to that wall? A big dive in from Dale. He knows he's at a disadvantage. He's got to put it on the door, and he does put it on the door. Across the end of the run. So Dale, knowing he's got to Oh, so we're hearing from the marshal that the gearbox keeps popping out of third gear.
Which is an impossible task when you have to hold it in, steer, grab e-brake.
Yes,
put the
so
foot
that's
brake.
he's holding it in third gear, and then he's trying to handbrake and a lot of steering going on, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's too much. He's not an octopus. He can't just do it all.
And it's a thing. It's like, do I stay in second? Do I go into fourth? Neither of those things are optimal solutions.
No, and this is a track where the gearing is so important.
Super important.
Yeah, to do that first corner, if he's in third gear the whole track, to do second or fourth, either he's...
You're way too high or way too low.
Exactly, and unfortunately for Dale, he's having to battle just at the end of the course, and again, he's bravely battling, in my opinion.
It's such a hard thing to explain. I've had it happen to me with one of my dog boxes where you have to hold it in gear and it is constantly trying to just throw your arm out of socket.
I've seen drivers bungee cord third gear in. However,
and you just start in third.
Taking off the line can be a bit, dumping it in
just
third.
Slipping the clutch.
Yeah, so it doesn't work all the time. So we have got the boys running around. Back to the start line here as Brendan O'Grady taking a big advantage for me there with that big mistake from Dale Campaign. But Dale now in the lead position. If it's going to pop out of third here again, he could cause an accident here. And I assume Brendan O'Grady's team have been on the radio here saying,
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Hey man, you might want to chill just a little bit. Just do
yeah,
that first
you know
turn.
what? There you go. Sportsmanship at its finest. Dale is actually signaling to Brendan to say he's having that problem.
Yes.
So he doesn't want to cause an accident here. So let's see how Brendan O'Grady approaches this. I think it's going to be tentative. Yeah, tentative approach to the first corner. Dale trying to fire it in. Is he going to have the same issue again as he comes through? This time, yeah, just it's messy. It's short, but now Brendan says, okay, he seems to be fine from here.
He's kind of doing it, and he's making it work. So now it's all. Oh my goodness, he's actually doing it deep into the pocket, but then comes up shallow, and something has happened.
I think that gearbox is just on its way out. I think Dale lost power there, and Brendan just had to make evasive action. It's the first instant that I went to there. It looked to me, I mean, the judges will have a closer look at it, but it looked to me as he went towards that wall, the car shut off, and he just had to go for that shallow line.
He started coming way inside, and that's not where you want to be, especially as a lead car. And as a follow car, that's an impossible place to put yourself.
And this is a very tough chase for Brendan O'Grady, because if you look at it, he has to adapt. He's not on maximum attack here, and then when he does go on maximum attack, it gets sketchy. Watch this. Dale goes to the inside of the corner, and Brendan just has to back out. And luckily, he didn't collide with the wall with the rear end of the car.
Unfortunate.
Not what you want to see. But it happens.
Never something you want to see. Never something you want to get taken out by as a mechanical issue.
Oh, it looks to me like Dale there, with the fact that he's opened the bonnet of the car and taken the fire extinguisher out, would suggest to me that car did not make it right.
Something was happening.
Yeah, give it up for Dale Campaign, guys. He really wanted to put on an amazing show for you guys here this weekend, but unfortunately, his car not playing ball. We're going to give a big ovation anyway, because these drivers put so much time, energy into these cars. Generally, they're self-funded, and from my perspective, it's just so heartbreaking when you come to a high-level event like this and something just doesn't go right.
Yes, it's an absolute bummer. I've gone through plenty of that as well. I'm sure you have as well. So these guys put it all on the line, spending all the money, wasting all the tires, giving all the hugs. We absolutely love to see it. Big round of applause for these guys trying to put on the best show that they absolutely can. Waving to the crowd, still having a good time. Even when stuff like this happens, you guarantee that these guys are still having
well,
a good time.
if you're a driver in this, you know what it's all about. The fans, it's all about putting on a good show. Even if you're annoyed, you're frustrated, you know a lot of people came here to watch a good show, and you gotta say, hey, next time, guys, I promise things will work out the way you want it. So we're gonna get a judging decision on this one. It looks like Dale's not gonna make it back up to in front of the crowd. Its car looks like it needs recovery from there. So we're gonna get a judging decision on this one and make it official. We can see Brendan O'Grady just
checking out some of the day. Hey man, did you dink me right here?
I think you might hit there. So the Hulk, maybe, I think, looking like, oh, now he's even giving a hand to his fellow competitor.
I almost crashed into you, and I'm going to help you push your car off the track. Thank you. A little bit of fluid cleanup. So there was definitely something else happening. Maybe it was a diff issue. Maybe it was a transmission fully exploding, but there seems to be some.
It's oil.
Oh!
However, it is past the finish line as far as we can aware, so it's not so bad, but it is going to need a little bit of a cleanup from our track team. So it looks to me like not only it could be a gearbox failure, but to me, with the fire, it would seem to me that it could be something motor related. As you said, it's not a good day. This gearbox is not working, and then all of a sudden we look at the front of that car. Something went wrong on that corner. It gave up. The engine must have had some issues, and we've
insult to injury. Hey, let me catch on fire as well.
Your gearbox is in trouble. Great. Well, here goes the engine. So classic drifting, right? It's just it's such a tough sport. I mean,
It's a heartbreaker.
we all watch it. We drive as well, Dad, and we know sometimes you go there and the car works perfectly for all of practice. You go into your first qualifying run, everything breaks.
Everything.
For some reason. And then at the end of the event, you go, oh, it was just this tiny bolt, and then you tighten it and it does 17 events from there. And you're like, how has this been the thing? So a lot of that stuff for me, it's part and parcel of the event. It's part and parcel of what this event is all about, is that you have to have your car. I mean, drifting's tough. You have to have all that preparation for such a small window of opportunity. And as you see from the guest, Sam Lucas brings his 180SX here. He's in a ute. You know, Tommy Lemaire is in a ute, now he's in a different ute. You know, LZ's jumping around trying to get stuff fixed on his car. There's just a lot to be said for a working car. And it is tough to have a working car all the time. But look at this. Amazing scenes here in Calder Park as we have got a huge crowd. Filling out all of the stands. Australia, are you guys still with us? Still having fun up there in the stands? Let me hear you. Yes.
I like it.
I think.
I'm feeling the vibe. They're getting into it. The sun's coming out a little bit more. It's warming up just a little.
Yeah, so track action's warming up just the same. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to put it out there that I think this crowd in this track, as we go through the competition, they're going to get louder and more boisterous, and we're going to have an atmosphere tomorrow like no other we've had at any event this year. It's a big statement.
That is a huge
And I will also
statement.
call them out if it's not. But I think the Australians are ready to put themselves on the map internationally this year.
As the best crowd.
The best crowd that we could go to. I've been to some great places this year.
You have.
Finland was pretty good. Poland was pretty good. We've been all over the world. Toronto was great. But I'm just thinking, could the Australians, could they just warm it up a little bit?
They have it in them.
Oh, I've seen some of these guys go to the bar. They definitely have it in them. But sober, do they have it in them? I joke. As I said, this is a family-friendly event. What I'm saying is I think we're going to have a really fun time here for the rest of this competition, but it looks at the moment like we got to clean up on the track. So while we've got to clean up on the track, we're going to take a couple of moments to take a little small break while we get some oil cleaned up. It looks like Dale Campaign's car is, we got the results in first before we do, and there's going to be an official result for Brendan O'Grady getting the win.
Congratulations.
And going through to our top 8 here today. And unfortunately, Dale Campaign not making it through the competition. And we'll just do a little bit of cleanup before we finish up. So a little bit of cleanup on our online, Dan. A little bit of a cleanup as we look at the window here and we see our great track marshals. They are working to make sure that track condition is absolutely perfect. Also, what's good for cleaning up oil is a massive burnout from your competitor. So that's what Brendan has just done here. He said, see you later, guys. I'm ready to go.
I don't have to help. I'm out.
So until we get the oil cleaned up on track, we're going to take a very small commercial break here. Don't go anywhere. We're back shortly with more action from the Last Chance Top 16 here at the LZ World Tour in Australia. We'll see if we can get the track cleaned up and cars back on the line.
I like it.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder. I'm Ken Gushkin. I'm Matt Field. I drive Lincoln. They are the most reliable EP around, and they always deliver. Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it. Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want. They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering.
I drive
Link.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just finished our cleanup here on the track at the LZ World Tour at Calder Park, and I'll be honest with you, the sun threatening to come out.
It's trying.
It's
an E for effort.
But I'll tell you what, it's still beautiful here because it was too sunny. I was here yesterday. It was very warm. I was my temperature level was quite high. So today,
You're
much
not
more.
used to that.
I'm not used to it. In Ireland, this would be the hottest day in the world of our entire country. So with the clouds involved,
Yeah,
this would be shirts and t-shirt weather back home.
this is normal weather.
This is normal to people here.
There was a threat of rain, but I'm hoping we can avoid that. I don't want to see this track.
I've
in
seen
rain.
enough rain
Yes,
in Europe
let's
this year.
not
I didn't
do
come to
that.
Australia for that. I came for some sunshine, some cool people, hang out.
Smiling
It's going to be
faces.
fun. So we are just getting the last bit of our track cleanup done on, it's after the finish line, so it's not a major obstruction, but you still want to make sure everything is okay when these guys are at very high speed coming through that last corner, just to make sure everything is okay. And we'll get back to our battle action very, very shortly. Hope you guys are having a good time so far. We're in the warm-up stage of the weekend. The main event is tomorrow, but today it's all about having fun. It's all about having a good time. But seeing some interesting battles. We've seen Japanese legends go up against youths.
Local legends.
We've seen 1,000 horsepower SR20s. We've seen some weird stuff. And now we're going to see
Seen
Grant
Grant
Anderson, who is a newcomer to competitive drifting, in a car that he's a newcomer to yesterday. And he is going up against, well, guess what? It's a ute. It's going to be Tommy Lemaire, not Chris Rudnick. Tommy Lemaire is in, he found some.
Oh, they pounded the back end back out. That's
This,
nice.
yeah, there's not much left of this car, and it's being double driven today by Tommy Lemaire and Chris Rudnick. So Chris Rudnick with an invested interest here to see if the thing still survives. Grant Anderson in the lead position. He will have a lot of pace here as they go into that first corner. Very much a disparity in pace. Look at this. Grant Anderson did a great job on the line, and you're going to see Tommy Lemaire, a real, an incredible pro driver, so he's going to use all the tricks in the book here to try and catch back up, and he is catching back up. As Grant Anderson now just shy of that outer zone as he transitions back to the wall. Tommy Lemaire goes very early here, but he does get bucked back up onto the door. And look at Tommy Lemaire giving it a go in the use.
That was insane. That is a seasoned driver. You can absolutely tell that Tommy was pushing that car to the limit because there was nothing else that car could have done.
No, I mean, the run-up, he's going to lose him. There's nothing, that's just horsepower. But as he goes through the circuit, you can see that Tommy starts to cut
Little
the
cuts
curves
here and there.
just to try and get, off angle, try to do it the best he can. And right here, it looks like, oh, everything's fine. And this is an interesting part. You see Tommy, because he's kind of cutting the track, he goes early on the transition, really wide out here.
That was insane.
And then knowing that would get him up onto the door of Grant Anderson's car. So Grant doing a good job in the lead, but Tommy Lemaire, for me, doing as much as he could do to stay in the battle.
Yeah, that was a tall order to chase, especially Grant's car has like 600 horsepower.
Yeah, and Tommy Lemaire has none of that.
And maybe 250, 260
But it would
on
be
a
better.
good day.
It could carry 600 kilos a lot better. That's the difference.
Well, not that one.
No,
It's
that
got
one.
no
That,
tailgate.
no, that one. If you
Or no
put
bed.
your shopping in that, it's going to fall straight to the bottom. There's
Yeah,
nothing
no beer
left.
cans in that one.
No, that has nothing left in the back end. So we bring
It's
it back to this.
basically
Now
a
here's the
cab.
thing: Grant Anderson's got to be careful here because he's going up against a slower car. He has got the advantage, but we know Tommy Lemaire is going to put a good show on here.
Yeah.
So Grant can't afford to make any big errors here.
No, and I think Grant is going to be able to put the pressure on because Tommy is such a good driver, such a seasoned driver. So, knowing that, let's see if Grant can take advantage of that situation and just do a good chase run.
Well, it looks so far like he is, and he cuts the course. Oh, Grant leaving himself a little bit on the inside on the curve here as Tommy Lemaire now starts to pull the gap. Grant Anderson getting a little bit caught up on the first corner. He's got the pace here on the straight to get back up in his business as Tommy Lemaire goes right out to the wall. Tommy Lemaire on a great outside line here, and Grant Anderson catch back up to that unit. Things have swung back the other way quite
That's
quickly.
crazy. That's going to be a tough one for the judges to call because major mistakes in different parts of the course during different times at different transitions. Oh my goodness, that's a lot to take in.
It is. Grant Anderson gets aggressive here from the off. Watch, he comes in very aggressive but shallow, and that shallow line made him very fast on the inside, which meant that he caught Tommy a lot faster than
Way
he thought.
faster than
So as he goes right up on the curb there. You can see Grant Anderson now is in the wrong line, and now he gets back. This is where it all starts to come together for both drivers. You got to say, for Tommy Lemaire in the lead position, doing everything he can to put a good lead run down, and he gets right out to the wall.
Dinking across all of those panels with the back of that poor car that's been really, really damaged by Rudnick.
Decimated. It's been decimated today.
It's had its heart broken multiple.
It is. Guys, give it up for Tommy Lemaire and Grant Anderson.
They love it. Look at that camaraderie right there.
And I think the outfits also show the level of pro driving they've done. Tommy Lemaire, a seasoned pro,
And very casual from Grant
And
Anderson.
Grant just looks like he's heading out for a night on the beer.
Yeah, I mean, which isn't off course for him.
Exactly. Results dropping in. And it's Grant Anderson gets the win. Grant Anderson goes through to the top 8. Tommy Lemaire knocked out, but you know what? He's still fighting. He had a fire in practice. He borrowed a car. He came all the way from Canada. Give it up for Tommy Lemaire. It was a big trip over here.
Fantastic.
And our cameraman running away because he knows something's going to happen.
I love to see it.
That cameraman is taking no chances.
No.
And if I was him, I would take no chances. Absolutely. You can see
hurtling over those K barriers.
Grant Anderson and Grant Anderson and Lucy Donuts with Tom. These two guys have no idea what they're driving right now. This is so unusual. Two borrowed cars, two very unusual ones. As I said, we always hit the random car generator here on the LZ Tour, where we just say, hey, there's a car in Indy Combo, see what you do with it. And Tommy Lemaire, to be honest, I think did a really good job.
He did a fantastic job. That was exciting. That was very well piloted.
And he said to me, I know I met him at the hotel, he said, I'm here just for the experience, to hang out, have some fun, do some driving. And boy, did he do that.
He did. I've heard the name a bunch of times, but I've never got to meet him in person. He's very, very friendly, very, very personal, very, very casual for what an attack of a driver he is.
You wouldn't, if you talk to him for 5 minutes, you wouldn't say, this guy is a beast behind the wheel and does backflips. It wouldn't be the first thing that jumps out.
I would have been not the 26th thing.
Exactly. We now move on to our next battle, which we'll see two of your favorites, if you're a fan of...
the people from the internet.
Yes, the content creators club is in full effect right now. All of them in four-door Skylines. It's Jimmy Oakes to lead in Colette Davis in this battle, as Jimmy Oakes will be in the lead position. Colette in the chase.
That jump off the line and chucking it in is Jimmy as he exits the first turn. Colette not giving him much room there. That's pretty good considering Colette's car has been having issue after issue. She is absolutely putting it to Jimmy. Jimmy having some issues with his car as well. I know they've been changing setups all weekend as they blast through the last outer. Colette deep into that zone as they come out. That was a pretty good run.
I gotta say, that's very impressive from Jimmy Oakes and Colette Davis, given they've never driven these cars before yesterday. Running the wall, both of those Skylines, the Keeper Reed Skylines on the wall. Jimmy doing a good job in the lead position. Looks like he had a pretty smooth lead run. Colette cutting a little bit of ground to get there, but just couldn't catch up to Jimmy right at the end on the wall. So an interesting battle. It looked like Colette definitely aggressive from the off, trying to get in. Jimmy comes in with a big snappy initiation. Colette pushing wide. This is pretty smooth for both drivers here. Colette using the curb, just saying it's okay to use the curb, but lose a bit of angle there in the chase position. And Jimmy's car almost hopping down the power alley. They've dialed so
softened that thing to the point of it just kind of bouncing around the track.
It has a lot of grip now, but it's difficult to drive.
It looks like it.
He's low riding around the track right now, which is not what we want to see. But Jimmy knows
he's making it work.
He's learning, and of course the Keep It Reed guys are very experienced, so they're going to be like, hey, we'll put as much grip as you want in the car. So it looked to me like that car was pretty fast on that run, and Colette Davis maybe getting caught a little bit there.
Yeah, and I know you know how this feels. Seeing all of your cars in Ireland out on the track at the same time.
Terrifying.
He's got to be in the exact same shoes.
I assume Jason Farron is somewhere in a toilet cubicle, not just
crying,
looking into a wall, saying, tell me when it's over. All his beautiful Skylines are on the track right now, but that's why the event is happening. And now look at this, Jimmy Oakes jumping off the line, and
Colette doing a burnout basically all the way down the straightaway as she chucks in. Jimmy not giving her any room. Let's see what Colette can do as they transition into the power alley, coming right perfectly on that front clip. This is actually turning out to be quite the run here. Colette on a very, very good lead run.
Oh, big dive from Jimmy Oakes.
Yes. Jimmy having some problems staying up with Colette. This is going to be a tough one to judge as well.
I mean, Jimmy with a very early transition before Colette into the wall. That was crazy.
I'm sure that's not exactly how Jimmy wanted that one to end, but for Colette, I think she's going to be very, very happy with that lead run.
We got to look at the proximity here from Jimmy Oakes. He's right there on this is a tough part of the track to be very close without getting caught. Colette goes right to the edge of the track. This is a great lead run for Colette here. Watch this, side to side through all the zones. Jimmy on an early goes really wide, but he gets up onto the door very quickly. Colette taking a little bit of time to just get onto that wall, but gets there in the end, and Jimmy's right there. It's so cool to see Colette Davis and Jimmy Oakes in two four-door Skylines running a wall in Australia. This would never happen if this series didn't happen. It would never happen. So amazing stuff. And guys, they've come all the way from the US for you guys in Australia. We're going to hit them with a wall of sound when they get out of the cars. These two are smiling ear to ear just to even be here. But they are going to be so pumped if they hear it from you guys too. So Australia, as they exit their cars, will you please give it up for Colette Davis and Jimmy Oakes.
Little polite waves from both.
Here we go. Decision dropping in.
Here we go.
Who's going through to the top 8? It's Jimmy Oakes.
gonna
Jimmy
take
Oakes
the
gets
win.
the win and goes through to the top 8. You can hear him with that RB limiter. And Colette Davis, unfortunately, and you know what? I think those car issues this morning, losing that little bit of practice, that probably cost a little bit of time on track for Colette. So she did pretty well. A valiant effort. Look at this. Such cool scenes here. Two huge names in the automotive culture.
Doing donuts. Four-door skylines
in front of them.
In Australia.
Australian people. Fantastic.
On the other side of the planet. I mean, if looking at this from the USA, they'd be doing this upside down, which is pretty standard. That's okay. We love them both.
All for your entertainment, guys, at home and here in attendance.
Big smoky burnout all the way down the straight.
And those cars, Jason Ferrin can open his eyes now. Fantastic. So Jason Ferrin's like, are they still? They're still going.
They're in one piece. One piece.
And the thing is, Jason has made it through to the main event tomorrow, so all he can do is watch this happen today.
He's got no choice.
So we're going to move back to the battle between Mike Lake and Chris Rudnick. If you recognize this car, you'll recognize it from a battle 2 battles ago, because it was out there. This car is getting some mileage down.
And you can tell. Look at the side of that thing. That thing has been pushed in, pounded out, pushed in, pounded out, pushed in, and pounded out again.
Yeah, different subframe than it started yesterday with. So we got look at the burnout off the start line from Chris Rudnick. Is it a burnout? Is something
I hope
wrong?
that's not engine. I hope that was burnout.
It looks to me like a burnout. And Mike Lake, look at this.
Look
Chris
at Rudnick.
Oh, on the door, but something.
Oh no! Something happened. It looked like that rear end was starting to shake as he exited stage left.
I think the subframe on that car started to come away from
May
the
have
car.
clutch kicked it.
And I think that it wasn't a rolling burnout. I think we had tire hitting the arches. I think that's what was happening.
That very well could have been it because he was on it, and then all of a sudden the wheels started shaking and he exited the track.
Yeah, I think that car has, in many ways, just fallen to pieces.
Yeah,
it was asked a question today, and it replied with
no.
I'm just going to say, yesterday I thought I was out of this, and now I'm back with 2 drivers.
What?
2 drivers today?
Not even fair.
So you can see the back end of that car just absolutely fell apart. So the flatbed recovery will be coming out.
Mike finishes out his run.
Yeah, Mike doing a good job.
Just hanging out by himself up there, doing his thing.
And Mike, that car is so cool.
It is.
It is a cool looking E36. I will say one of my favorites.
Very low, very BN style side skirts. It's nice to see that on a BMW.
And if you're just tuning in, you're watching the Bathurst here at the LZ World Tour. Look at the back of the car. It's already sitting the arches on something's happening to the back end of that car as it's coming through. Let's
And
see
then as it... Oh, the front wheel. He made a little bit of contact.
He made contact on the front. He broke the tie rod.
I see.
Well, nothing.
I was 100% incorrect about which wheel
So
was
the
wrong.
car actually could withstand all of the abuse. Top-notch team, everything was fine. Chris Rudnick, on the other hand, just crashed into the lead car and broke the tie rod and couldn't compete anymore. And you know what? I absolutely love it because he knew if he wasn't there on the door for the first corner, there was no point in
Yes,
the run.
and he did it.
He went for it. It just went he went a little too aggressive, and that's what happens.
And Chris is he's taking this quite seriously. He went to bed early last night.
No.
That's a first on this entire series.
Don't believe it.
It was weird. He was like, you know what? I'm going to wake up bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and I'm going to go to the track, not be late.
Oh, and he's saying he's not out of competition. He's going to call a 5-minute rule.
Oh, nice. Look at this. This man's fighting spirit has impressed me today.
The team behind this car have had quite the morning, and now we're having quite the afternoon.
Yes,
because
it is non-stop.
They're like, oh well, at least the car's working now. We won't see it for. Oh no, it's back again on the flatbed. What's happened now? Well, remember the back was wrecked. Well, you're going to love this. The
got any front parts?
Yeah, the front is now taking a hit.
So, Rudnick's credit card is going to be taking a hit after this.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to cancel that while he's on the flatbed and just ring the bank and say, yeah, shut them all down. Shut them all down. So so back on the flatbed, back to the pits. Tie rod, 5 minutes for a tie rod, possible.
It is possible, especially with how those guys have been working. They're already seasoned vets at this point.
Well, they just did a subframe in about an hour, so they're going to be like, well, this is child's play. I only need 15 tools for this. Earlier on, there was a lot of tools, There was a whole other car that was being stripped.
It was insane.
And I looked at it and went, maybe they could just build another car quicker. Would that be? I was like,
and I think they were thinking about that.
Yeah. So it will be interesting to see what happens. It is the last battle of our top 16, so we will wait for the 5-minute rule for Chris Rudnick to go back into the paddock and see if he can fix the tie rod on this car. what's left of this car, if it's even a car anymore. It's kind of a half pickup truck.
It's mostly just a cab with two bedsides that are barely hanging on.
So yeah, watch this front wheel. We were looking at the back of the car. Front wheel goes in, and we have contact. Yeah, it's a tap, and then you can see that front wheel straight away.
Wobble.
Yeah, does not want to play ball anymore. It actually looks like it's like the front wheel is in two different directions at the same time. So
it's impossible.
Yeah, so that definitely was the culprit for that.
Schrodinger's wheel.
Exactly. Straight into the back. Oh, yeah, bit of a hit. And at that point, Chris Rudnick's going to be like, the steering wheel does not seem to be responding.
It's almost comical.
The front wheel's like left, straight, left, straight, left, straight.
I didn't straighten, guys. Yes, you clearly did 27 times.
To be fair, only one side of the car straight. Yeah, the other side of the car was on angle.
We're still drifting on 3/4 of the car.
Impressive stuff from Chris Rudnick as he once again lives up to his as advertised aggressive style.
Yeah.
Never changed. I never want this guy to change because he is a great driver. And I think I like people taking risks, especially when he knows he's giving away probably half the horsepower to Mike Lake here. He knows there's no point in just coming here and making up the numbers.
No.
Let's go out there and put on a show, but unfortunately...
It was a very light tap, too. It wasn't anything major.
He didn't slam.
He didn't even push him offline, so if that tie rod would have survived, they probably both could have still drifted.
Now, I'm just going to look at devil's advocate here and look at Mike Lake's line through that first corner. And just having a look at it, Mike Lake's on big angle. That's his front bumper is supposed to be where the white box is.
So he was a little inside.
He was a little inside that. So the judges, I'm imagining having a look at this. I mean, we weren't. We were just thinking because Rudnick had a crash. But look at Mike Lake's line. If you do go into that first corner in a replay, he goes very shallow towards the curb. Judges say you need to be, your front bumper where that white box is to leave the chase car some room. He's on throttle. He is moving, but it's not the correct line. So now the judges are going to have to decide who is at fault. To me,
I like that this is happening. This is a tough call, but these are the things that the judges explain in the drivers' meetings. These are the things that the drivers have to pay attention to. When the judges tell the drivers, we want your bumper to be here, that's what they want to see. So when it's not, that could be a disadvantage for you.
100%. And I think this decision looked very one-dimensional. Now it's a little two-dimensional.
Yeah.
Because the judges, I can overhear some murmuring. I can't hear what they're saying. But it is going to be a point of contention of that lead car line. Did he leave enough room for Chris Rudnick to go on the inside? That's the question. Or did Chris Rudnick come in there too aggressive? These are those decisions that no judge wants to make because it is very tough.
These are the worst. And again, not envious of those guys, but they are very seasoned veterans, so they've probably encountered a situation somewhat similar. Probably not exactly.
Oh, 100%. And I think it's one of those things where it is an opinion-based thing, judging.
And this is the stylized part of our sport.
And every time you have a collision, you have to go, did someone go too fast or someone go too slow? That's what happens. So we're going to take a small break, guys, and we hate to do it to you. We hate to do it to you.
It has to happen.
But it has to happen because we got to wait for Chris Rudnick and his team of probably very tired men to try and put a tie rod back on that car because we don't know who's at fault. And I would have thought, hey, why would Chris Rudnick take all this time? But now I'm looking at the replays. You never know who's at fault for that. Chris Rudnick could have the advantage.
Call on calling it 5 minutes right
Chris
away.
Rudnick could have the advantage or the disadvantage. We
don't know yet.
But neither do you guys. So we're going to wait for a couple of moments. We're going to roll some of our commercials from some of our partners. Remember, this series can't happen without them. So take a note of some of these amazing products. Check them out, and we'll be back in a couple of moments with more action from the Last Chance Top 16 here at the LZ World Tour.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder. I'm Ken Gucci. I'm Matt Field. I drive Lincoln. They are the most reliable EC around, and they always deliver. Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features. I drive Link.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here in Calder Park, and we've had some interesting things happen in the break. So, this is what has happened. So, according to the rules, in the replay, which the judges looked at very, very critically, Mike Lake does go on the wrong line through the first corner. He's up on the curve where he shouldn't be, cutting the angle of Chris Rudnick. He also has a little second handbrake, which is not allowed also. It's a full throttle zone. Therefore, Chris Rudnick hits him. Therefore, the fault is with Mike Lake. Chris Rudnick's car could not be repaired. Therefore, by forfeit, that is going to be a judging decision that Chris Rudnick will go through to the top 8 because the cause of his damage was Mike Lake. So that is essentially what's happened there.
So now, what you're saying is Rudnick needs to find another car.
Or a tie rod.
Or a tie rod.
But he has some time because he's not going to be... Well, Tommy Lemire is out now, so at least it's not double jobbing the car. So it's only got one abuser.
And they didn't have a chance to get put up against each other, which is even better.
Which is better. So we have got our first... I love the way the judges didn't just take the obvious decision there.
That was a tough one.
They went back to the driver's briefing, which they said, hey, you need to be outside that white box, your front bumper. Mike Lake was right on the inside of the corner. We all saw it. And then he also had a little bit of a handbrake, so he slowed. So Chris Rudnick doing what he should do in the chase, getting aggressive. His line was cut off. Damage caused. The car couldn't be fixed. Therefore, the judge is deeming that Mike Lake causing that issue, and therefore Chris Rudnick, you heard it here first, folks, is going through to the top 8 as he crashes off the track. However, that's why we have very experienced judges. Because to the obvious layman, to us, we can say, oh, obviously this happened. But when you break it down, you go through the rules and regulations, you go through those drone replays, it's pretty obvious to see.
And there you go. And this is one of the more complicated calls that exist in drifting in the first place. When it's the lead car, when it's the follow car, if it's obvious, it's usually an easy decision. But when it's something so small as a secondary e-brake pull in an acceleration zone, that's something you really have to know what you're doing to find.
Exactly, and Mike Lake is going to just take one pass of the circuit here just to put on a show for all of the fans here in attendance. This is one of the coolest cars on the grid. It's a shame we're not going to see much more of it, but we will see it tomorrow. Everyone's back in action tomorrow for some of the expression sessions and some of the drift jams we have. But Mike Lake putting a big rolling burnout on for all the fans here.
The slowest lap.
This is what it's all about. Mike, just such a good dude. You know, he obviously has made a mistake, but now he wants to put on a show for all you guys. So can we make some noise for Mike Lake as he passes in front of you? Check out his online content as well. He builds some cool cars.
Nice.
You can search him up on Instagram
360,
and YouTube.
180, 270. There's some numbers that happen there.
Oh, and this is, as I said, one of my favorite E36s in the world. So it's a shame he's knocked out of competition, but hey, it happens in drifting. It's a sport.
And he's a good sport about it. Putting on a show. He knows he lost. He knows he was at fault. And he didn't storm off in anger.
But that's why these guys are where they are, because they can take it, they can weather the decisions and say, you know what, it might not have gone my way today, but there's people here that want to see some cool stuff, and my car is some cool stuff. Let's do a rolling burnout. Let's have some fun. Mike Lake taking it back into the pits, and as I said before, a guy that I think is going to go very far in the drift world, given his personality, car building, and ability today just not to be.
I agree, and that was a fantastic example. For anybody that wants to get into this, that's out there in the crowd, that wants to be on the track one day, that was a beautiful way to do it. Take your losses with a smile.
Well, here you go. Here's how things stack up at the moment. We will have Mitch Larner going up against Hayden Houlihan. Looking forward to that one. Stewie Bryant against Grant Anderson.
That's going to be
in your lifetime. Did you ever think you would see this? Brody Maher with 1,000 horsepower SR20 will go up against Chris Rudnick
in a car that doesn't exist
with one tie rod at the moment. And then we got Brendan O'Grady against Jimmy Oakes, and Brendan O'Grady definitely bringing the powerhouse to that battle.
Yes.
So that's going to be a tough one for Jimmy Oakes as we go into the top 8 very, very shortly. I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. I just love these crazy matchups. You never see it.
No, this isn't normal. This isn't real life. This isn't something that happens. This is the LZ World Tour.
And I'm going to keep reminding you guys, today, qualifying and this last chance top 16, these are the warm-ups for the main event tomorrow, where we're going to have very weird cars doing very weird things. We got a ton of surprises.
I am so excited for tomorrow.
You see, what I love about this format, Dan, is that from my perspective, you can make up anything you want. And they tell me, just do whatever you want, Dave. And then that's the problem. So I found some really cool cars in the pits that I was like, oh.
Hey, do you want to do stuff?
Do you want to go out tomorrow and do a thing with that? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, well,
I like things.
I'm going to just talk to my manager, who's also me, and approve that. And that's the best thing. So we're now going to move on to our top 8. We are going to see who's going to go through. I love this. I just love the mix of pro driver. We got guys who are top of the championships in their current national series
versus YouTubers.
Love it. What would happen? Well, you're about to find out. You're about to find out. What would happen if you put an S13 front on an R32? You'd probably put it in the car show and say, hey, you wouldn't be out here banging it off walls. Well, you would if you're Hayden Houlihan He goes up against Mitch Larner, who put 2 head gaskets on this car in an hour to make it back out for battles.
Unbelievable.
Which is ridiculous. And he's even given him a run-up here because he wants to even be closer.
How is that?
I'm going to call a protest if Mitch Larner damages that beautiful car.
I'm
going to throw a protest in.
We said no protest, but we're allowed to do it because you make the rules.
Exactly. And I'm going to protest that Mitch Larner should not damage that car. Now, the one thing I know about Mitch Larner is he's not going to listen to any of that.
No.
And he's going to definitely go on the door.
Definitely going to
So
be
this
like,
is going to be an exciting one. We've got Hayden Houlihan against Mitch Larner coming off the line. Look at a big jump from Mitch Larner.
That was insane. And I don't know if it was worth it. I don't know what he was trying to do there.
Well, he's still in the battle right now. Is now starting to turn the screw. Is Mitch Larner getting up close and personal? Very close from Mitch Larner here, playing with fire as they head down towards the wall.
Oh, here we
Houlihan
go.
puts it up on the wall. Larner up onto the door. Here we go. Onto the wall, onto the door. But look at that, Mitch Larner just falling off a little bit at the end. Wondering, is he having some issues with that car?
I don't know what just happened right there, but that was an aggressive transition into the wall, and then it just kind of tapered off towards the end.
I have a feeling that with that big run, I'm not a detective. I'm no Batman.
Something's amiss.
But I'm thinking, why would Mitch Larner, with all his power, need that much of a run-up on the start? And also, why would he drop off on the wall? For me, that might be, there is some chinks in the armor of that new build. Something might be going on. He is peddling it for everything it has. But if you look at Houlihan in the lead position, he's doing a phenomenal job. Look at that outside line, straight to the wall.
Beautiful.
Larner's there, puts on the power, but all of a sudden, the car just kind of just drops off power.
You can see him trying to wiggle the wheel over to get back up into the pocket. It just didn't happen.
No, so I think there might be some issues with that car, which again we don't want to see. But it's a brand
new
new.
It is drifting, and they did head gaskets. It's got new head gaskets, so they know that.
I've built cars, and when I say built, I put a clutch in it, and it didn't work. Never mind building an entire Pro build in a Corolla, putting a big LS in it and all that. So and put 2 head gaskets on it. That seems like in an hour, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't.
Somebody even one of the judges turned around to me when we were on the break there and said, "That was obviously just for the show. That didn't really happen." I was like, "No, that really happened.
really happened.
They just did 2 head gaskets." So it looks like Mitch Larner calling a 5-minute rule. There you go.
What's something that happened? You've got some intuition there.
I'm telling you.
It's like you've seen some drifting in your life.
I have watched all of the drifting this year, and now I can almost tell straight away where I'm like, that car should be doing more than that car is doing. So right now we have got Mitch Larner on a 5-minute rule. We'll move it along to our next battle. So Hayden Houlihan, I think, will probably take a little bit of polish to the front end of that car, just take a couple of nice snaps, set the internet
Something for the gram.
sent the internet on fire again for a little while because I was so confused looking at that car yesterday. And he's going to be back in action very, very shortly as we move it along to our next battle. They're warming up tires right now. We're into the top 8, business end of this last chance top.
We're getting there. They have a few chances to get in. Not many.
So we're going to
be many battles.
This is going to be what I would consider one of the most beautiful R33 four-doors I've ever seen against
The
Stewie Bryant.
opposite of that.
Stewie Bryant. In a car that looks like it was sent back in time.
We got
to warn us. We
got tetanus in the booth just being in its proximity.
Don't touch Stewie's car because you might have to get a shot afterwards. Yes. But what I will say about Stewie Bryant's car is that he lets his driving do the talking, and I also think it's very cool because they made it look sort of cyberpunk, which I think is very cool, and I'm all about that style. And when they sent this back in time from the future to warn us of what happens to drifting in 10 years, this is it. He came back to warn us. He said, "What I need is what's the future like, Stewie? Looks a bit rough.
It looks bleak, but it's fun.
But everyone runs 4 calipers on the front.
Yeah, that's the
future.
thing.
It's the future.
In the future.
So we have got Grant now in the chase. He's going to have a horsepower advantage here, but I think Stewie has the advantage of experience in this
Yes,
battle.
Stewie may have a little bit of experience.
So this is going to be an interesting one as they head to that first corner. Stewie Bryant with the flick entry. Grant giving him a bit of room to maneuver here as they come into the first corner. Now Grant starts to get up onto the door as they fire through. 8 doors worth of skylines going through the first 2 corners here as they transition back to Grant Anderson now starting to make the move. He's got to get up onto the door at that wall. That's where the judges a little bit late on the transition, but Grant makes it work, and now he's there onto the door of Stewie Bryant as Stewie Bryant smashes the rear end of that car onto the wall. What a finish to that one.
You know Grant's really stoked on that run. Grant was telling me this is the fastest car he has ever driven. Really? That's crazy.
You should try a 2-door one. Impressive stuff from both of these guys, and it's amazing to see because usually the R32 is the immaculate-minded car, and the 33 is like the of the Skyline family. Well, here we have the complete opposite. One of the nicest-looking 33s. The Keeper guys have done an amazing job on this car. And Stewie Bryant, I think his style. Look at the way he flicks that car from left to right. It's just poetry in motion.
And it's crazy coming from such an ugly car with such beautiful driving. It's the weirdest
But you know,
I don't even know how to feel.
But it's ugly cool.
It is.
It's ugly cool, and it's hard to pull off ugly cool without
it
just
is.
being ugly.
It really is.
But ugly cool, I'm a big fan of that. That's what that
And
car
when you're
is.
doing it on purpose, there's a difference.
Yeah, he doesn't-
when everything is meaningful.
I've never looked at a car with no headlights and gone, that's cool. Until
I
today.
mean, it's got something under the hood.
There's something. I think there are maybe 2 torches they got in the
just flashlights that they
petrol
turn.
station. Just say, oh my god, cool torches.
Tape them to the hood.
Fine. Everything will be fine.
All the way down to the front fender that's just rusted and just cut into sections.
I love it. And the exhaust runs the whole length of the 2 doors down the side of the
Which
car.
is very Dodge Viper of it, but
because there it is, you can see it coming out the
Dodge
side, and then it goes all the way down the side of the car. So cool. Anyway.
Interesting.
He come from the future, but will he still be in the future of this competition? Stewie Bryant in the chase position, chasing in Grant Anderson as they go deep into that first corner.
Fantastic entry from Grant Anderson, and Stewie putting a lot more pressure on him, cutting half the course to do that, as you saw the front end of his car kind of jump up in the air as he went over the rumble strips. Grant Anderson using the entire track on throttle, getting deep into the pocket. Stewie Bryant getting right up into his business as they round this last corner. Grant Anderson scraping some of those banners off the wall. Stewie, woo!
There's just a screenshot moment there.
That was ridiculous.
Of hands out the windows, door on door, a lot of doors.
So many doors.
And it's just, you're like, what is happening right now?
I hope somebody got a picture of them coming out of that last turn. Maybe puts a few filters on it, makes it look very grungy from the future.
Is Stewie Bryant the first person to put gussets on a rear window? Probably.
I mean,
so here we go. As they transition back, Stewie does he's very shallow because he hasn't got the pace. So what he has to do is make this dive work, and he does. He makes this dive work right.
It's beautiful.
Grant taking a little bit of time to get to the wall, but does get there in the end as Stewie goes right up onto the door. Absolutely love that.
Yes. This is what you see in drifting. It's like these guys are battling to move forward in this competition to get a chance to run tomorrow.
What I love about
Both of them are so stoked at that run.
What I love about it is it's high-profile drifting with low expectations.
Very low.
It's fantastic. So as they get out of the car, guys, give it up for Stewie Bryant and Grant Anderson.
What a battle that was. 8 doors worth of Skyline, 400 brake calipers. I don't even know what to do with my hands.
All right, down here, Grant Anderson, mate, you are pumped. That was one hell of a chase run, one hell of a lead. What more can you do from here, brother?
Hopefully win and go into the top 4, but we'll see what the judges think.
Now, you've come back to Australia for redemption, haven't you?
Yeah, and I can actually shift this car this time, which I could not do last time, so it's a good thing.
Oh, that's absolutely beautiful. Stewie Bryant, get in here, mate. Don't stand out there looking all awkward like a kid. Come on in, mate. Mate, you've had an absolute hard slog getting this car ready, this abstract artwork, I like to call it. How did it feel getting back behind the wheel? It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, it's been 10 years, over 10 years, and it's been an absolute mission. The last few weeks have been chaos trying to get this ready, and then we've basically just been fighting problems all weekend, getting laps here and there where we can, but it's actually good to finally get a battle in. I actually had a battle with Grant earlier, but I popped a brake line, so the one good battle I was having ended early, so it was just good to have a sick battle, and that was awesome.
Look, mate, I think, would we like to find out who the winner is? Yeah, all right, I'll get out of the way.
Well, we have got a decision dropping in. Will it be Stewie Bryant? Will it be Grant Anderson? Who's going to go through to the final 4 of the last chance top 16? They're in front of the wrong car, guys. I know they're difficult. Gray Skyline 4
Hard
doors.
to miss.
They're difficult. You get
they're
confused.
almost identical cars.
Here we go. Just result dropping in. It's a one more time. A one more time.
I am 100% in agreement with that. I'd like to see 8 doors battling again. It just makes me happy.
So we got the proximity from Stewie. We got the better lead run from Grant, but a little mistake on each side. A couple of shallow moments. We're going to go back at it again.
I love it.
So, I mean, Stewie Bryant, hasn't drifted in 10 years.
That's crazy.
I thought that when he said that, I was like, wow, that's how long
It has
he's
been a decade.
And he's still a legend. So what he did 10 years ago was pretty impressive if he's still remembered for it.
I do.
And what I love about it is that he had no battles all weekend. Now he's getting another one.
And he's back. He has another chance. Both of these guys now have a chance to move down into top 4, and then eventually into maybe a podium and maybe driving tomorrow.
Absolutely. So let's see. We got obviously remember that we got Mitch Lerner on a 5-minute rule. Half of that battle was completed, but Mitch looked like he was dropping off power a little bit towards the end.
Hopefully
we now
it's
go to a
nothing
one more time
major.
between Stewie and Grant.
And as we take a look,
Hold on a minute.
What happened? What happened?
I've got news that I don't even believe I'm hearing right now.
Oh boy.
So Mike Lake,
Okay.
right? We saw the whole thing with Rudnick. Rudnick hit him. Mike Lake goes out of the competition.
Got it.
Rudnick
Check.
goes back to fix the car. Car can't be fixed.
Oh no.
That is not Mike Lake.
Okay, that's not Mike Lake.
That is Chris Rudnick
Oh,
in Mike
good
Lake's
Lord, have
car.
mercy.
So Mike Lake, who lost to Chris Rudnick, has just given Chris Rudnick his E36
Is
BMW.
this real life?
And he has never even done a lap in this car. And he's going up against 1,000 horsepower of Brody Manor in that SR 2.4.
You cannot write this.
What's going on right now? So Chris Rudnick, don't adjust your sets or your eyes. He is in a BMW. He was in a Ute. And he's doing a lap for the first time in that car. Oh, throwing it in.
He's like, oh, this is different than the car that I was driving before, obviously.
It's a big ton of unders here in the first corner. Can you imagine the sportsmanship of Mike Lake right now?
That's what we were just saying.
I know Brody Maher here is absolutely putting on a clinic in that lead position, and Rudnick's falling off a little bit. And I mean, it's bound to happen. He's never even done a lap in the car. But if I was in a situation, and it was a decision that was a really tough one for the judges, you lose out in Mike Lake. You go, what does a normal driver do? They head back to the pits.
And slam their trailer door.
Yeah, they slam the door, they throw the helmet, and they go, oh no, I shouldn't have. He says, Chris Rudnick comes over, he congratulates Chris Rudnick, and they say, you need a car?
Hey, bud, I heard your tie rod broke on my wheel.
He gives him his car? Mike Lake he's probably the nicest guy in the world right now.
I need to deliver him a freshly developed high five.
I think, to be honest with you, we all do, because
I
Mike
think
Lake has kept Chris Rudnick in the show. And we know Chris Rudnick has made a huge trip all the way from the US to be here this weekend. And he's not bowed out yet, but I will say, from that first run, it looked to me like it was a scary ride.
A little bit of a
in Mike
disadvantage
Lake's car.
there by understeering almost off the course.
It
But
is. And we got Mitch and Arne now coming up towards the start line. So they're going to be pushed back. I think they were a little eager there.
That's okay. A little preemptive.
They're like, can we go? It's like, no, we're in the middle of a battle,
guys, we want to drive.
Yeah, but we were really ready. Calm down. It's okay. We still have to get Brody Maher.
Half of the battle.
Yeah, Brody's like, who's this?
Who are these guys?
Yeah, you're up against Chris Rudnick.
This competition's
Can you
really
imagine Brody
weird.
goes, I'm up against Chris Rudnick. And I'm like, that doesn't look like Chris Rudnick. But it was. And now Chris Rudnick might have got lost on the way back to the start line. We don't know where he is. So he might be talking.
He's like, you know what? Here's your car back.
He's like, I might do a little bit more. I think he did a little bit of testing on the back end of the track is what he did. Just to
That makes sense.
Get a feel for the
As
car.
as you should.
So Mike Lake's was immaculate, still is immaculate, might not be immaculate, E36. And look at Chris Rudnick. He's like, I don't even know what's going on. So maybe it was a temperature issue. Maybe there's a little bit of overheating. He was just cooling the car down. We'll get word from the marshals of what's going on. I'm gonna try and interpret that Chris Rudnick is saying, I don't know what's going on. Why am I in this car? Things
Did
are
I forget
happening.
to flip some switches?
Yeah, the marshal's like, he's confused. He's on the right-hand side. He's on the left-hand side. He doesn't know what's happening. Chris Rudnick now is just reporting to the marshals about the car, and then I assume Brody Maher's like, I'm confused, but I'll just keep
What is
drifting.
happening?
Yeah, Maher's like, don't let it phase you. Don't let it phase you. Take them all on. Doesn't matter what car they are. Who's this? Doesn't matter who it is. Let's keep going. So it looks like the marshal is just communicating back to our track manager. Something, I would imagine, on the line of Rudnick's car, but maybe they're good to go. So there's an issue with Mike Lake's car now. Now I'm just saying, I'm not saying there's a common denominator in this.
No,
I'm not
never.
suggesting there's a common denominator. But if you are a manufacturer of vehicles and you want a stress tester, we might send you Chris Rudnick and Hurt. We might send those two.
Oh God! Between those two, there's no chance of a living car afterwards.
I feel if you can, I mean, they should take on the Toyota Hilux. I know Top Gear did it, but I don't think Rudnick and Hurt would have been short work. So they're going to send, they're actually sending it the opposite way around, it looks like, because Chris wants to do a run, but he said that his car is having issues. So Brody is sending him in a lead position. So I think this may be a retirement.
Exhibition run.
Yeah, exhibition run, a retirement.
But that was a valiant effort, and there were some pretty magical things that happened to get him to this place in the first place.
It looks wildly unusual. So Brody's coming down for the results. So that's because it is a retirement. So a double retirement from Chris Rudnick within the space of one battle.
Yeah, I'm 100% into it. He's like, hey man, let's do some donuts, and Chris Rudnick's like, all right, sure.
We've heard some things, seen some things, and here's some more. So he said there's an issue with the car, but I'm still going to do some ripper burnouts with it at the end. I am so confused about what's going on.
Set of circumstances that have led to this very moment.
I love these events because I really feel if someone didn't watch it in the flesh or online, and you tried to explain it to them, you'd be a week. And I was like, no, but he was in a Ute.
No,
but then,
seriously.
No, so he started in a Ute, he crashed into the wall, but then this guy from Canada took the car, and he was also driving the same car, but then the Canada guy went out, but he crashed the car, but it actually wasn't his fault, so the guy he crashed into,
he gave him his car.
He gave him the car, and then he came out,
has an
and
issue.
then he broke that car because there was another guy in a 1,000 horsepower S420.
Just throw that
Why
in
are we
there.
even here trying to explain this? It doesn't make any
No.
sense. This is the silliest competition we've ever...
Magical. It's magical.
So I'm assuming that means that it's going to be Brody Maher going through to the top 4.
I would hope so.
Anybody know? Or is Brody Maher not giving Chris Rudnick his car? I don't know what's happening.
There's a high chance.
Is there a
of that
car
happening.
Chris Rudnick won't destroy today? There's a high chance. So now we have the win for Brody Maher. It is official.
It is. Good job, Chris, and really testing his skill set in different chassis in the same event.
Yes. And also, shout out to Tommy Lemaire, who probably did some of the damage to that car as well. So, U.S.-French-Canadian connection and in an Australian car.
This got stronger, I think.
Anyway,
international relations.
Try and this might just be a normal battle, which should be a novelty this weekend. So this is Mitch Larner. He's in the lead. He had a little bit of an issue. It looked like he lost power. He's still in the fight. Still very much good to go. And he's up against a guy who has a PS13 fronted or 32. We won't get into that just right now. Hayden Houlihan in the chase position, firing in.
And as you guys saw, there was a little bit of a lackluster performance right at the very end. But wow, look at that transition as they blast into the power alley. Let's see if they can maintain this proximity and the pace that they have going as they blast into the outer zone here. And we are seeing some wall dragage. Oh my goodness gracious. This is going to be an interesting one. I saw a few mistakes.
Yeah, I don't think this one's as clear cut as it looked to me like maybe Larner had the disadvantage on the first run, but on this second one, it looks to me like Larner's found all the horsepower in that car and everything's working pretty good.
Definitely opened the can.
This lead run for me, look at that, perfect, a little bit tight there, but then Hayden comes in. This is a transition from, if you've spent that much time putting a custom front end on your car and you're transitioning it that close, there's something very wrong with you. So, and you can see Hayden, he's playing a bit of catch up here, not a lot of angle and smoke, and as they get to that, look at Larner right out to the wall from the start, running that spoiler all the way.
Gracious.
While, to be fair, Hayden is in proximity all the way and doesn't drop out as negatively as Larner did. So
we'll see. There's some things at play here.
There's some stuff going on. It's funny because if you were to look at this image on your screens or if you're in attendance, you would not be able to figure out what these two cars are.
No.
Because you just go,
it's an S13 and a
something
from the future.
So it's a DeLorean.
It looks like Hyundai headlights.
It does. So we have two very interesting characters, two very interesting cars. Guys, will you give it up for Hayden Houlihan? Oh, and look at this. Oh, we have a ratchet.
Wait, the superchargers.
Ratchet strap in? Mez, what is going on down there with these two guys?
I've just been informed by Mitch Larner. Go take a look at the ratchet strap underneath the bonnet. Mitch, come get in here, mate. What is going on here, brother?
We had a drama after the battle with Taylor. Obviously, as everybody probably saw, we had the heads off the car, rebuilt the motor in 2 hours, and put it back together. And then after the run with Taylor, it pulled the bolt out for the supercharger out of the head and stripped the threads. So we put a ratchet strap on there, hoping it would hold it in for one more battle, and then we could try and get some time to try and fix it up. But obviously, it didn't do the job. Broke the blower, and we just put the air filter on the throttle body. It's got 300 horsepower now, and we're just sending it.
Oh, so you're channeling a true Corolla form here, brother. You know, you did the V8, but you're like, nah, maybe too much power. Maybe I'll go back to the roots.
I think it had plenty of power. There was more smoke, and the tyres weren't lasting anyway. So hopefully we get through, and we'll see what happens.
All right, let's go quickly chat to Hayden, mate. Steez McGee, you are looking very fresh in this race suit, brother. Is that a colour-coordinated attack?
Yeah, I don't normally wear the race suit in SA. We're pretty low-key down there, so I'm just out to have some fun and see what happens and put on a show for all of these good people that have come out.
Make some noise for the... All right, beautiful stuff. Would you like to find out who the winner is?
Of course.
All right, maybe I'll get out of the way and let's find out.
Well, thanks, Mez. We're going to find out who is going to go through to the final four. Will it be Larner? Would it be Houlihan? And it's going to be tight. It's going to be an interesting one. Which way are the judges going on this one?
I'm right in the middle. I don't know.
I'm confused. So it's going to be Mitch Larner. Mitch Larner gets the win.
On. That's going to be an interesting conundrum now. He's got a broken car that's 300 horsepower. Now NA was supercharged.
Let's get some more ratchet straps and get Mitch Larner to the top four. No more. He's rebuilt an engine. He's shredded bolts. He's broken his supercharger. He's got 300 horsepower, and he started with about 8, and here we are.
Yeah, well, it's just standard things for today.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to wake up at some point and just go, oh, I had the strangest dream. We were in
There's
Australia,
weird things happening.
and there was a KE that had a supercharger ratchet strapped into the car, but that wasn't the strangest thing that's happened in the last 15 minutes at this event. There we go, guys. Give it up for Hayden Houlihan in that beautiful R32 four-door as he bows out of competition, but what a performance. And
What a car.
What a car. Absolutely love it. He's
Go
gonna
park it in the car show, bud. I'm going to vote for you.
I'm going to vote for
110%.
If he parked it in the car show, I'm going to vote because that is the most unusual skyline I've seen this weekend, and I've seen a lot of skylines.
Yes, you
this
have.
weekend. Big skyline crew out here in Australia.
It's huge.
A lot of skylines.
It's not normal for us Americans to see this many skylines.
No, this is a lot of skylines.
We have a lot of time to go for that.
So it is going to be Mitch Turner moving through to the final four. He's going to have 2 shots at the podium, and we have got this one more time battle between the man from the future that drifted in the past, Stewie Bryant, against a man with very long red hair, Grant Anderson. Here we go. This back into one more time. Stewie this time in the lead. They know each other's styles now. It's going to be up a notch. Grant leaving a little bit of room on the entry, Dan.
But he's sucking in quite well to Stewie Bryant as Grant Anderson transitioning and right there on Stewie Bryant, who was a little shallow on that transition, and Grant doing a pretty fantastic job of actually bringing it back in as they come around into the last turn. This is for all the marbles. This is the one that determines what is going to happen, and Grant Anderson not giving Stewie much room. I was impressed with that follow run from Grant.
Grant's getting confident in that car.
He's getting way confident.
He's enjoying. I think he's enjoying it. You can see the smiles. That's a guy who's kind of in tune with the vehicle. Stewie Bryant. I mean, he's obviously a legend of the game, but not competing for 10 years.
That's a hard thing to do. It's hard to not compete for a year and then jump
back into the car. He's making it work. It's a really good lead run. You know he's not got all the power in the world, but look at that. The line is absolutely.
Yeah, his lead runs have been what gods would choose their lead runs to be.
And again, wherever he's dropping out, it's just the car going, no.
That's all I've got.
Yeah, I have this. No, it's just 250 horsepower. No. So Grant's got the power advantage, but in the last time they went out against each other, he didn't make it work.
Matter.
Stu was being clever,
there.
and that's an OG pro driver will say, haven't got the power.
That's the experience thing.
Dial off the angle, get the run on the run up, that kind of stuff.
Make the small angle changes where they need to happen.
Exactly, so a big thumbs up for both drivers as they pass each other and switch positions for the second half of this battle. And it's going to be Grant in the chase, in the lead position. Oh, sorry, Grant in the chase position this time. Yes.
No, he's leading.
I'm so confused with this.
Too much drifting.
Too much skylines.
Too much skylines.
Yeah, Grant. Oh, he's confident. He's giving the number one.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. International symbols from one driver to another. And we have got, look at Stewie Bryant. He's setting himself
Maybe he's
up.
asking for an autograph.
Yeah, maybe
right
saying,
now.
Is that Stewie Bryant? Is that Grant Anderson? And the marshal's like, they're just complimenting each other. They're complimenting each other down here. Will I send them? Yes, send them.
I like the amount of doors that you have. I also like the amount of doors that you have.
Look at the practicality we brought to the competition. So we have a shifter broke on Grant Anderson's car.
Bummer.
He's calling a 5-minute rule.
Which would make sense. Hopefully it's just a shift knob and not the actual shifter itself.
I think it's the, it might, well, it could be either. I mean, we've seen men rebuild engines in an hour here today, so I don't think it's shift link is going to be the worst.
No.
Stewie Bryant's going to go back in and probably get his car painted in that time, I would imagine.
Yeah, or just add some more art.
Yeah, we'll just go, maybe we should add some more canards while we're here, just hang around.
Why not?
So they're going to come back in front of you guys here in attendance, and it's a 5-minute rule for Grant Anderson. If you're still in attendance and you want to just, bring up the atmosphere a little bit, give a round of applause to Grant Anderson all the way from the USA as he comes in front of you. Let him know you're here. Still in the competition. We're only halfway through this one.
He's just got to fix his shifter. It's not a big deal. Hopefully it's not a big deal.
To the man that hasn't drifted in 10 years, the OG of Australian drifting. Give it up for Stewie Bryant back in competition this weekend.
And I do think that he could win a car show in the completely opposite direction as the other four-door Sylvia R32.
Here's an interesting trivia fact for you.
Okay.
If you were to look at both of those cars and figure out which one broke, you would be wrong.
You would be very
because that one there that didn't do any laps in practice is working absolutely fine.
It is.
All 17 calipers on the car are all working.
I'm still so confused.
So
I need to go talk to him about that.
It's a lot of calipers.
They took a front wheel off. It's just
doing stuff. Well, you see, that's what they do in the future. They'll be like, oh, you guys back in the past still on the 2 caliper thing? So we're going to go back to the start line. It is going to be Brendan O'Grady in the Hulk 180. He's got all the horsepower in the grip. And this is going to be a tough one for Jimmy Oakes in the Aura 34, the Keep It Read 34. It's going to be tough for Jimmy here. He's going to give away a lot of horsepower and a lot of grip. So he's going to have to be very aggressive. And he is straight into it as Jimmy tries to fire down the straight. But you can see he's got to be very aggressive and not use huge angle. Try and stay in this one. Big lock up as he went to the first. Jimmy putting on the angle and staying in the fight right now. As Brendan O'Grady put a good look at Jimmy Oakes up on the curb, trying to stay in this one, shallow out the angle. And so far staying with Brendan O'Grady as they transition. Then it's going to be a sketchy transition. But look at this, Jimmy Oakes right up onto the door of Brendan O'Grady, and Grady out of the outer zone as they come into that last corner. This one is in the balance.
That was nutty, and you could see just that amount of horsepower as they were coming around that outer zone where Oakes got left just a little bit. He was right there, and then the other car just started to pull away from him.
Yeah, Jimmy losing a little bit of ground on the run-up. We expected that with the power difference.
But great on initiation.
But he goes tight. Watch, catches right back up. A good run. The lead run here is also excellent from Brendan O'Grady at this point. As they come through here, you can see Jimmy Oakes just staying in the conversation. Left to right they go. But this is where it's interesting. Watch Brendan. He goes a little bit too soon here and doesn't get into the outer zone. Jimmy has to go soon too. So only just getting the edge of the last part of the outer zone. So I feel the judges will put that back in Jimmy's advantage for not having that whole arc to chase. But
yeah, he was ready to go deep into the pocket.
Yeah,
and
he was ready.
And then made a good correction to come back out of it to match his line, because that's his job as the follow car.
Absolutely. Jimmy's got a good qualifying score in the bag, so he's going to, Brendan O'Grady's got confidence to go in close.
I think so.
He's got many doors to aim for.
Yeah.
So he's on the door and the other door.
Man, so many doors.
So let's see what happens. This is an interesting one, because you have a guy like Jimmy jumping into a car he's not used to. It's all trying to change things last minute to make it suit his style.
Yeah.
He said to me he wasn't super comfortable in the car, but it seems like every run he's starting to get used to it.
I think he's gonna grow to really like it. I know he didn't like it at first, but I think he's gonna really enjoy the car, even without a tail light. Even with a gigantic.
Jason Farron mightn't enjoy it as much, but here we go into the first battle. The second half of this battle is as Jimmy Oakes fires into that first corner. Brendan O'Grady just up on the curbs on the inside as Jimmy Oakes transitions back. Now Brendan O'Grady starting to get aggressive here as they transition through. Brendan just losing a little bit of ground there on the transition through the power lane as Jimmy Oakes fires that car back out to the wall. Big angle from Jimmy Oakes as he corrects it out to the wall, and Brendan just desperately trying to catch up towards the end of the run. Not the way I expected that one to play out.
I was pleasantly impressed by Jimmy Oakes' lead run there.
I expected Brendan to just have that little bit more pace in the car.
So too.
But I got to say, it must have been Jimmy's aggression on entry and everything that made it caught Brendan off the big angle there. You can see he jumps up on the curb. It upsets the steering for Brendan a little bit there, but he gets back on it. This is great proximity from O'Grady here through this section. But on the transition,
he just got left right there.
Just lost a lot of ground as they transition back. And Jimmy goes right out to the wall. Both drivers getting into that outer zone a little bit late, but they get there. Brendan O'Grady up onto
right
the door.
Right into the end.
Yeah, interesting run from both these guys. I have no idea which way the judges are going to call this one.
Oh, but it looks like we're going to have a decision.
Yeah, so it looks like these drivers are going to get a decision from the judges of who would go through to the top four.
Look how big that Skyline looks.
It's a huge car compared to that 180. As they sit there, you really get the size difference in these two cars.
Crazy. That's a good 5 inches taller.
So we are going to get a decision. Is for a space in the final four with 2 shots at the podium today in the last chance top 16. We don't know who's going to get the win or the loss right now. It could be one more time. We don't know. The judges having a deliberation on this one.
We got finger in ear.
Looks like we have a score dropping in 3, 2, 1, and the winner is Jimmy Oakes. Jimmy Oakes gets the win and goes through to
this
the
could be
final
real
four.
exciting.
Wow, and if I'm not mistaken, that will put Jimmy Oakes up against Brody Mara in the top 4. So SR versus ORB, there we go.
A Nissan on Nissan casualty will emerge.
We have got everybody decided in our top 4 except for the age-long battle between Stewie Bryant and Grant Anderson.
Oh, yes. Decades old.
Not a couple of... Give it up for Jimmy Oakes and give it up for Brendan O'Grady.
Rudnick's pretty much out. Rudnick's pretty much out.
So Brendan O'Grady just kind of wait until it all calms down. He has no idea what's going on. A lot of smoke.
Adam's out.
Jimmy Oakes is Jimmy stoked.
He is Jimmy stoked right now. Getting himself through to the final 4.
Yeah, 2.
Look at that.
Wow. It's like, it's like he waited, went, you call that a burnout?
Let me show you how we do it
I'll
down
show
under.
you a burnout. And nobody saw anything ever again for the rest of the event. That was a hell of a burnout for Brendan O'Grady. Great
He's
competitor.
like, let me just put this in a 4th and let it eat.
those lines will be there in 10 years when Stewie Bryant comes back again. He'll be like, I remember this, Bernard. I remember these lines. So, yeah, we're going to head on to our next battle. We've got one left in this Grant Anderson on a 5-minute rule. He has a shifter problem. So they're going to have to figure that one out. And they're still on that 5-minute rule. So we're going to take a small break because you know what?
Okay,
when we
gotta
come
do
back,
that.
we have another epic battle between Stewie Bryant and Grant Anderson, which we could just do a whole series around the world of these two battles.
Which I'm okay with.
But I'm fine with. So guys, don't go anywhere. Take a little breather. We're back very shortly after these words from our partners. Check out their little adverts because they are the guys that make all this happen. Support the guys that support us. Check this out. We're back with the second half of the battle between Stewie Bryant and Grant Anderson after this.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here. I'm Dylan Hughes. I'm Travis Reeder. I'm Ken Gushin. I'm Matt Field. I drive Lincoln.
They are the most reliable EC around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it. Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers. They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features. I drive Link.
Is it? Yeah. So it's not as funky as like the 26 bit on the 24.
Yeah, no, it's still a bit of fun, right? Like you declare it's one of the water galleries, but other than that,
So the water lines up everything. Yeah.
it's so much.
Yeah, it is, yeah, with a different head, yeah.
What's the CS used to 4F? But the problem being is the gap between the water gallery on the cylinder 3 and the actual not a lot. That's why I keep this one.
Well, I know when I'm looking at the moment at Skittles Racing, unless you put it in a GIA.
So we are back, LZ World Tour Calder Park. Well, it has delivered so far. Will it deliver now as we go back to the second half of the battle between Grant Anderson and Stewie Bryant? Grant Anderson will be leading him in. It's the second half of this one. Grant having a shifter issue. It looks like he's got that fixed, or he hasn't got it fixed, is what's happened by the looks of things.
This is the slowest tandem we've seen yet. I don't.
This is in real time, folks.
We haven't slowed it down.
I think, yeah, they've had an issue with that. I can't believe that car has done so many laps this weekend.
It has done probably more laps than any of the cars out here.
And just when it mattered here in the Grade 8, it looks to me like Grant Anderson is going to have a mechanical issue, knock him out of competition, which is so unfortunate because, you know, we want to see a fair battle on track. And again, Stewie Bryant does no practice because his car breaks, and his car is reliable in competition. And Grant Anderson does all of practice and his car breaks in competition. And to be honest, you'd probably pick Stewie's predicament more at this stage.
I would say so, but Grant got a lot of experience out of this.
He did and had a great time, and I think it's going to be a pretty obvious decision here, unfortunately. But as they are at the cars, guys, give it up for Grant Anderson and Stewie Bryant as they get out of the cars. We want a big round of applause for Grant Anderson because not going to end the way he wanted to this weekend. Unfortunately, he is going to bow out, I'd imagine, here. The results will make it official, but it looks like he has had a mechanical failure. Results will make it the call for a top 4 spot. And Stewie Bryant returning after 10 years into the top 4.
What a comeback, huh?
What a comeback story for him. But unfortunately, even Stewie Bryant is disappointed that he didn't get to have a proper run.
You never want to win that way. That's not the way that any driver wants to win.
In any motorsport other than drifting, you want to win whatever way.
Yes.
But in this particular occasion, you do not want to. You want to put on a good show. This event is all about showcasing drifting, and especially in this part of the world, to everybody around the world. And you want to put on the best possible battles you can. And fortunately for Grant Anderson, he will bow out of competition at this stage. But it is going to be Stewie Bryant moving on to the top 4 to take on Mitch Larner. So we've got 2 cars with 300 horsepower in the top 4.
This is not uncommmen for this
Stewie
event.
Bryant's car is not the one wearing a ratchet strap,
which is the strangest thing ever.
So they are going to go to the top 4, and we're going to have Brody and Jimmy Oakes on the other side of things for the other semi-final. So this is going to be interesting to see who ends up on the podium. We now know there's 4 drivers remaining in competition. Now, we've been talking with Mr. LZ, and we've been having some conversations, and what we're saying is that at the moment it looks like the top 2 or 3 will go through to tomorrow, but if we get dropouts tomorrow with this, you know, mechanical issues can happen, anybody in the top 4 can jump back in if we get a dropout, which could happen. So it's all to play for here. So Mitch Larner will go up against Stewie Bryant, Brody Maher will go up against Jimmy Oakes, and then we will have a final, and then we will have a 3rd place, and then we will see who is going to take the podium here today at the Last Chance Top 16. Remember, guys, this is the warm-up for the main event tomorrow, 16, and we know we got the big dogs in there. We got LZ in there. We got Mad Mike in there. We got all of the crazy drivers we got Jason Farron in there doing some damage to his own cars and to everybody else's. Jason Farron wants to win so bad this weekend, he's been pushing the door in of his own cars when he's battling against them, which doesn't even make much sense to me. But and his new shop, we were there the other night, it's destroyed, covered in rubber. LZ and Mad Mike.
Quad burnouts by cars that shouldn't also exist.
He had a beautiful, there was a guy mopping the floors that morning. It was spotless. He was taking little twigs, little leaves out. By the end of that day, there was
5 inches of rubber.
There was rubber in the printers.
Yes.
It was everywhere. And again, you could blame LZ and you could blame Mad Mike, but guess who did the biggest burnout? Jason Farron.
By far.
In his own workshop. So, you know, I'm not letting him away with that one.
No, he definitely...
You can't say, oh, those...
You can't own the shop and help with the event and have the car and not do the biggest burnout.
I think someone just went, hey, you doing a burnout? And he went, yeah. And that was it. There wasn't much thinking about it. And then I think afterwards...
And it rained tires for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, I went back like 2 hours later. There was guys doing some media editing. They couldn't see each other on the other side of the room. It was still covered in smoke. Gotta say, that's Keeper Reed style, right? That's what they're all about.
Much is.
And massively they are here on a situation where they have put 4, 5, 6, 7 cars on the grid. They've put a lot of this event together. Before we get into the finals, guys, we're into the semi-finals. Can we get a huge round of applause for the Keep It Reed crew putting all this together this weekend, bringing this event to Australia for your guys' entertainment, putting it on the map. Keep It Reed doing an amazing job, and you know what? They're just such a fun bunch of people.
They are. It really has been a pleasure to be out here with these guys and hanging out with most of Australia, which is some of my most friendly compadres.
Absolutely, and Jason Farron only has one more battle to close his eyes for this entire day, because it's Jimmy Oakes is still in the R34.
He's the only foreigner still holding it down.
It is at the moment, right? So it's Jimmy Oakes and all of the Australians. That's kind of how it's working right now. Or I'm not sure, is Tasmania still in Australia? I think so.
Yeah, I count that as
We are not geographically educated.
No, it is a small island with very angry...
So Brody Maher has 1,000 horsepower. Jimmy Oakes does not. But they're going into their semi-final battle. It will be Jimmy Oaks in the chase position. It will be Mara in the lead position. Jimmy giving away a little bit of steam on that. You can see he's going to have to try and clamber into this one as Brody goes super wide. Jimmy takes a very aggressive dive on the inside. Big move from Jimmy Oaks to stay in the battle. He's at a disadvantage for power, but he's not making it show right now. He's got to make another dive here as they go towards the wall. Big lock up from Jimmy Oaks, and he gets into that zone. But look at the power of Brody Mara's car as he takes it across that finish line.
That SR is just something else. There's something to be said about a 400 horsepower SR.
That
or a 6 or an 8
should be an urban legend.
It is. It's insane. That motor is insane. The car is insane, and he's an absolute animal behind the wheel.
He is 100%. So the winner of this battle will automatically go through to tomorrow's battles action, and as we said, it can change a little bit if we have some dropouts. We're being a little bit lenient on the last round because you know what?
I think so.
We don't want buy runs. We don't want Byron winning anything tomorrow. No. Byron has had enough wins.
No, Byron should not exist.
No, so we're gonna keep it moving tomorrow at the main event. So not too sure what way that'll end up. We'll let you guys know. But it is going to be an interesting one. Jimmy Oaks now in the lead position. We've got Brody comes in here in a car he knows with more power than I've ever heard an SR20 make, and
has been continuing to make.
But he also has done really well this year in his national championship, right up there at the top in that car. So it has survived the full season, but also he is very used to it, and he is a top level driver, pro driver. We always want to see our favorite content creators do really well, but we also have to be a bit lenient and understand that they're not drifting 10, 15 years, 8 years, 5 years, just focusing on competitive. They're bringing their smiles around the world, but it puts them at a little disadvantage because they got to jump into cars they're not used to. So Jimmy Oaks doing a great job. He's in the top 4, but it's going to be tough here because I have a feeling Brody smells blood in the water here as they go into that first corner. Jimmy Oaks in the lead position.
And you can see him, he wants to be super aggressive and enters way before Jimmy does. Jimmy a little bit wide on that front line, which should give Brody an advantage there as he dives in where he needs to. Let's see if he can put the pressure on as they come into the outer zone here. This is where Brody has been shining, and Jimmy Oaks getting in earlier than I think I've seen him do all weekend long. Brody kind of lackluster.
I was just about to say, we didn't see much proximity from Brody Mara at all on that.
Maybe he was out of tires. Maybe he just didn't want to put that amount of pressure on. Maybe his spotter told him to back off a little bit.
I'm not sure. I think the judges will have a look at the initiation too of Jimmy Oaks. It was a very late initiation and very wide. So from that perspective, does Brody Mara have grounds to, he has all the time in the world to get in, and this is a transition that we saw Jimmy be very aggressive on. Not that much aggression from Brody there as they transition through, and this is the bit where I expected Brody to be right on the door here, but he's not on the door. As Jimmy Oaks, look at this four-wheel lockup into the wall and puts the back bumper, tags the wall on the end of the run.
Trying to lose that other taillight, I think is what he's doing.
Yeah, Jason Fernie is like, you can't just have one taillight. What use is that to anyone? You need no taillight. So this is going to be for a spot in the final here today and a guaranteed entry to the main event tomorrow. Jimmy Oaks and Brody right now are going to be getting a decision, and this is going to be a tough one for the judges.
And this is a tough one for me to even comprehend. I hope we get a winner. I mean, I'd like to see it one more time. I always want to see it one more time.
We want to see drifting all the time, Dan, but I think the judges are going to make the fair call here on what they think is the best result. So it's going to be a decision whether it's for a spot in the top 2, which means you've already got to the podium today, which is the soft podium, but let's see who's going to get the win and go through. Decision dropping in. And it's Brody Mara getting the win. Brody gets the win and goes through, and it's down to that initiation from Jimmy Oaks. It was actually looks like he missed a gear on the run-up, the judges are saying, which pushed Brody back and didn't allow him to get into the pocket. So I think you got to say for Jimmy Oaks jumping in the car, valiant effort. He was in the conversation for sure on that decision. Some great transitions. Love the four-wheel lockups to the wall. And Jimmy, I'm sure we'll see back out for some fun fantasy battles tomorrow
I hope
in the main event. He's always, I think, one of the shining stars of the fantasy battles.
Yeah, this was a good battle to watch. I know he's going to be disappointed with himself. He's very hard on himself with his driving, but he's learning so much and so quickly that to be able to come out here and do this in front of all these people is an insane thing to do just in general.
Yeah, well, remember, we also have a 3rd and 4th place playoff. Jimmy Oaks is still in the competition. He can still do it, but it will be against whoever loses this battle, and it will be in many ways not. If you look at Jimmy Oaks', but both these cars have 300 horsepower, so pace isn't always going to be the issue.
No.
Stewie Bryant, Mitch Larner has decided to just take the biggest run up here in the chase position, and Stewie Bryant doesn't even have that much power, so this is going to be interesting. It's the other semi-final. Stewie Bryant will be in the lead position. Look at Larner getting pushed across the track.
There we go. That's exactly what you do when you do have a horsepower discrepancy. That was textbook on entry to stay up in that pocket, and he's doing an absolutely fantastic job of mimicking exactly what Stewie Bryant is doing through this course. Mitch getting up into that pocket, making things exciting as they blast around the last turn. Let's see if he can keep the proximity, and he does all the way around to the outside.
Wow. You know what? You're watching two incredible drivers in two underpowered cars, which you don't often see in competition. You'll see guys in practice, you'll see guys in Matsuris, but you never see two 300 horsepower cars with really talented pro drivers go door to door. And what you get is an absolute treat. Phenomenal transitions from Mitch Larner in the chase position.
That was very heads up with him, especially coming into that last outer zone. I mean, he was mimicking everything Stewie was doing.
That dive from Mitch Larner is exceptional, but look where Stewie Bryant is, right out on the wall as well. So this is going to be interesting. Because look at that little tag, little bump at the end. So Stewie Bryant now really has to bring the heat here. He has to get up onto the door of Mitch Larner's car, which is a wounded animal, usually running about 600-700 horsepower. Now it's only running 3. It's got the supercharger ratchet strapped on. It's just running NA.
And if there's anybody that can do it, Stewie Bryant is the one. And now that it's a wounded animal, it's a much easier animal to hunt down. So let's see if Stewie can actually make it happen.
This is going to be an interesting one to see who holds their nerve here, because Stewie Bryant, we know he can chase. We know he can go close. We know Larner can put a great lead run together. So this should invite Stewie Bryant into a really close battle here. And Stewie Bryant knows that Larner has put on a clinic in the chase.
He has. That was an absolute banger of a call. Stewie has a lot to live up to, but if, like I said, if there's anybody that can do it, it's him. And as they blast down the front straightaway, let's see Mitch getting out there, and Stewie taking a page right out of his book and getting in there, but not as close, I don't think. But that transition was pretty good. But again, just leaving him just a little bit as they go through the power alley. Mitch Larner getting up in there. Let's see how he does coming into the outer. Stewie surging up onto him, but very, very inside and a big straight in there.
I think Stewie's car just ran out of steam on that last corner.
I think it did too.
And I gotta say, Larner's car, which is, I've got to remind you guys, it's the first weekend he's driving with this setup. He's now driving with half the horsepower he had to start the competition.
He just slapped an intake on it.
And it's still doing the job. I mean, I've watched some drifting in my day, and today has really just said, I'm going to have a little sit down later on and go, what even happened?
What happened? Did they up the air pressure? What did they do to make that thing such a weapon still at 300?
I think they've installed Mitch Larner's right leg to the floor. They've just stapled it to the floor and said,
go.
There's a pedal on the left called the clutch. You might come on and off that a few times, but do not come off the one on the right. And it worked out perfectly for him.
He got the memo. He understood the assignment. And hopefully it pays off for us.
Yeah, so let's see which way that the judges go. It will be a first spot in the final to take on Brody Marr. Guys, give it up for Stewie Bryant and Mitch Larner.
Fantastic. Look at that background out there. Those clouds, the crowd.
Beautiful. This place is
that
beautiful.
Skyline.
Look at the skyline. So here we go. Decision's going to drop in. Who's going to go through to the final? It's Mitch Larner. Mitch Larner is going to the final. Gets the win. He's in the show tomorrow, and they'll have many hours to put many engines in that car tonight, I'm sure. But he's battled against all odds into that, which is incredible.
He's got the Bluetooth supercharger, maybe giving him some good luck in there. Ratchet strapped in, just kind of hanging out next to the motor.
Incredible stuff. When we see Stewie Bryant will now go against Jimmy Oaks. If you ever think you'd ever see these things happen, it's incredible. And we got Mitch Larner against Bro. So we got a 300 horsepower KE Corolla going up against a 1,000 horsepower SR. Would you believe the one with the V8?
That's an easy one.
The one with the V8 not making the power, the SR making all the power.
Yeah.
Strangely. And that's what we're up against here. So this is great. Stewie Bryant's going to go back up to the start line, where I'm assuming Jimmy Oaks will be waiting somewhere for him for a final shot at that top 3. And look at that, Mitch Larner, as he said, rolling back into the pits to get that car ready to go. I mean,
the 300 horsepower monster.
I feel he's not changing as many tires today as he usually does. Because
he may be happy for that.
It's a frugal day, an economical day for Mitch Larner. in that Corolla as he now takes the supercharger off, goes NA, and still gets to the final. Impressive stuff.
Insane.
And Brody waiting for him there to see who rounds out the top 3 today. Remember, it's only for pride. That's what it's all about. And as we mentioned, that the top 2 or 3, depending on who drops in and out tomorrow of competition, we could see all 4, which would mean regardless of the 3rd place finish, both go in.
Oh.
So we don't know. We're gonna see how it plays out. That's the best thing. You don't know. I don't know.
Nobody knows.
We just try and make the best show we can.
Yeah, that's
we
what
don't
we're
need
doing.
those rules. We just need to make up the best and fun battles we can, which is
right.
what this event is all about. We saw 2 people use the same car twice today, so many things have happened.
It's been an interesting one,
It
like
is
all around.
a very interesting
Hard
event.
to process, hard to soak in.
Yeah, but it's entertaining, and
It
that's
is
the whole point.
very entertaining.
This is entertainment first, rules and calculation second.
Thrown out the window,
Yeah.
actually.
And we get a whoa. The cameraman.
That's a pan
The
right
cameraman has just panned. He's just fallen over with excitement. For
That
the
was
final.
great. Look at that. We're getting some stretches in.
Yeah, that guy's. Look at that. He's limbering up. He's ready to run down to that podium when it's ready. And there he is. Look, yep, that's you, buddy. Didn't even take the leg down to wave. Just kept
No,
it
I'm
going.
still stretching. Still stretching. A little
stretching it
stretch
out.
and a bend. Never hurt nobody.
So here we go. Jimmy Oakes getting a lot of battles today, and so is Stewie Bryan. I think Stewie Bryan's done the most battles of anyone today.
He has. For doing the least amount of practice driving, he has done the most amount of battles.
Exactly. So here we go. Stewie Bryan is going to be in the lead position, and it's going to be Jimmy Oakes in the chase. This is for 3rd step today. And you know what? Jimmy's fallen at this stage a couple of times. He's come forth quite a bit. It's agonizing because he's come so close to getting to the main event, almost every event. So here we go. Setting him straight off the line down. Stewie Bryan in the lead, Jimmy Oakes in the chase.
And here we go. Stewie Bryan chucking it in. And Jimmy Oakes getting right up into his business and accidentally loses it. Pushed just a little bit too hard. Stewie Bryan's just going to go ahead and finish this out. Unfortunately for Jimmy Oakes, that was a big mistake. Got just a little too aggressive. Didn't want to crash into the car. Stewie Bryan still tapping the wall, still making it happen, bringing it around. Round of applause for Stewie for finishing that out.
I'm not sure if Stewie knows what's going on or what's happened, but to me it looked like Jimmy he lost a bit of ground. He initiates very late, which means he's picked up more pace than Stewie. So as he initiates on this snappy transition, he's carrying a ton of pace. He backs the front brake off just to not hit Stewie, but the car is over-rotating. Yeah, the car is over-rotating at that point. So I got to respect it. He's going for that very stylish on-the-door entry. But Stewie, just every run, he just looks more smooth and smooth. He has such a beautiful... Oh, he smashed into the wall the minute I said it. But it's just a tap. In fact, it's part of the aesthetic of that car.
Yeah, it's just adding to the art.
Yeah, he's like, just sign that. Calder Park, October. If that was the case, there would be a lot of Sharpie on that car. There's a lot of damage on that car. From wherever it came from. Maybe 10 years ago, maybe now. Who knows?
It's all part of the aesthetic.
Oh, Jimmy Oakes has got a steering issue in the car. That's what the problem is. He's showing the camera that the steering binded on entry, so he couldn't pull that car back out of angle.
The disappointment has set in. You can see it.
Well, that's
in the body
in the lead
language.
position, and I mean, we've seen stranger things happen. But
They have.
Stewie Bryan will be in the chase position, lining up right now. I mean, this is just for Stewie to put in a solid run here, an active chase, and he's going to go through to the 3rd step on the podium today. But easier said than done, right?
It is. He's got his work cut out for him. As long as he can wrangle that steering back into shape, Jimmy can put down a lead run to end all lead runs. So that's what he has to do right now. So let's see if he can make that happen. Big, solid flick entry. Can he pull it back off? And he does. Stewie does need to keep back up because you do not want to get an inactive chase because that would equal out that other big mistake. So Stewie's staying in there, not being super aggressive. Jimmy Oakes putting down a hell of a lead run, actually. Stewie finally getting up into the business and then makes a big mistake, and Jimmy's going into the wall. What has just happened?
Yeah, I think it looked to me like Jimmy went just very deep into that wall, maybe having some steering issues as well, and he just bounced off the wall as it went along. So it's definitely going to be 2 disadvantages for Jimmy Oakes, which is going to give the win here to Stewie Bryan. I think we can all see that pretty clearly.
Yeah,
Up
unless
to
there
then,
was
though,
anything major that we didn't see, the judges may decide that. But, I mean...
But it was a gangster run up till then.
was.
Jimmy Oakes. I think he was trying to put that exclamation point on at the end, and the car he just went that little bit. Watch this. This is strange. Like, he's so aggressive here, Jimmy, on the lockup, but he goes in a little bit late, hits the wall.
He got into the wall pretty good right there.
And as you said, all taillights removed from the R32. So not a taillight left on the back of that car.
No, and hopefully it didn't get run over. Oh, he lost that thing early, too.
Yeah, he was really deep in there. And he did well to keep it at the front end out of the wall, just trying to steer it out of there.
Yeah, it's going to be a little scrape, a little bang. sure Jason's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, it was just a bit like his HQ. Was pretty mint 2 days ago. And we could see Stewie doing a good job of backing
Yeah,
up
he
there.
knew. He knew right
that
away.
Jimmy was going in and just said, "Oh, that's
I'm
the
going
way
to
it
go
is."
ahead and be on the inside of the track right now.
Absolutely.
Good heads up for
Yeah,
that.
so we're not in the battles, but we're still on the screen. We're still having fun. We're enjoying ourselves, and I think we're going to say that that's an obvious win to Stewie Bryant. We'll make it official, but I think that's the way it's going to go
I
from the
think so.
judges, moving us into the final, which will see Mitch
This is
Larner against Brody, which I'm very excited to see.
300 versus
300 horsepower
1,000.
versus and the V8. You know what? You made a very false claim earlier on.
What?
You said a lie. You said there's no replacement for displacement.
He's still displacing.
But he's got 300 horsepower with 6.3 liters.
He's making it
And the 2.4 is making it.
You know, he's still got this thing called torque. Even though he's got 300 horsepower.
You think 1,000 horsepower SR is not making some torque? You're dead right, it's not. But it's making loads of horsepower, and that's really important. So as they roll back down that make the official decision, it will be Stewie Bryant and Jimmy Oakes getting
Round
a
of
spin
applause.
down. There you have it. Jimmy Oakes getting a lift back to the start line from Stewie Bryant. Two legends of the game right here. Two very tall gentlemen in two very
really is.
Yeah, and who has the more battered skyline at the end? We don't know. It's going to be a hard one to decide.
They're both futuristic art projects.
There you
at
have
this
it. So
point.
going through the third step on the podium, we're going to make it official. There you have it. It's the obvious decision. It's going to be Stewie Bryant getting the win. Stewie Bryant goes to third on the podium. Jimmy Oakes in fourth position today. A valiant effort. He started in one four-door Skyline. He finished at another. And
Good job, Jimmy.
Good
You're
job,
holding
Jimmy.
it down for us foreigner guys, so we appreciate all of your efforts and loss of taillights.
Absolutely. Jimmy's going to watch the final from down in front of the. He's just said, you know what? We'll bring the car back. I'll have a look at it later. We'll talk with Jason. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. He wanted. To
He's on
test.
eBay right now
Jason
looking for
was-
taillights.
He was saying that he had all these magnets on the back, these trunk poppers and everything. Jimmy stress tested them to the
max.
Yeah. So he'll have a full report in the morning of how all that's
Did
gone.
they work? I don't know.
He's like, they worked, I guess.
They were there. They
were there.
existed at one point.
Exactly. So Stewie Bryant, that's the end of his battle action today, but we'll see him back on the podium. We don't know what step we'll see Mitch Larner or Brody Marina, because those
This is
two
a good
are 1
one.
and 2.
I'm excited.
Now it is.
I like this.
Remember, all these guys will be back for the main event tomorrow,
They
but
will.
this is just for pride, and sometimes pride is all. To be honest, drifting, people have spent millions on drifting just for pride, because that's the most important thing.
It really is.
Pride and self-help.
Yes.
Like being better at driving is a lot of the motivations. So we've had a lot of fun today. We hope you guys have had a lot of fun here in Australia in Calder Park. Once again, I'm Dave from Drift Games, and this is my friend Officer Dan. Did you know that Officer Dan was actually buried alive in Stranger Things?
I was.
And what I like is not telling people that with no context and not following up on that and just leaving it to
Right, moving right
on to the
next
battle. He was in Stranger Things. He buried him, and now he's here commentating on an event in Australia.
Unburied. And very much
They
alive.
dug him up
Yeah,
for this
here we
event,
are.
a bit like Stewie Bryant's car and career. Both dug up for this weekend to be as entertaining as possible. And I'm absolutely loving it right now. We hope you guys are enjoying it. And we got one more battle to go. One more battle. And then we got a lot of battles tomorrow. A lot of them. A lot of very interesting things happening tomorrow.
Oh, I cannot wait for tomorrow. We've got some special stuff in store.
We
We've got some
have-
special cars in store. There's got some motor packages that I ain't never seen. There's
You know when
some
you
car
go to,
packages
you know when you
I
go
ain't
to
never
car
seen.
shows and then people like you go to SEMA, right? And they have all those cars there that are beautiful and all presented, but you don't see or hear them do anything.
Never.
Imagine taking those crazy builds and just sending them around a track. That's what's happening tomorrow. And we're for your viewing pleasure, for you guys here in attendance, it is going to be
For
the
our viewing
wildest
pleasure?
stuff. Make sure you got some battery on your phone, people
Yeah,
in Calder
you're
Park.
gonna need it.
You're going to need that. Get a battery pack. Here we go. Final run of the
Oh,
day.
this is it.
Brody Matter off the line. Look at Mitch Larner throwing it. Oh, Mitch Larner.
300 horsepower right
Wow,
there.
on the door. Mitch Larner is flying into the door of that 1,000 horsepower car as they transition. Look at Mitch Larner up
Oh my
onto the rear
goodness
wheel.
gracious.
As they fire through it now, Larner's going to have to make a big dive here to stay in this one. And he does. Look at that late snappy transition.
Oh my goodness, and he stayed in it.
Oh, Mara has a bit of a wobble and Larner stays on him. What a finale this is going to be.
I don't know, man. I think the V8 did pretty good there. That 300 horsepower.
I will admit. That Mitch
That's a
Larner,
potent.
I don't know what
300
horsepower is in Australia, but it looks a lot more than it is back home.
That's
because
what I'm thinking.
Mitch Larner is on this transition here. Look at this. Oh,
Right there. That was
I mean, everyone's struggling with proximity there all throughout the weekend. Mitch Larner is not. This for me to die. Larner's on the right line. Look at Brody, has a little stall up here.
And he stayed in angle.
And Larner goes, I don't care, I'm just going to keep going. And they stays in it, adjusts on the left foot brake.
That was
stays
beautiful
in it.
driving.
I think Larner's just said to Brody, your move, buddy, because that is
check.
Mate. Chase run, check.
Yeah.
So now Brody's going to up that game and go right onto the door. I'm sure Brody, professional driver, he's going to have someone in his radio saying,
you're going to need to do some stuff.
You know that thing we talked about, the Hail Mary mode? We might need to engage that.
Engage the remote reservoir to deflate your tires, get a little more grip in the car. That's a 300 horsepower monster you're chasing.
It is, and I think Mitch Larner is also part of that because he is driving it very hard today.
He is.
And again, this is a guy that didn't make qualifying because he had to rebuild his entire engine, and now he may very well win the competition.
Ratchet strapped the supercharger.
It's still ratchet strapped in there. Here we go, the Thunder from down under. Mitch Larner in the lead position. We got Brody in the chase position. It's the last run of the day as they fire in. Larner with a lot of pace on the initiation. Brody's going to start cutting up the ground here. Brody leaving them a little bit to now. Brody's starting to make the dive as they come up on the curb. Look at Larner though, he's pushing here as they go down. Now Brody's got the power in the power rally. He's got to start getting in the pocket here as they go to the wall rock. Oh, Brody with a massive lockup. What a move from Brody Maher in the last moment here as we see two of Australia's finest finish out the show at the Last Chance Top 16.
In two absolutely, completely, amazingly different cars. There could not be two different cars.
I love everything about this.
This was
absolutely
amazing.
Everything about this. So there you have it. Look at Larner though, gets the jump off the line. Love that. And then Brody, for me, Brody doesn't do as much as he should for the whole run, but boy does he make up for it on the last transition. This is the Hail Mary mode. Watch this. Boom, all four-wheel lock up onto the door, makes it work. Phenomenal. Guys, give it up for Brody Maher and Mitch Larner as they come back in front of you.
That was an absolutely insane battle. What a fun thing to watch as the finale. A little bit of a mistake. I wanted to see more proximity.
Well, they're going to get their Last Chance Top 16 podium right now. And we want everybody who's in attendance to give them a big round of applause because they put some amazing entertainment on the track for us today, warming us up for the main event tomorrow, which is going to be, as they would say here, spicy.
Nice.
So here we go. We got to have a big congratulations to these three drivers before we give them their skateboard decks, because remember,
this is for.
That's the point. The reason it's skateboard decks is because we want to remember it's just fun. It's just good times.
Serious business.
And of course, if you are at home and you want to get into drifting, have a look at the three chassis in front of you. You can have a completely abstract art R32. You can have a 300 horsepower K or 1,000 horsepower SR. They are not the decisions you should make.
No,
but they are working here today.
That exist.
Exactly. So we want to give it up to all three of these guys as we give them their props in front of all of you here. Guys, in third place, give it up for Stewie Bryant. And we've got a decision coming in from our judges for who is going to take top step today. It's between Larner and it's between Maher, and if the judges are going to decide this one, let's see who's got the call. Look at those, look at the tension. Look at the tension.
Like, oh man.
It doesn't matter, but it does matter.
Hey, man.
Both are through to the main event. Decision coming through. Will it be Larner? Will it be Maher on the first day of the LZ World Tour here at Calder Park? And it's Mitch Larner. Mitch Larner gets the win. Give it up in second place for Brody Maher. Give it up for first place, Mitch Larner here. We'll see all three of these guys back in action tomorrow for the main event. I told you guys, we got the surprises, we got the Bills, we got the Mad Mikes, the LZs, we got the whole kit and caboodle coming out here tomorrow to put on a show for you guys. But if anything to go by, today's anything to go by, the absolute drama we've witnessed on track today is phenomenal. Third place for Stewie Bryant, returning after 10 years. We got second place for Brody Maher, which somehow has a working 1,000 horsepower SR20 at the end of it, an entire year. And then we've got Mitch Larner taking the win with a ratchet strap supercharger to the car and about a quarter word of the power.
And I just don't even understand. The car was probably set up for so much grip. It must have been really difficult to just drive it in general. But maybe that's why he was able to keep up. And look at them. Popping champagne. Getting those skateboard decks dirty. Look at that sun flare. Oh, my goodness. This is a picturesque moment here.
I actually saw some champagne hit Stewie Bryant's car, and it rusted even more instantly. So what happens today means that tomorrow is going to be a wild one, guys. We've had an amazing time. We hope you've enjoyed it here in the flesh in Calder Park or at home on the stream. I've been Dave from Drift Games. That's Officer Dan. There's your 3 top steps today. Tomorrow, it's going to be wild. Join us then for the finale of the entire series of the LZ World Tour. We'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
International.